a parallel to how they started last year. Now, what does that mean moving forward? Probably absolutely nothing.
I was going to say, if it's last year's trajectory, because it's mostly last year's players plus McGonigal, they're going to be white hot coming up any day now and carry that until August, and that's when they're going to have to learn their lesson.
Right. And so I guess I say that to say, hey, like if you're panicked, pump the brakes a little bit.
A deep breath.
Because they actually are getting professional at-bats from Colt Keith and McGonigal. I do think, Gleyber Torres hasn't been the bat that he typically is. He's even a little bit lower. He's 200 right now.
Yeah, I don't love him in the 3 spot either. I know this is a very adjustable lineup by A.J. Hinch, but nothing about him profiles as a number 3 hitter.
No, but I do love Colt Keith and Kevin McGonigal starting things off.
Yeah, I know. And then A.J. does need to put a righty in there, but with torque, I suppose.
Yeah. How much are you paying attention right now? Like, okay, when McGonigal comes up, right? It's interesting because he's a rookie. It's interesting because he's having, other than Colt Keith, the most professional at-bats, and he's had all of 6 games in major leagues.
It's funny that you say this because I have noticed involuntarily this is how it works for me. When Kevin McGonigal is due up the next inning, I am
Stop
waiting.
What you're doing.
Yeah, I don't want to. Oh, I missed it coming back from commercial. When McGonigal's on deck, when he's about to hit, when he's at the plate, I'm way more locked in than anybody else. Like, he had that triple yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, there we go.
Yes. And even the single, right? He bounces one up the middle. And at that point, you're like, okay, all right, here we go. And then he gets doubled up with Torres, and that's when Green gets his double in the 9th. Like, and here's the other thing is when it was a bummer that Colt Keith had to finish the inning, the 8th. And then Kevin McGonigal comes up because I'm thinking to myself, all right, we actually have hitters, and this is how it's supposed to be, right? Hey, nobody's been on fire all day, but you're only down 1. But you got guys that you believe can make contact and get on base, and all of a sudden, hey, McGonigal does, and you're like, all right, this is the benefit of having a professional batter. Mm-hmm. And then he gets doubled up.
But that's the key thing, right? When you say professional batter, we're talking about a profile, an approach at the plate.
Yeah.
Like Gleyber Torres is a guy AJ highlighted last year. Remember, with bases loaded walk, having the discipline to just, hey, if you're not going to throw me a strike, I'll take what I can get.
Yeah.
McGonigal does that. Keith's a guy that we see some of that from. Those are the type of guys that don't go through dramatic slumps because even when they're not making big contact, barreling the baseball, they do other things like work the pitch count, get over to first base.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between that group and the Green, Carp, Torque group. That group is going to be more ebb and flow.
Yeah. And how about Colt Keith getting robbed of another home run?
I mean, he hates his ballpark. It's him and Gator.
Oh, so that's exactly what I thought. When I saw that, I'm like, oh, Gator's going to be so mad tomorrow.
But this one wasn't really about the ballpark as much as it just hits the damn padding.
Right, yeah, and he gets the ground rule double. So it is what, or he gets the double. It is what it is. But it's I thought that originally because Gator came in crosstalk, and he talked about the ballpark, and they talked about Lynn Henning's article and blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, Colt Keith yesterday, I was listening to Dickerson, and he thought it was a home run, and then all of a sudden it's just a double.
Maybe we bump back with that because I didn't hear his call. I'm sure it's pretty good.
It was. So it was, but in
terms of concern, if McGonigal wasn't on this team right now, I think I would be more concerned.
Oh yeah,
because I go, damn, it's last year. They didn't do anything. I'm just not there right now, and I don't know when I'll get there. I mean, look, if they're doing this all month long, if this gets into April and through the end of April, and I'm still not getting anything from the heart of the order, I'm probably going to start to be concerned.
So I bring up Colt Keith and the fact that he was, in air quotes, robbed of 2 home runs. He wasn't, but there's only been 1 home run hit through 6 games. Is there any concern about the... Am I the only one that is concerned that the fact that, the bats aren't going, but the fact that we have 1 home run through 6 games...
And you've brought it up a few days, so I know it sticks out to you. It's one and the same to me. It's all back to those 3 guys. Carp, Green, and Torque. Right. Those are the guys that are supposed to deliver power. All of those guys are capable of 30 home run seasons. those are the best power hitters on the team. Those are also the guys that aren't doing much of anything right now. So it all goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
Now, of that group, which one do they need to pick up the most? Because it could literally be any of them and it would flip this.
Well, I mean, I think the one bat that you need the most is the one that's been the All-Star. That's Riley Green.
Ding, ding, ding.
I think it has to be Green. I mean, he's the one that if he this year is what he was like the last 2 months of last year, then it just completely subtracts what McGonigal brings to the offense.
Well, or what he was at the beginning of last year. Remember last year we were talking about, hey, we finally have Torque and Green, right? They're buddies and they're finally both in the lineup together. And it was Torque that started the year off well. And at one point, I think Riley Green was like 1 of 25 last year. And we brought that up. And I remember the comparison of somebody on the station, it wasn't us, that put the numbers out there and said, which player is this? And everybody thought, it was going to be Torque or it was going to be Javi or it was going to be any other player, but it was Riley Green. And it was at the beginning of the season. So he's starting it off the same way he did last year.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he's the wild card in this. For me, I think Carpenter will be fine. I think he's proven what he is. And when he's down, it's not pretty, but it's just way too early to overreact to somebody that's been a pretty consistent bat for them. Like he's the most, actually, for me, he's been the most consistent of the three.
Yeah, he's consistently struck out the most.
Well, I know this year.
But no, you're talking about through the course of his time with the Tigers.
Yeah, yes. I think I do wonder with him if the 3 straight leadoffs kind of threw him out of whack.
But they did it at the end. I don't buy that part of it. He did it at the end of last year. He might just be starting the year off on the wrong foot.
Right. Wait till the weather gets warmer.
I'm waiting
in San Diego and Arizona.
I was waiting
They're
for that text.
in Arizona. It was too cold inside.
I said that yesterday. Like, okay, that's the thing that we always talk about. We got to wait for the bats to heat up because it's so cold. Well, they were in San Diego and Arizona.
As you wake up, Tigers have lost 4 in a row, and the offense has been cold, shut out twice in that span. Asking you about what you're seeing from this offense, level of concern, and we know the backdrop. People wanted them to add a bat in the offseason. It's 97-1.
Hey, if your AC or furnace isn't getting the job done, and you're using them both probably at this time of the year, do what I did. Call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Their early spring special. Buy a new furnace or AC and get half off installation. And if you're tired of the power outages, they've got generators in stock ready to install as well. Financing is available. Schedule your free in-home estimate, and you can do it at mastercraftheating.com.
Shutout yesterday.
Frustrating.
Off day today. Home opener tomorrow. Shutout twice on this 4-game skid. 2-4 to start the season. They've scored runs in only 2 of the last 37 innings. And you can point specifically hard of the order. It's Carp, it's Green, it's Torque. The group's hitting 149, 3 total extra base hits. Not a single homer from them. I don't expect that to continue. I'm not panicking. I'm encouraged that McGonigal has been everything as advertised and more. Mm-hmm. And I'm just not going to panic yet.
And Colt Keith in year 3, that's one of the things we talked about before the season even started, is this has got to be his year where he finally finds his rhythm. And early on, he is.
And if Green and Carp and Torque are going to be streaky, you need guys like Keith and McGonigal to be more stable, better approaches. Torres, another one of these professional at-bats that you need to stabilize a lineup. I hate wasting Skubal yesterday because the guy pitched 7 innings of 1-run baseball and he gave 1 mistake to Corbin Carroll.
Right. And if they do, or when they finally get going, and you add it to, the other guy that we're not talking about, this guy with the only home run, that's Dylan Dingler.
Yeah.
He's having really good at-bats as well. So you've got 3 bats right now. And if you add 2 of the other 3.
Oh, you're right where you need to be.
Yeah.
And if they don't step up, you figure it out late in the season.
Right.
There is an opportunity to add as the year goes on.
Right.
I know everybody wanted them to add in the offseason, so you know what texts we're getting today.
Oh, sure.
Offense is embarrassing. It's exactly how it's going to be most of the year. Concerning, but Harris refused to bolster the pathetic lineup. This is not a good team. We will never see first half Green. Carp has always been up and down. That's not good when your upside is a 260 hitter. Are we quoting batting average in the year 2026? Give me his OPS. Give me factor into power.
Right.
Come on.
Well, that's 0 so far.
No, but like if you're saying, Carp doesn't have the upside.
Correct.
Because he only hits 260. What decade are we in? Are we doing radio in 1985? Like, what batting average? Okay, what else? We lost in the playoffs because of our bats, made no moves to address in the offseason. We had a good pitcher, and you guys call for the World Series. I didn't think this team's winning or even making the World Series. I think they're more competitive in the American League playoffs in a 7-game series because of their pitching, but I do need to see more hitting. I made that very clear with the start of the season.
We said that it gave them better odds of getting to the World Series. And you get into a 7-game series, and let's see what happens with this pitching staff.
It's early. Ohtani's hitting 167 with 5 strikeouts and 18 at-bats. Easy, fellas. Pitching's always ahead of hitting early. That's from KJ. And Gary and Howell says it's so early. You guys are right. Don't be concerned already. If it continues, he says maybe around 40 games, your concern will rise. It's not even May yet. Give it time.
Well, let's work both sides of that equation. If pitching is ahead of hitting, then are we expecting both Keith and McGonigal to hit over 400?
Are we expecting Valdez and Skubal to slow down?
Let's wait till those 2 bats really heat up.
It's just the challenge. You play every day.
Yeah.
You can't make giant, grandiose statements 6 games in. You can be annoyed that they're 2-4 and frustrated that the offense isn't there yet. Panic? Couldn't be me. Let's get to Cameron in Waterford. Good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, it is only 6 games. I'm not gonna sound the alarm here. To me, though, out of those 3, I think Torkelson. I know a lot of people say Riley Green because he's our all-star. He's our stud. But I think if Torkelson's that bat who can start to heat up a little bit, that will complement that Colt Keith McGonigal 1-2, and then we can maybe slot him in at the 3. So if he can start to heat up and hit that 3-hole, I think this offense might start to take off a little bit with Dylan Dingler also batting well. But
yeah, you're highlighting the righties. Yeah.
Yes, the Metro Detroit has to relax a little bit. It is 6 games. If it's May 10th and we've been shut out 3 or 4 more times and the offense is still stagnant, then yeah, maybe we got some concern. But I think this team's going to be just fine. We just gotta get the rust out, guys. Have a great morning. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Cameron.
Thanks.
Mike in Oak Park, what's your read of the situation? Good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. I'm just starting to worry about whether maybe Green and Torkelson are starting to plateau and reach their full potential, and they're not going to be the guys that we expect them to be. Obviously, on defense, they're great, but I don't know what options we're going to have for them if this continues going through the season. Just want to get you guys' thoughts on that. And, John, good luck for Michigan this weekend, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Go Blue. Have they plateaued? I don't know that I expect more from Torque than 31 to 35 home runs.
Low 30s home runs.
And
OPS that flirts with 800.
And for Green, if he's plateaued in regards to what he normally is as a hitter, I mean, maybe they have.
If Green plateaued as an all-star, I mean, okay. But the key is going to have to be how he arrives at being an all-star, and it can't be with 200 strikeouts.
Correct.
And by the way, last year was a complete uptick in his swing and miss. And he has publicly said, like, I can't do that.
Right.
Now, maybe it's a work in progress, but that would be the one thing I'd say. Is he plateaued in terms of he's a mid-30s home run guy who can drive in 100 runs, just don't strike out as often? Yeah, I'd live with that as an all-star.
And I also don't think this is going to be, on average, a 10 strikeout per game team.
Which they are right now.
Right. And so I just, like you, not going to overreact to 6 games. Let's see what they look like when they come home against St. Louis. They get a little bit more comfortable. They can't continue like this. I think they know that. You talk to A.J. Hinch tomorrow, I'm sure somebody's going to ask about strikeouts, and he'll say, yeah, it's concerning, but, I mean, they'll always be that, but it's only 6 games.
So I went back and looked up. Only one team struck out 10 times per game last season. It was the LA Angels.
Right.
It wasn't the Tigers. Anyway, we're taking inventory, not even a weekend. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, are we on the moon yet? How does this work?
Oh, my goodness. This was a huge day, a huge evening in my house, right?
I almost text you guys. I knew that Colin, because he likes to look at the stars, all that stuff, but I thought, I wonder if they're busy. Maybe I should just tell them, because I wanted the kids to be able to see it, and I was trying to park Teddy. He wouldn't sit still.
Oh, my gosh.
Especially when I told him, hey, there's only 10 minutes, and then the clock stopped. I'm like, oh, man.
It was a big day for the kids, too. They now want to go in a rocket ship.
Oh, sure.
Well, one of the reasons they want to go, they think it's funny. We were telling them these astronauts are like wearing diapers, and they're like, they're wearing diapers. So they're like, we want to go to the moon. We want to go to a spaceship. We want to wear a diaper. I'm like, oh, okay. So they were having fun with it, but it was a big day. So for the first time in more than 50 years, NASA has launched astronauts beyond Earth's orbit, sending 4 crew members on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon. So liftoff happened Wednesday evening from Kennedy Space Center, and everything went smooth and successful. Like, you almost do kind of hold your breath a little bit as you're watching, because I don't want to be watching something catastrophic.
Right,
and
the Challenger, yeah.
Whew, everything went well, and here it is. Take a listen. So the crew, including the first woman, the first black astronaut, and the first Canadian ever assigned to a lunar mission, is now on a 10-day journey that will take them further from Earth than any humans have traveled before. So this mission is basically essentially like a dress rehearsal for what's coming next, like putting humans back on the moon. For the first time since 1972.
How about that Hollywood production yesterday? Yeah. Wow, it looks so real.
So NASA says Artemis 2 is a critical step towards not just returning to the lunar surface, but eventually sending astronauts to Mars
We'll
as
finally
well.
see
So,
what's on the dark side of the moon.
very exciting there.
John talks trash and see they respond.
That's right.
We had my brother-in-law was there. So, you know how
In person?
Yes.
Whoa.
So they're down in Florida for like baseball, high school baseball.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, training
Yeah.
campish or like whatever it is.
Yeah.
They drove further and they kind of described it as what it was like when we went to go see the lunar eclipse.
Oh, yeah.
And you couldn't
Couldn't get close.
You couldn't get close enough because there were so many people that they just ended up having to pull over, but said it was still really awesome. They had no cell service because there were so many people there
Yeah.
to watch it.
Well, and every news station and then some were covering
Yeah.
it.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the graphics I saw was after liftoff, how far away could you be and see the rocket?
Yeah.
And basically the entire state of Florida, some of South Carolina, a little bit of Georgia, and it said after 20 seconds you could see it, in Tallahassee or like they had the rings going out. To me, that was amazing.
It's
Like you
crazy.
could be hundreds of miles
Oh, yeah.
away and still be able to see it.
Yeah, pretty incredible. Detroit fire crews were battling a massive fire Wednesday afternoon at the historic Maccabees building on the campus of Wayne State University. Wayne State officials say an air handling unit outside on the 11th floor ignited in an electrical fire. Thankfully, nobody was injured. Officials say the building mostly suffered water damage, but the electrical damage has yet to be assessed. That's obviously taking place, as we speak. The building will remain closed while the damage survey is underway, but once that's complete, undamaged parts of the building will be reopened. And I know there's certain things like down on the main floor that already reopened because there was no damage there,
Yeah.
but the images were startling, right? When you see the
dramatic.
smoke
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure.
billowing out
Yeah.
of this building. Yeah, very scary. I got more about opening day that I'll get to during my next news.
All right. Mix it in. Opening day eve. Heather with the
Yeah.
news. Whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, those are big decisions. You don't make those lightly. And when it's time, you want to make sure it's a company you can trust. That's why I tell people about Shainer Roofing. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shainer Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. What sets them apart? Local, family-owned, they treat every single customer like a member of that family. Every roof they install, lifetime transferable warranty. They stand by the work they do. They've earned a 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of happy homeowners. That's not buying a reputation. That's earning it. Decades of doing the job right. So, if you're in the market for a new roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself. Get a quote from Shainer. MyMichiganRoof.com. MyMichiganRoof.com. Shainer Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust. Open the show talking about the Tigers offense. Your phone calls, your feedback, opening day eve. We've got some Tom Izzo audio we'll play for you. But first, let's get to Les in Port Huron. Les, good morning.
Good morning. In my opinion, we are missing that one or two, if that's a possibility, World Baseball Classic players. The only one we have won't be here after this season because they will never pay that kind of money for those players who can carry a team. And that's just my opinion.
Your litmus test is guys who make the World Baseball Classic rosters.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel they're the best of the best, and we have some great players, but none of them made that roster.
Well, I'm not sure that is the ultimate litmus test because there's a lot of guys that were on that roster that wouldn't have been if other guys decided that they wanted to play in it.
I'll give you that.
Wasn't Riley Green supposed to play for Puerto Rico, but then Puerto Rico didn't have a team?
Now that I didn't know.
Well, and I do believe, and he may not ultimately be that this year, but I think that Kevin McGonigal will be one of those guys that could be on that roster.
Yeah, I can agree with that too. He sure could be.
Yeah. Look, there's a lot of
I'm talking about the Bobby Witt Juniors.
Oh, yeah.
And there's other. I mean, my whole point is we're just never going to pay the money. We're never going to write the check ever.
I mean, they did
under this ownership.
This ownership. They just paid Framber Valdez like $38 million a year.
Okay, and I'm talking about players, outfielders, infielders, catchers, guys who are out there playing every day, not
position players.
Yeah, I share your desire to get more of those guys. I mean, people who've listened to the show know.
I mean, I wish we had 8 All-Stars.
No, but I think he's fair to say, like, you do have to target some bats in free agency as this thing goes along. I mean, the idea that you will do it exclusively homegrown is very Lions. Not to take us down that rabbit hole.
Come on.
You can also add some impact guys outside the organization from the plate.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that was a complaint people had the last couple off seasons. Now, I can't say they won't spend it all when you go out and pay Framber Valdez $38 million a season.
Right.
Make him unbelievably the highest paid player on the team. I mean, even more than... I mean, I know Skubal has set a record at 31. You're paying damn near $80 million in 2 pitchers.
Right. Yeah, your pitching staff is $100 million pitching staff.
Don't they have like a borderline or top 10 payroll?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
So in
Just
terms
making sure
of,
we're keeping score here.
Right. In terms of the metrics of you got to spend it to be able to get into the postseason, and we had this number, and you probably maybe off the top of your head. You got to be in that top 10 in terms of payroll to even have a shot at competing for a World Series.
Yeah, I haven't updated it, but it was at one point like 13 of the last 15 World Series were top 10 payrolls.
Right.
Yeah, there's an exception here, exception there, but good players cost money, and you have to have a lot of good players. I think the caller would agree with that. Now, do I think if Kevin McGonigal is everything as advertised, they're not going to pay him? No, I think they'll pay him.
Yeah.
He's everything they want to be as a baseball team. What I was going to say is they're putting a lot of eggs in the McGonigal basket right now. And he has shown he can handle it through all of 6 games. But that is a key piece of making this offense go this year is he needs to be, and he looks to be the best hitter on the team.
Yeah. I mean, it's professional at bats. It's the lack of strikeouts. It's making contact. And, sometimes you can hit a ball hard. And how many times have they're making hard contact. Velo, speed off the bat, all of these different things. But hey, it's Gleyber Torres when Kevin McGonigal's on third. Like he hits a hot shot, but it's right at the first baseman.
Yeah.
All right. If it's 3 feet one way or the other, you may be talking about a tie ball game. Yeah. Like that's baseball.
Colt Keith off the yellow padding. Yeah. Difference in a double and another run on the board. And we're not like every team could do this with every game. We're not making excuses for a 2-4 start. We're also just using that to tell people, hey, you don't have to panic. I think if we get to the midpoint of the season and McGonigal has hit a rookie wall and this offense is flat, yeah, you could start to crow a little bit. And then you're going to focus on that dreaded deadline. But I'm not
Well,
I personally am not of the belief we need to be having those conversations at this point.
And I mean, brought up on Twitch, I wonder if pitchers will adjust and watch tape on him. I'm assuming that you're talking about Kevin McGonigal.
They already have.
The answer is yes. But pitchers will adjust how their approach to a good batter.
Oh, I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm noting that they have. It's been brought up. He hardly sees fastballs now.
Yeah.
Teams are making him hit stuff with spin. They're going to force on him some big-time major league adjustments. We'll see how he handles them beyond this. Bob and Troy, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
People who are panicking right now are in Seattle. Their big three are 7 for 79 with an OPS of 299. Naylor, Raleigh, and Rodriguez. Naylor is 1 for 27, and Rodriguez is 2 for 27. They have an on-base percentage of under 200. That's panic in 6 games, if you want to panic. Silly to panic.
Yeah, right.
But that's what's happening. Pitchers are doing their thing. That strike zone's it's doing something weird. I don't know if it's good or bad. I feel sort of bad for the umpires because some of those strikes you can put a credit card through. And I was like, well, you got to protect the plate, and then they look sort of silly, and now they're looking goofy when they're I don't know. I'm not sort of digging it as much as I thought I would. If you're going to use the ABS for the end all to be all for a strike, then use it for the all.
Oh, I would love that. I'd love that too. It feels like we're in the in-between space, though, doesn't it, Bob? Like maybe in a couple years they'll have made that transition, and we'll go, what the hell are they doing in 2026?
You're right, Jim. And I'm telling you, I'm an old guy. I'm 62, but I have a 23-year-old son, so we take ideas and we feed off each other.
There you go.
And I'm like, I dig this, but it's making the umpires, and the umpires will have plenty to do with the ABS, but they're not calling balls and strikes. Check swings and getting hit and at the plate, but they're sort of making them look stupid. But the only thing I really called for was Spencer. He can't hit with guys on base. That's the problem. I mean, I'm looking at Nick. I'm like, people are going to laugh at me. Sign Nick. 17 home runs, 72 ribby. 1 year he had 13 home runs with 62. Last year Spencer had, 31 with 78? Mm-hmm. And he had a guy ahead of him that had almost a 400 on-base percentage until he got hurt, and he's stranding him. I mean, he didn't do a double play to end an inning with man on first and third this week. Mm-hmm. He just doesn't hit. So he's more like Spencer than Torque to me. I don't get the torque. Okay. He has no torque. He's a good fielder, but hit with men on base, guys. It's frustrating. That's frustrating. But people in Seattle, they're jumping in the Pacific Ocean.
It's a good perspective. That look, it's not
everybody slow down a little bit.
Yeah,
and we'll give Torque more than 6 games to earn his last name.
Yes. But I mean that's when AJ's putting the lineup together. That's one of the debates that we had about putting Colt Keith, lead off or Kevin McGonigal lead off. Like you want the guys that are making contact to be the ones that are up when guys are in scoring position. And right now, if Colt Keith is on base and McGonigal's on base, then you're relying on Torres, who we think is going to be able to make good contact. But then it's Green, it's Torque, it's Carp. Those are the guys that just simply need to make contact.
Right, but the key is you can move the contact guys up because you want those at-bats, you want guys on base, but if you only get 2 hits in an inning and none of them are extra bases, it doesn't matter what order they're in, they're not going to score runs. That's why you need those guys in the middle to step up here. All right, we do have Izzo audio. We can play it coming up next because Izzo did make a revelation, and I'm wondering if Spartan fans wish he would have done what he could have did.
Oh, I got a conspiracy theory for you, too.
Oh, this will be fun. Next. Is it moon related?
No. Come on, man.
Okay, 97.1.
Hey, in my career, I've learned a lot of lessons, but the best results come from having the right team in your corner. And that's exactly what I love about First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for a number of years now because they do some things a lot of banks have forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know me. And whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they provide the kind of sound advice and tailored solutions that actually work for my life. And with First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I know I'm in control, and I've got to be in control. They give me the tools and the confidence to know I'm making the right choices for myself and for my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel that same confidence in your financial journey, All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn how they can help support you and your family as well. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Two Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Your chance to win $2,000. Opening day eve. Open the show talking Tigers. We do have Tom Izzo audio. John, this was from Dan Patrick's show?
Yes, it was yesterday. And I know it hit the airwaves a little bit yesterday as well, but let's just jump right into it. This is what Tom Izzo had to say to Dan Patrick yesterday.
That's a revelation.
A lot of questions following that.
Like?
Well, I mean, Spartan fans, at this point, would you like him to take another opportunity? And
are you asking if they're over Izzo?
Well, I mean, we asked that question after the exit. I'm not. I don't ever want him to leave Michigan State until he's ready to walk away, or however they want to move on from Coach Izzo. I don't want to see him coaching another team. It just wouldn't look right to me. And I don't know that his personality, much like John Beeline's, didn't work in Cleveland. I don't know that his works in the NBA. And I don't want him to have that experience. If that's what he truly wants to do, hey, go for it and test yourself at the next level. And if you have success, great.
Right, but you're a filthy Wolverine scumbag, so it really comes down to what Spartan fans want. Do they want their coach to have taken that opportunity? I think if you ask them, they would say, we want him to stay at MSU and adapt. But if he isn't going to adapt, do you wish he would have left to go and gone to the NBA? That's the question for MSU fans, right?
Yeah, you want me to give you my conspiracy theory?
I am dying to hear this.
All right, so we know Ishbia played for Izzo, right? It's kind of one of those things. Every time it comes up, hey, did you know that he played basketball at Michigan State? Is he also hoping that Michigan State loves his coach, but is he hoping that, hey, if I offer him a job here, let's see how it goes for a year or two, but it gives my university a chance to move on and modernize?
So you think Ishbia wants a new coach at Michigan State?
Just a conspiracy theory.
Not where I thought you were going to go. I thought your conspiracy was going to be that Ishbia never seriously considered Izzo, but Izzo can float this out to make Spartan fans see like, oh,
he's coveted.
What if I wasn't there? How would it feel? It's one thing to talk your talk, but what if I had left last year? You should appreciate me more. And it's not like Ishbia is going to blow his cover because he's his former player.
Right. I don't think either of them are true.
No, but
it's fun to have those conversations. But I am curious to Spartan fans, like where would you land on this?
I think if you're a Spartan fan, would you admit to wanting him to leave? Probably not. Would you admit that the standards have been lowered if he stays? If you only make one Final Four in a decade, after making 6 of them real quick, right? 99, 2000, 2001, 05, 09, and 10. I mean, he rattled off a ton of Final Fours, won a national title. That's more than a decade ago. Their standard now is, hey, we get in the tournament, we have a tournament streak. Once in 10 years have we made a Final Four. If you want him to stay, would you admit to the standards have been lowered? Because if you accept what he's doing, you have to accept that the standards are lower, right?
I don't think Spartan fans have lowered their expectations or their standards, and I don't think Coach Izzo has. I think he has a certain way that he wants to go about doing it, and it hasn't worked. And I've said this a number of times, and I know you like to, call me the dirty, the dirty Wolverine. And when we're talking about Michigan State, I've got a lot of respect for Coach Izzo. And if you were to take Michigan out of the equation and they weren't, there wasn't that possibility of the matchup in the Final Four, a national championship, do I want Coach Izzo to win another national championship doing it the old school way? Yeah, because I want somebody to prove that it can be done an old school way. But he's also not fully old school because he has utilized the portal, not the way other schools have, not to get his 1A, 1B.
That's the difference. And I know Rico will text me whenever he's up because he always does. He goes, well, you're not considering this. And he did get Caleb Glenn who got hurt. It's not that Izzo doesn't use the portal. It's what you just said. Will his number 1 or number 2 be from the portal? Is he going to add 2 starters this offseason from the portal? And I think everybody knows the answer to it. To your point, I like Izzo. Like every time we talk to him, and even when we don't talk to him and you just hear him do interviews, I appreciate his passion for college basketball and way that he's so committed to what he believes. At the same time, what he believes is not in vogue right now. And for his own good, it would be better if he did embrace this more than just begrudgingly.
Yes, and part of it is I have accepted the modern business of college basketball, but I love the fact that he's one of the voices of college sports, not just basketball, but of college athletics.
Let me give you a phrase I've heard used to describe Tom. He's the conscience of college basketball. And I think that's well said. He does have this, I still want it to be right.
Right.
In a world that increasingly is changing. But right is what wins.
Well, because what's right has changed.
Well, because ultimately you're competing.
Yeah,
it's competition.
It used to be wrong to pay your student athletes.
Correct.
Now you're allowed to do that. And you're allowed to do it not just by the rev share that is coming in, and every school has the ability to pay their players the same amount of money. They divvy that up how they choose. How much goes to football? How much goes to women's sports, girls basketball? How much goes to the dudes?
Izzo reveals to Dan Patrick, I was a serious candidate for the Phoenix Suns job. Spartan fans, in the moment, don't overthink this. Do you wish he would have taken the job, or are you on board with how things are going with him, knowing he's going to do what he's going to do his way? Let's go to Brad in Farmington. Brad, good morning.
Good morning, guys. So just my brief history with college sports. I grew up loving it. I was a Michigan State fan. I went to Michigan State. My brother and I, we did the Big Ten championships and Indy, all that stuff. But my reason for the call is if Tom, I've said for years now, when Tom Izzo leaves, that'll put the final nail in the coffin for college athletics for me. I follow him around March, and then, that's about it. I don't keep up with recruiting or anything like that. Part of the fun thing when Michigan won their football title, you knew the guys on their team. There was an old school element to it in this new era of college sports. And, I'm a guy who likes knowing who's on my roster. So, yeah, once Izzo's out, I'm out. I hope he doesn't leave. I want to see him get that second title. And as for the conspiracy things, a little bit of a stretch, fellas. I don't know.
Well, no, I know. Trust me. Yeah, we're having some fun with it. But Brad, will you at least give them a chance to make their next hire and see how it goes from there?
I don't think I have the energy for it. I really just hate what it's become. It sucks. I know.
But Brad, let me phrase it this way, and it's actually what we want to do to start the 7 o'clock hour is put the shoe on the other foot. If you're a Michigan fan, and Brad, I'd not ask you to put yourself in that spot. It doesn't sound like you have any interest. But for our Michigan fans listening, they should be loving this. So if MSU was winning and they had Yaks and they had Mara and they were in the Final Four right now, you wouldn't embrace this and enjoy it? I think that's
I would enjoy it, but not to any great level.
Well,
not like I would the Pistons, Lions, or it's kind of like,
Brad,
I really want it for Izzo.
And that's fair. We're going to explore it next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Tigers lost 1-0 to the Diamondbacks yesterday. Detroit struggled to bring in runs at the plate despite 3 of their 7 hits being for extra bases. The team only struck out 5 times in the game but recorded exactly 0 walks. A.J. Hinch said that was the biggest issue as the team has to get back in the zone. The Tigers will hope to end their offensive struggles in front of a sellout crowd at Comerica Park tomorrow for opening day against the Cardinals. Michigan point guard Ellie Cadeau was taken to the hospital on a stretcher yesterday before the team left Ann Arbor en route to Indianapolis for the Final Four this weekend. The team said the point guard had an allergic reaction before they left for Indy, and he was taken to the hospital to be treated for his symptoms. He's expected to make a full recovery and rejoin Michigan before Saturday's game against Arizona. In other basketball news, J. Cole has signed a professional contract with the Chinese basketball Basketball Association and the Nanjing Monkey Kings. This is the third time J. Cole will play in a professional basketball league, as he was in the Basketball Africa League and the Canadian Elite Basketball League before this. Also, Tiger Woods withdrew his name in the running for the 2027 American Ryder Cup captaincy this morning. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we're going to spin this Michigan's way because Wolverine basketball team is still very much alive. They've embraced this portal thing wholeheartedly.
And favored.
Yeah, and it's like favorites for Saturday night's showdown against Arizona. The idea that you enjoy the portal, you have to be if you're a Michigan fan, right? Have you fully embraced the portal as a Michigan fan? Because I don't want you to be a hypocrite. You can't bitch about the portal, but then enjoy all of the rewards of the portal on the way to a potential national title. Like, what is it? Do you appreciate and embrace this or not?
It's taken some time for me to come around. And it's not just what's going on at my school. It's what's going around all of college sports. Because of the era that I played in, and it wasn't that possibility. And I saw a lot of guys come in as freshmen in my freshman class that when they arrived, it just wasn't a good fit. And transferring is not something new. Transferring and being immediately eligible year after year after year.
The frequency of it.
Yeah, that's new. And so is paying players. But in my experience, there were some guys that showed up and it was just like, hey, not what I thought it was going to be. And the coaches, not what we thought you were going to be.
Right. It's in everybody's best interest.
And it is. And so I have come around to the thinking that there is value, certainly when a coach leaves, of the players having the mobility.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think that there needs to be some guardrails put in place? Sure. I do think that those are coming. But I have accepted the fact that this is how college sports is and is going to be for the foreseeable future.
And if you're a Michigan fan, you can admit it's shameless. Like, I'm only in because my team's winning. But what I don't think you can do is say, I hate the transfer portal, and then
go blue.
Yaks dunks the ball, and you're partying as the confetti falls and go, I hate this. That's hypocritical.
Yeah.
And the guy we just had calling, he goes, if Izzo leaves, I'm done. I asked him, well, hold on. What if the new coach comes in and he's putting suitcases full of dollar bills onto people's, mattresses, and they're playing for your team, and you're playing in the Final Four, and the green and white confetti's falling, and you're cutting down the nets as national champs? You're going to go, I hate this. This is no fun. I wish Izzo was here getting eliminated in the Sweet 16. I think you could just cop to it. Go, hey, as a Michigan fan, I didn't like this, but it's working, and I'm happy we're doing it. And now I'm fully on board with it because you got to be. The alternative is...
if you don't, someone else is.
Well, and you know who the messenger on this is, ironically? Ryan Day, of all people. We have audio from Ryan Day, who puts it very well. Adapt or die. Have you accepted the New World Order? 248-539-9797.
I mean, look at just in our footprint, the Big Ten, Kirk Cignetti, great success. Dusty May, great success. And it is. I think you either have to adapt or schools are going to find somebody that will.
Well, and I would add, it's not just the teams that are winning the national title in the case of Indiana. I mean, other Big Ten schools, like how about what Illinois has done in college hoops or Oregon has done in college football? I mean, it's proven the Big Ten is in on this.
Well, and if you want the best coaches, you're going to have to adapt because let's just look back at last year's college football season. Ole Miss. Hey, they're in the college football playoffs, but Lane Kiffin, some of it may be he just wanted the LSU job, but he also felt like he was going to have more resources to be able to perform and adapt in today's college football life or today's college sports.
You were all over this when Dusty was getting flirtation from Indiana last year and ultimately stayed at Michigan. One of the points of contention wasn't just, hey, how many dollar bills are going to enter my bank account every 2 weeks? It was, what resources are you going to give me so I can build the program the right way?
It's the same thing now with North Carolina. Yep. Are they going to come knocking on Dusty May's door? Where are they going? And is when we've heard from, brief comments from Ward Manuel, it's, oh, yeah, we're on the same page, or, yeah, we want to do everything we can to keep him here. Well, it's not just how much are you going to pay the head coach, how much are you going to pay the assistant coaches. It's what are the resources are you going to put in place so that the team isn't flying commercial or
among other things.
Like all those things play into it.
Text from people on the Izzo stuff, and we're getting some Michigan stuff too. As far as Izzo goes, I wish he would hit the portal a little harder, but there's no way I'd want him to leave for an NBA job or anywhere else for that matter. He keeps stuff interesting. He makes the players work hard. As a Spartan fan as long as I've been, I've always felt like we always had a chance to make a run with Izzo. I would not have wanted him to take a Suns job.
I can't imagine seeing him coaching anywhere other than Michigan State, nor do I want to see him coaching anywhere other than Michigan State. I struggled with John Beilein, and he wasn't even at Michigan nearly as long.
No. I bleed green and white. I don't ever want to see him leave. Izzo would fail in the NBA. Fired before December. I think MSU would bring in they'd bring in former player, or not former player, but Loyola coach Drew Valentine.
Yeah.
Related to Denzel Valentine would be the coach in waiting. Tom Izzo built this program. Michigan State University does not have a good reputation, and if you take him away, you'll have a lot of students that won't be interested in coming here. Look, I'd make the point that he is more valuable in the community than people realize, but I would hope you're not picking where you're going to school based on who the basketball coach is, especially if you don't play basketball.
Oh, I think that's a large part of what...
You think people pick MSU because Tom Izzo's the coach?
I think people pick schools... Whenever a team has success,
I know there's
a bump in applications to that school.
It's the Flutie effect. When he had that play, Boston College admissions went up. Right? I know there's studies that back this, but I just think it's hilarious with what college costs and how important it is to prioritize what you're going to be doing post college. That you would let any coach of a team you don't even play for weigh into where you go to school.
Well, you weigh in the college experience and athletics. Going to games, if you're not a player, going to those games is a part of the college experience. Same thing with Saturdays in the fall. What's that experience going to be like? What do I want my next 4 years to feel like, and what do I want to be doing?
But John, let's say someone could...
I'm not saying it's the only thing that makes the decision, but it's part of it.
I was going to do a comparison with Michigan State, but then I know it's going to turn into a different thing. I was just going to say, let's say you want to go to the Ross Business School, you want to go to business, but you love Tom Izzo, so you go to MSU. That would seem silly to me. Well, I like Izzo and want to be in the Izzone. But you got a job you got to go get. Like, going to college is about preparing you for the professional world.
I agree. That's why I say it's a part of the equation. It's not the deciding factor, but if you have two places that are similar, like, what's my college experience going to be like?
Bye-bye, Izzo. It's time to get with the times. Old man's not got it anymore. Go green, go white. Text says, Izzo is just doing the attention tour this week and making stuff up because he can't deal with Michigan being the rock show now. Hey, morning show, you do realize Izzo won the Big Ten last season by 3 games. Only on Blue Wall Radio would this be a topic. Why would you stoop so low? Glenn in Lake Orion.
Okay, so first, let's address that. I just got done for the last basically 15 or 20 minutes saying I don't want Coach Izzo to leave.
That's because you know he's not going to grow or adapt, and you've got him right where you want him.
And I also said, if you remove Michigan from the equation, would I love for Coach Izzo to win another national title just so I could see it done the old school way? Yes.
Yeah, but I didn't hear it because it doesn't agree with me.
Right.
Let's go to Matt. You're on 97.1.
Thanks for taking my call. And, John, you and my daughters are both Michigan alumni, so go Blue.
Go Blue.
So with that said, I guess I can kind of pick and choose as a Michigan fan, and I know I'm being very situational. For me in basketball, it doesn't make a difference to me with the transfer portal, only because, I mean, for the longest times, you have a lot of players that are like one and dones. So to me, a transfer portal, I'm okay with it in college basketball. The only thing is when it comes to football, and this is where I might be slightly hypocritical, it's typically athletes need at least, I mean, coming out as a sophomore is unheard of practically, but at least 3 years or 4 years to develop. So I guess the rotational roster sort of, sours it a little bit. But I guess in college basketball, I'm fine with it only because it's not unheard of for athletes just to stick around for a year, maybe two, and then go on to the next step. I guess maybe with the transfer portal and the NIL, perhaps they'll actually stay around longer because they might be able to make more money in college than they can in the pros.
Well, I think it plays into guys like Dante Moore who came back to school that you're incentivized financially to do so. So there is a world where not all players, but some players end up staying because of NIL.
Sure. And, I mean, we've seen it in college football. A guy comes back for an extra year. Quarterbacks are doing it. Dante Moore's a great example, but there are other quarterbacks that have Carson Beck going to Miami, got paid.
Yep.
And, I mean, I don't think there's anybody sitting here thinking he's going to be a great NFL quarterback. Certainly he could be a number two or could be a developmental guy.
No, but he could get paid more money at Miami last year than he will in the NFL this season.
Yeah.
So it's a pathway to, I think it's specifically quarterbacks. I mean, and to his point, college football more than college hoops. But Yax is maybe an example, right? I mean, didn't Yax explore the NBA last year and ultimately decide to come to Michigan?
Right.
I mean, if he wasn't allowed to get paid at all at Michigan, I mean, there are some athletes who would say, man, I want the money. I mean, maybe short-sighted, but I'm going to go get paid in the NBA today. Instead, Yax comes to Michigan, plays another year of college hoops. I think he'll be in the late lottery. I mean, it probably benefited him and he got paid to do it.
Yeah.
How many of the elite freshmen this year would have been in last year's NBA draft, if not for NIL?
Yeah, one text says that they love this, actually. Not only do they tolerate it, but they love that this change has happened to college sports.
Well,
I don't know if you go that far, John.
It's also spread the talent around because if I can't get paid at Michigan or Ohio State, but I'm still, a former 4 or 5 star recruit, I can go to any number of other schools and get paid. And now it does spread that talent around. I don't want to be a backup receiver at Ohio State if I can go be the number one receiver somewhere else.
Yeah.
Does it not keep good players in college longer and therefore elevate the talent level and elevate the quality of play in the sport? That's
Correct.
a good thing.
Yeah. Not the top talent, but some of that talent that would have been late round picks or second round picks in the NBA.
It lets the B talent stick around and become B plus talent and give familiarity and better rosters. Yeah, that's one side of this. 248-539-9797 for all calls and texts. We've got the 2 Grand Slam and Heather's News next, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, opening day is finally here this week, and I've got your drink for the season. Surfside iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea with summer in mind. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar with no bubbles, and they're a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Surfside's iced tea or lemonade variety packs are so good, and with no carbonation, they're super easy to drink. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes. Surfside iced tea and vodka. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Before we get to Dear John, before we get to the 2 Grand Slam, it's Heather with the news.
All right, so as you get ready to head down to Comerica Park this season, it's important to be aware of what you can and cannot bring into the ballpark. And this year, there is a few new items on the prohibited list, including glasses with video recording capabilities. You can't bring those into the ballpark.
Damn it.
I know. Other things you're not allowed to bring in are all basic things you've probably
How are they
heard
gonna
before.
know?
Don't get caught, I guess.
Okay.
If they're like the Meta glasses, or I don't know if those even record, they do look different.
Sure.
Hey, the creepy guy keeps staring at women with the sunglasses on. I think he might have a camera in there, and someone looks at it and goes, "You're not supposed to have this."
Other things, you can't bring like air horns, fog horns, aerosol cans, animals, unless it's a service animal, banners, signs, flags larger than 11 by 17. So make sure you got those dimensions. Bottles, glass, aluminum, laser pointers, outside food and beverages of any kind, except you can bring a single bottle of water in a clear factory sealed plastic container that is 20 ounces or less. So there are, just be aware, you can go online and look at the long list. Now, there's a lot of things you can bring, but I think for women in particular, you want to know about the bags, right? You cannot bring a purse or a bag, but you can bring like a single compartment bag, a wallet, a clutch that is smaller than 4 inches by 6 inches by 1.5 inches. What I typically bring is like the Lululemon belt bag. I've never had issues with that at any of, whether it's Comerica Park or Ford Field. It's pretty much that dimension. So you can still fit your wallet, your lip gloss, your whatever.
Anything you might need.
Yeah, that you might need. There is an exception for diaper bags and medical bags. Those can be brought in 16 inches by 16 inches by 8 inches for those types of things. And there's a lot of things you can bring, right? You can bring those battery-operated handheld fans on those really hot days. You can bring binoculars and blankets. You can bring in baseballs. You can bring in cameras, but you cannot have those detachable lens larger than 8 inches. It can't be like a professional camera. Those lenses anyway. Lots of things you can bring. There are strollers permitted, headphones, face paint. So you can go online and check it out. But it's going to be so much fun. And when it comes to opening day, the Tigers have announced pregame festivities, which will include, who's going to throw out the first pitch and who's going to perform the national anthem. So they say if you're headed down on Friday, it's recommended that you are in your seats by 12:35 so you don't miss out on all the fun. So after all of the player and coach introductions, the Tigers will observe a moment of silence to honor some of the team legends that passed away since last season. Then performing the national anthem will be R&B singer, songwriter, and Detroit native Angela Davis. Her performance will be followed by a flyover, which is always cool. You don't want to miss that. And then you'll have Brandon Inge throwing out the first pitch, the ceremonial first pitch.
Cool.
Yeah, very cool. It's going to be lots of fun. An astronaut with Michigan ties has blasted off on a major historic space mission. On Wednesday, Christina Cook, who was born in Grand Rapids, wasn't necessarily raised there. She grew up in another state, but does still have relatives in the Grand Rapids area, joined 3 other NASA astronauts on a 10-day flight around the moon. So the Artemis II crew launched from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida right around 6:35 p.m., and it's considered the most ambitious U.S. space mission in decades and a major step towards returning humans to the lunar surface. So the journey...
You hear that, John? Returning to the lunar surface.
It will take the crew further from Earth than any humans have traveled before. And when it comes to Cook, she will be the first woman ever assigned, or she's up there. She's the first woman ever assigned to a lunar mission. Pretty cool. She's got a long list of accomplishments, which is pretty neat. So
to clarify, they're not going to land on the moon.
They're not landing on the moon. No. They're just going around the moon.
And it's going to take like 6 days.
It's 10 days. It's a
to
10-day mission.
Yeah. 6 days to get there.
And then 4 days to
yeah.
get back.
Oh, yes, to get there. Yes. Pretty cool. Hey, if you want to win $2,000, give us a call now for your chance to play the 2 Grand Slam. 248-539-9797. Finally, Detroit fire crews battled this really large fire on Wednesday afternoon at the historic Maccabees building on the campus of Wayne State University. Officials there say that an air handling unit outside of the 11th floor ignited in an electrical fire, and thankfully nobody was injured. They actually say the building suffered mainly water damage, but the electrical damage is still being assessed, and the building remains closed while those damages are being surveyed. Once that's all complete, everything will open up. Businesses were open at the time the fire broke out, and there was one freshman student, Maria Whitaker, that was in the middle of lunch. She was serving lunch, working at Shields Pizza when the fire broke out. So she had an interesting take on it. She was there serving tables. She's like, I literally had the tray in my hand. She said when a homeless person actually ran in and said, hey, do you guys know that the building is on fire? Like, shocking information to hear. And the fire chief says, hey, we handled this perfectly. Is giving praise to everybody involved, said it went down like clockwork. We were able to get everyone out. No injuries reported, and got everything under control quickly. So
cool.
Yeah.
You want to give some money away?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, like you heard, your chance to win $2,000, 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly.
This morning, we go to St. Clair Shores, where we find Matt. Matt, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey.
How you doing?
Doing well.
All right. You sound like you're
energized and ready to go.
Yeah, I'm excited to be on again.
All right.
Again?
How'd you do last time?
Yeah, it's a couple of years ago.
How'd you do?
I think I got 7.
Ooh, pretty good, Matt. All
We're
right.
professional
So
here.
you're aware of all the rules. You can say pass. We'll get back to it if there's enough time. But you're ready to go. So here we go. The timer starts right now. The Tigers play this team tomorrow.
Pass.
Michigan men's basketball plays this team in the Final Four on Saturday.
Arizona.
Who won the Oscar for Best Actor this year?
Michael B. Jordan.
The Bulls waived this former Piston earlier this week.
Jaden Ivey.
What is the most populous city in Texas?
Houston.
Who sang the 2018 hit High Hopes?
Pass.
Who is the current host of Jeopardy?
Ken Jennings.
Who was the starting pitcher for the Tigers last night?
Tariq Skubal.
Is 9 a prime number?
No.
What is the first book of the Bible?
Genesis.
The Tigers play this team tomorrow.
St. Louis.
Who sang the 2018 hit High Hopes?
Panic at the Disco.
Whoa!
Yeah, let's go! Matt, my man, went from 7 to $2,000. Well done.
Nice work, Matt.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wow,
I got a little nervous there.
So much, guys.
Did you? Do you feel like your experience, having done this before, paid off?
Oh my God, there's so many times where I'm like, I would have got that one. Let's go. And so I'm just so happy I got through. And today was the one that I actually got them. Like it's probably, I don't know, 1 out of every 10 I can get, I think.
All right.
What are you going to spend the $2,000 on?
Oh, I'm sure my wife has some ideas.
Happy wife, happy life, Matt.
That's the way it works.
Yep.
Well, Matt, we'll put you on hold. We can go through it, but you got all of them, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah. Did you think he was going to do it? At what point were you certain he was going to get it?
I didn't think he was going to get the last one that he passed on. That was the Panic at the Disco, the 2018 hit High Hopes. He passed on that one so quickly. I was like, I don't think it's in his wheelhouse.
I got nervous right off the bat when he passed on number 1. I was like, oh, come on. But he did great. He passed just twice, which is, I think, ideal. Any more passes, we might not have gotten back to it. So
Tigers play the Cardinals tomorrow. Michigan plays Arizona in the Final Four on Saturday. Michael B. Jordan won the Oscar for Best Actor.
So let me ask this question to the judges behind. If he had just said Michael Jordan, would we have given it to him?
It's technically his name, but it's not what he's known as.
But it's not. It's not the GOAT. It's not Michael Jordan.
These are questions they don't have to answer because he just said Michael
I would
B.
say
Jordan.
yes because there's no other. It's the actor part of it.
Right. Yeah.
Name a famous person or so. I don't. You're just clouding everything, John.
What if you said Mike Jordan?
I thought it was a legitimate.
What if he just said Jordan?
Yes.
The Bulls waived Jaden Ivey. Houston is the most populous city in Texas. Panic at the Disco with the hit High Hopes. Ken Jennings is the current host of Jeopardy. Tarek Skubal pitched yesterday. How about the Greg question in here? Is 9 a prime number? No, you could divide it by more than one in
Just
itself.
one.
Yep. And the first book in the Bible.
Genesis.
There you go.
Yes. Went full biblical on him.
That's right.
Hey, the 2 Grand Slam on Thursday is brought to you by Feminine Law. Get David, get paid.
We're going to talk Tiger baseball coming up at the end of the hour as we get set. It's opening day eve. Dear John is next. You want a little teaser on that, John?
Yeah, what do we got?
We have time to move on, question mark.
Okay.
Murder and wife spending money. Boy, that's timely.
What's she going to spend $2,000 on?
Dear John, I just won the 2 Grand Slam. It's 97-1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of your list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven a Ram. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, not much of a competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with just a 4-cylinder engine? We talk about power. You want power? Hey, are you really going to pass anybody with only a 4-banger under the hood? Not going to happen. Full-size Ram 1500 is also built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also offers that 5-link coil suspension I've been talking about, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do, pull into your Ram dealer today, and let me tell you this, just start one, and you're going to hear the difference.
Send them in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Today, it's a question of time to move on, a question about murder, and the wife spending too much money.
All right, I'm going to kick things off. This is the time to move on question.
Okay.
Dear John, I've been with my boyfriend for 6 months and it's getting pretty serious. He's been divorced for 4 years, but still has his wedding photos and family photos on display. It seems kind of weird that he still has them out. Is this a sign he's not that interested in me, that he's still holding on to his relationship with his ex-wife? Or should I just accept it and it's not a big deal?
It's awkward. I mean, if you said they've been divorced for 4 years.
That's what this says. He's been divorced for 4 years.
I mean, I've been through that, and I mean, I would not have any pictures up with my ex, especially if I have a new girlfriend that is coming over. I would like to think that I'm considerate enough for her that I'm not going to throw any of my past relationships in her face. Obviously, she knows I was married. She probably even knows who it was. She's seen pictures of them, but I don't have to have those out. If there's kids, and you mentioned family photos.
Yeah.
I had plenty of pictures with me and just the kids, and they were all on display. If you want to see your mom, go over to her house. You want to see pictures with you and your mom, go over to her house. It would be weird. Now, here's the other thing. Dudes, it's kind of a different thing because how many times do you actually change the pictures in your picture frames?
His ex-wife probably put those pictures up and he's never touched them since they got divorced.
Right, yeah. Or if he had to pack up and move, like he just put the same pictures out. Like, so I think there is part of that. Here's what I would say. Bring it up and say, hey, we're starting to get pretty serious. Maybe can we have some pictures of you and I in your house instead of your ex-wife?
It's probably that he's lazy, but on the off chance that he's not over this relationship, huge red flag. It's been 4 years. Why is the wedding photo still up?
Right.
The ones with the kids and the mom maybe is a little more palatable.
Yeah,
Her
do
in
they
a
have
wedding
kids?
dress?
Does he have kids? I wonder. Like, that changes it a little bit. Is this woman still alive? That also changes it.
It is different if you're a widow.
Because he's
Sure.
not widowed, but they got divorced 4 years
Right.
ago. If she's passed away, I can understand it a little bit more because it's a little different. But it's weird.
Yeah, because
Take it down.
there's no going back at that point.
It's weird.
The wedding photo. She's in her wedding dress still in your house.
Let me ask you this.
4 years.
How long have you been married, Jim?
5 years.
All right. Do you have any wedding photos that are still on display?
No.
You don't? I've been married almost 12 years soon. We've got lots of wedding photos on display.
Really?
I love pictures, you guys. I've got lots. I've got a huge wedding photo in our hallway. I've got several wedding photos on our big shelf in our family room. Oh yeah.
So we only have one picture up from our wedding. We got married 7 years ago, going on 7 years. And actually that wedding photo is of me and the kids. And Lisa's not in. We took that one before, and that's one that we have up, but we don't have those on display anymore.
I've got some on my nightstand. We have wedding photos everywhere.
Huh.
Yeah. This is one of the best days of my life.
Murder.
Oh, we're going from divorce to marriage to murder. Are these two related?
Dear John, I bought a home out on the lakeshore with my wife, and we loved it. Oh, loved. Past tense. Been there about 3 months. It's a bigger home with not one but two garages. One attached and another that we can use as a workshop.
Oh.
The area's great and so are our neighbors, but recently one of them was acting kind of weird about our home, so we ended up going down a rabbit hole, and it turns out there was a murder-suicide that took place and it wasn't disclosed. We even now know where it happened, the laundry room, and it has us all shaken up. We can't afford to turn around and sell it this quick. Can we go after our realtor? And if we're stuck here, how do I settle my wife's nerves down at the very least?
That's a tough one to answer because it wouldn't bother me. Like,
people die all the time.
Yeah, people die all the time. Like, wash it and repaint it, and you're good to go. Like,
people die in homes all the time, but they're not murdered.
Okay,
And
yeah,
a
but
murder-suicide is different than she was 98 and passed away up in the bedroom on her,
right,
like,
but
sleeping.
obviously the murderer is still on the loose because
It was a murder-suicide. It wouldn't
no
bother
loose
me
ends?
at all.
Yeah.
It wouldn't bother me at all either, but I'm
no,
just saying
but
it is
in
different.
regards to like, okay, but I understand the wife's perspective of like she's a little unsettled, like somebody died here. Are there ghosts here? Like I don't believe in ghosts either, so that's probably why it doesn't bother me. I don't know.
The only shame is they didn't get the dead person discount.
Exactly. They go through the realtor
Right.
because they had to pay more.
I'm stumped on this one. I don't know how you would settle your wife's nerves down. Like, does she not even want to go into that part of the house anymore?
Maybe you could say, let's save some money and we can remodel
We can tear off
it and tear
that
it
part
down.
of the building and
Yes.
put a laundry room in, in
Sure.
another area.
We'll remodel.
Yeah, there you go.
Not bad. Okay, last one. Wife spending money. Dear John, I go on a fishing trip every year with my friends. It's a pretty rustic setting, so the biggest expense is the gas we use getting there. I love the trip, but one of the reasons we go on this is because it's manageable expense-wise for all of us. My wife and I are comfortable financially, but we still keep a close eye on our spending. Every year when I come home from my trip, my wife has bought something for herself. For example, last year when I came home, I noticed she bought an expensive purse. The year before, it was an expensive pair of dress shoes. I don't really care, but it seems like she feels or has a license to buy herself a gift because I'm leaving for a week with my buddies. She goes on a yearly girls trip that costs lots more than my fishing trip. Should I ask her why she does it or just accept that it's part of the cost of the trip?
First, I would say, yeah, have a conversation. And if she feels like she gets something because I'm going on a trip, I think there's an issue there. I don't think that should be a part of the expense of your trip. On the flip side, do you disclose everything to your wife that you buy?
Right.
And while the trip may not cost anything, rods, reels, lures, all of that stuff does. And hey, if she just says, yeah, you're going on this trip, so I'm going to go and get myself something special, then next time she goes on her trip, get yourself a couple new rods, a couple new reels. And I guarantee you, it's not like hers. She's not going to notice.
Well, is she allowed to get herself a purse at all during the year? It just happens to coincide with the trip. Is that what bothers him?
Well, I think it's every time he goes on the trip, that's when he comes back and all of a sudden there's something new that is a little pricier.
Maybe it's just coincidence because, of course, she is allowed to go buy a new purse. She probably needs new shoes, and it just happens to be that she does those things. Maybe she's got time to shop when he's not around, so it happens to just she can get out there and go find what she wants.
I would say if it bothers you, have the conversation. Sure. But if you're doing fine financially,
that's the key here.
Don't
sweat it then.
She's probably going to buy it at some point in time.
Right. I don't check and look at everything that my wife buys, and she certainly doesn't check and monitor what I'm doing as well. So I think at the base of it, get over it, dude.
It's Dear John. I wonder how many of these the advice could just be get over it,
dude.
Get
over it, dude. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I go back to the first one, and it kind of took a turn for the worse when Heather said, well, is she dead?
Well, okay, because I can accept that. I can accept that, okay, maybe it's even though you're divorced and maybe you have kids, and if she's no longer with us, you want to have something to remember her by.
Yeah, but if she's still alive and the wedding photos are out, and let's just say she's a total smoke show,
he's got to take him down if he's got a new girlfriend.
Yeah. You should not have your wedding photos. That's the one I would say you don't have to quote, just get over it.
Yeah.
The dead people and your wife spending some money, you're going to have to get over it.
They're
already dead. Get over it, dude. We could rename the segment, Get Over It, Dude. It's Dear John. Send him in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1.
All right, you guys, just a quick heads up. Michigan Hair Restoration is one of those places where if you wait too long, you're going to end up on a wait list. Dr. Mark Berkowitz has been doing hair restoration for over 30 years, and he does intentionally limit how many patients he takes at one time. So when that consultation calendar fills, it closes, and yes, there is a wait list. So So I know a lot of guys look into flying overseas for their hair restoration because it seems cheaper. You know, Turkey, I've heard, come up a lot. But what you don't necessarily think about is the follow-up care. You know, what happens if something doesn't go perfectly once you're home? This is medical. Follow-up matters. Accountability matters. And Michigan Hair Restoration is local, medically supervised, and the same team is with you before, during, and after. Dr. B has trusted this process enough to have it done himself. He's also performed it on his own son, and that tells you everything. So if hair loss has been on your mind, this is one of those moments where waiting usually means missing your window. Go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today and request a consultation before you're out of time.
Got some feedback on Dear John on this rainy Thursday. Get it all out of your system.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow,
beautiful.
Supposed to be 71. Updated forecast without rain for opening day. At least get it out of the way early in the day. Get it out of the way today. And on to tomorrow. We're going to talk Tiger baseball, but some of your feedback. Maybe the boyfriend is just a bit lazy and hasn't taken the photos down. Is he still living in the same home he was when he was married and the photos are still up? If you're getting serious, this should be something you can talk about, Jeff in Petoskey.
I agree. And I mean, that's why I asked the question, like, how often do you change the pictures in the picture frames in your house? I know I don't even think about it.
No, I don't either. This is, John, it's laziness. The guy doesn't want, if the guy doesn't want his ex, if the guy wasn't over his ex, the girlfriend would know it from his demeanor and his actions. He just doesn't care about decor. That's Steve in Livonia.
Yeah.
So Bridezilla has wedding photos plastered all over her house. Shocker, Roy in Clarkston.
They're not plastered. I mean, they're
the wallpaper's a bit much.
Tastefully selected
Yes.
all over the house.
I'm just picturing it like wallpaper of the wedding photos.
Is it just a reminder
A reminder.
to Colin? Yeah.
No, they're beautiful photos.
I don't doubt that. Guys, married over 40 years. We're still together. I have a wedding photo of us on my dresser in the bedroom. I look at it every day. Richard in Birmingham.
I have a picture of Lisa and I when we were dating that's still on my desk, but I don't have one of our wedding day.
I mean, I spent a lot of money on those photos. They're going to be displayed.
I get
and
it.
also, now that they're framed, I'm not changing them. I've
Yeah.
just added all the kids around it, you know?
Oh, okay.
Heather, you have way too many wedding pictures, it sounds like.
You wouldn't even notice them if you walked through my house.
You asked if
I
you
don't
was,
think you would.
says if you would be cool, it seems like you have too many. What's too many? How many? If you had to count.
Well, we have one in the a weird like the foyer-ish
Yeah.
area.
So everybody knows when they come in the house that you guys are married.
I guess it's just a really cool photo. It's like it doesn't matter, John. It's a cool photo. So I've got that. I've got two on a shelf in the 1, 2, 3, 4. I can count 4. I've got 4, and they're all in different rooms. It's not like
the way she said it. Didn't it feel like it was like 12 or 15?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like there's one next to the
we have
to the
two.
bed.
We've got 2 on the big shelf in our family room that has tons of photos.
So they're not all in different rooms.
There's 2 in there. There's one in the foyer. There's one in the bedroom. 4.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like.
And
this.
they're like-
We're just giving you a hard time.
One's a 5x7. It's not like they're like huge photos.
There's
One's
one-
an 8x-
There's not one on the mantle that when everybody comes in, it's
No.
like, oh, it's
No,
got the
it's not
spotlight
like
on.
that. It's not like that.
It's
No.
displayed with special custom
Uh-huh.
lighting.
Yeah.
There's one on the fridge, one next to the blender in the
And
kitchen.
those lights
Yes.
never turn off. Yeah, even in the middle of the night. It's
Costa, you need at least one wedding picture in your house. It's weird to me you don't have any. That's coming from Ann Arbor. Well, if you don't do a wedding, you don't really
Right.
have like professional photos. I have photos of my wife and I in our home.
correct. Yes, probably put there by your wife.
We have some from our honeymoon where we were in Hawaii.
Right.
Yeah.
But have you actually printed one out and actually put it in the
She
frame?
had them blown up and printed out and framed and all that stuff. Yeah. Okay, on the murder question.
Oh yeah.
You settle your wife's nerves by reassuring her that you will not kill her in this house.
Yeah, it's not something that comes with the house. I am curious for realtors out there because they said that they weren't notified beforehand. Like, what can they do? Can they go back to the realtor? Is this something that has to be disclosed, or is it only the mechanical parts of the house?
I don't know.
I thought
Issues with the house.
murder had to be disclosed, but I don't know if it actually has to be.
It might vary on the state. I don't know what Michigan's
If
rule
there's
is,
a law on it, or
I don't know.
Is there
'Cause it
an
does-
actual recourse that you could take?
That's another great question that we don't have an answer to. But to your point, Heather, if someone dies in their sleep, does that have to be disclosed? Does
No.
that depend
I
how the
don't
person
think.
dies? I don't know.
Because, I mean,
Somebody
it's
could have died in the house I live in right now.
Someone probably
I have no
did.
idea.
I mean, depending how old
Maybe.
the house is. I mean,
Yeah,
I still get all their mail, so I think they're still alive.
yeah.
I don't know.
that doesn't mean. I mean, they could be dead and still get mail.
Yeah, but they're yeah, maybe, but I'm pretty sure they're still alive just from the type of mail I'm seeing.
Tex wants to know if it was a hatchet job. Well, we'd have to ask them if they did the research.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess you'd want to know how.
It did say murder suicide. Is that how you want to take yourself out?
With a hatchet?
Probably not.
No, probably not. So then you got to wonder about the splatter.
Well, yeah.
That's awful.
Get a couple hacks in. Man, this does suck.
Yeah. How can I speed this up?
Sounds like his wife just doesn't want to do the laundry.
Yeah, could be. Yeah.
I just can't be in that room.
Can't be in that room. Yeah. I'll do the laundry. I just don't want to fold it. So I'll bring it out so you can fold it somewhere else.
That's very generous, helpful. Not disclosing a murder is grounds for a huge lawsuit. That's Eric and Macomb. I don't know if that's true. Okay. Did Heather make wedding magnets and pass them out to all the guests?
I did not. No. People do that for like save the dates. I didn't know there's no magnets. I'm not a fan of magnets.
A save the date magnet?
Weird. I don't like magnets. I don't like clutter on a refrigerator.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever gotten I've gotten some save the dates, but it's never been a magnet style.
But what do you do with save the dates? A lot of times you do put them on a refrigerator.
Not me.
We have one right now.
Well, I
don't
put it in my
anything on my
calendar and then I
refrigerator.
throw away the
okay.
save the date.
Yeah.
So you no longer need it.
Well, then why even should people even send save the dates? And if they're going to go right in the dumpster, just group text everybody. Hey, be there on the 18th.
That says the guy that didn't have an official wedding. Well, you had an official wedding.
Yes,
but,
I'm legally married, John.
Yes, yeah.
So if Colin hangs a picture on the wall, is it only waist high?
It always goes back to that, doesn't it?
No, he can use a ladder.
Don't say anything about your wife's trip. Head straight to the store. Buy a live scope for your fish finder.
Oh, yeah.
Tell the Dear John guy whose wife spends money while he's on the fishing trip you got off easy. My sister bought a $9,000 hot tub while my brother-in-law and I were on a hunting trip.
Ooh, wow.
That's a purchase you got to run by the other person.
Yeah. Well, and so on Twitch, it was, hey, maybe it's someone else getting her a gift. And then the follow-up is find out who buys the gift. Could be the neighbor.
Oh, no.
Hey, once a year. We don't have to make this thing a full-time deal. Why don't you send them fishing more often?
Real estate agents do not need to disclose murder in the house. It's a non-material piece of information. That is Michigan law from an unnamed
Really?
texter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Cookies probably has...
Just in case.
Just so you know, Cookies probably has random photos from his adults-only cruise.
Yeah.
Do you have pictures of Roomba?
We do have pictures of Roomba.
See?
You'll love this. We had some custom photos taken of Roomba with a pet photographer.
Oh,
my
no! Are you kidding me?
But wedding photos, Heather, are over the top. But let me tell you what we've got.
Yeah, we've got, yeah.
That's it. That's it, Ruben. Now paw at me. Rawr, let's see it. Rawr, see those teeth.
Did you dress it up?
What do you mean dress it up?
Did you put him in a
Did you
suit?
put a little hat
No, we
on
didn't
him?
put him in a suit or a little hat. You got like a little button-up vest on.
Yeah, I mean, you said you posed him.
Oh my gosh! I should send you some of them, John. You'll get a kick out of it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll get a real good kick out of that.
Actually,
yeah.
I probably shouldn't. It's only going to come back
You
to
got those
haunt me.
pineapple pictures up?
That's what people want to know. How many of those are on display? And another says, guys, I love Cookie Jar and Dear John. Some of my favorite parts of the week.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, this says, keep it up. Show keeps getting better and better. We'll talk Tiger baseball. Need that offense to get better and better. We'll talk about it in the 8 o'clock hour. Some jarring numbers, but also only 6 games into the season. Level of concern we'll explore next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Despite a good start from Tarek Skubal yesterday, the Tigers lost 1-0 to the Diamondbacks in a pitcher's duel. While Skubal did only give up 1 run in the form of a first-inning solo shot to Corbin Carroll, it was a bit of an atypical start for him with only 3 strikeouts in 7 innings. A.J. Hinch talked about what made it different for Skubal after the game. It will be Framber Valdez on the mound tomorrow for opening day from Comerica Park. First pitch at 1:10. Michigan point guard Elliot Cadeau is going to be okay after an allergic reaction hospitalized him yesterday before Michigan left for the Final Four. He was taken out on a stretcher and ambulance to a local hospital and was expected to make a full recovery before rejoining the team. He should be good for their game on Saturday. Tiger Woods is no longer a candidate to be Team USA's 2027 Ryder Cup captain. He removed his name from the running this morning as he continues to step away from golf after his latest dramatic vehicle crash. And the Pistons face the Timberwolves at LCA tonight. Before that, the team will reevaluate Cade Cunningham today, 2 weeks after he was diagnosed with a collapsed lung. Tip-off against Minnesota at 7 o'clock tonight. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, get it out of your system before we talk Tiger baseball.
This was August 12 of 2023.
Oh, my gosh.
Do you ever clean your feet, or are they still on there?
Oh, they're still there.
Okay, yeah. Go to Jim Costa _, his Instagram page.
I don't post a ton. You're not going to have to scroll too far back. But you guys are seeing these?
I am seeing these, yes.
Gosh, the last few are my favorite. Like, I understand, like, this is what I was picturing. Pictures of just Roomba.
Mm-hmm.
But then the last ones are like you've just had a new baby.
Right, yeah.
And you're posing on your, that's what they do. You get on the bed and the infant's laying there, but instead it's not a baby, it's Roomba. And you guys are in the background. It's fabulous.
Your wife showing off the cat.
Mm-hmm.
John, those are very different photos.
Oh, no.
You went there.
Oh, no.
You went there.
You went there.
Oh, no. I would have never said anything like
so
that.
over the line, John. How dare you?
Better yet, you're holding your cat.
Oh, no, John. Look, we could do the roast of Jim Costa. Get it out of your system, and then we'll get to the Tigers.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, the cat just peeking around the side
So
of the
if
house.
you get a new cat, will you take these ones down?
Yeah, I don't want to make the new cat jealous.
Exactly.
His next cat's
No
all
one
over.
likes a jealous cat.
Oh, What's your favorite one?
What do I have to pick?
Heather said her favorite one was one of the last two.
Yeah, with you guys on like this one because
Yeah, it's like a family photo.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jim. I got to say, I guess I just love them all.
Wow. Warm and kind. Thank you, John. All right.
Goes with your stock. I can't believe they don't have one with your stocking.
The Mew stocking?
The Mew, yes.
Okay. All right. We do have some Tom Izzo audio for later in the hour and a question inspired by Ryan Day, of all people, but it impacts Michigan.
Also a cat fan.
Cat enthusiast, as they would say. But let's talk Tigers offense. And I mean, I do not want to panic. I'm not sounding any alarm bells at all, but I want to just give people some numbers from the start of the season. They're 2-4. They've lost 4 straight games, swept in the desert. They've been shut out twice in the 6 games. They have 1 home run as a team, and they've only scored in 2 of their last 36, make it 37 innings. The heart of the order, Carp, Green, Torque, batting 149 with a 420 OPS. They have 3 total extra base hits and 26 strikeouts.
Well, and I mean, honestly, throw Torres in there as well. It's not like he's not going to raise their average a ton.
So what is the level of concern? Because while it is only 6 games, I know people listening were frustrated at the finish of last year at the plate and the lack of moves in the offseason for the offense. So the level of concern you have is what?
I think my biggest concern, I've mentioned this a couple of times, is the fact that there's a power outage. And it's not even that they're not making contact. It's that when they do, there's no power behind it. You got 1 home run in 6 games. Do I think that this is going to be the Tigers throughout the course of the year? No. I'm not going to overreact to that. I do want to see them play at home. I just want to see them get in a rhythm. I think Kerry Carpenter will eventually find his rhythm. We mentioned that yesterday. or maybe it was earlier in the week when he had the right after the 4 strikeout performance. I think there's so much that is still there that they haven't tapped into, and they're going to find their rhythm. I think the bigger question is Riley Green going to have another strikeout season like he did last year?
That's the biggest question. I think some of it is you're going to get streakiness from the middle guys. What's most encouraging to me is Keith and McGonigal look like people with professional approaches. Of the streaky guys, Riley is the most streaky, and he has to cut down on the strikeouts. If he's the guy he was at the end of last season, all-star and all, there's flaws in that swing, and that offense will be held back because of it.
Yeah. You look across the league, and like there are really good hitters that have started off slow. Cal Rowley started off slow. Shohei Ohtani, he started off slow. Does anybody think that they're going to now? Okay, I'm not comparing these guys. They're not going to have Cal Rowley or Shohei Ohtani seasons.
We're not saying we're currently disappointed in Riley. It's just something you're going to need him to break out of.
Yes, and I just go back to the home runs. Like there's absolutely no power. And if you look at the home run totals for teams, the Detroit Tigers are dead last with only 1 home run. The Giants have 3, Padres have 3, and it obviously goes up from there to where the Angels have 10, the Pirates have 10, and so it's that to me is the bigger concern.
Yeah.
It's just a complete lack of power. Now you could say, well,
Colt Keith had, Gators so upset at this ballpark in Arizona, had 2 that were near home runs.
Right.
McGonigal had 1 robbed in San Diego. To me, the biggest thing is McGonigal's on this team. He was not on last year's team. If they didn't add Kevin McGonigal, I do think it'd be breathing into some brown paper bags for people, because it would just be last year's team that faltered at the end, faltered in the playoffs, faltering to start the season. What's really going to be different? What can we expect to be different? Well, if I'm going to answer what's going to be different, it's got to be McGonigal, right? McGonigal's what's different. He's hitting 360. He's on base twice yesterday.
Right. It's Colt Keith that we feel like in year 3 is finally hitting the rhythm that this is what we expected, maybe even last year, not necessarily his rookie season, but last year after the contract that they gave him, as a minor league ball player.
I think we're in this transition where you have some of the guys who came up in the minors under the old system, the Carps, Greens, and Torques, who are streaky hitters, and I think look, Carp's going to get an 800 OPS when all is said and done.
Yeah.
Riley Green, strikeouts and all, is still going to deliver 800 OPS seasons. Torque has flirted with it and hit 30 home runs 2 of the last 3 seasons. They're going to have some ebbs and flows. What's going to stabilize this lineup are guys who, even when they're not making big contact and hitting homers, are still going to draw walks and get on base. It's got to be guys like Colt Keith and Kevin McGonigal and Dylan Dingler and Gleyber Torres that sustain the lineup through inevitable spikes, peaks, and valleys along the way. And the fact that they have those guys, and those guys, specifically the top 2, Keith and McGonigal, are doing the job, is why I'm not panicking.
Yeah.
We've got open lines, and you're making some faces. Are people texting stuff in or twitching comments in?
Oh no, I'm just replaying the pictures in my head.
I'm getting a lot of likes on the post right now, so people have found it. Let's go to the phones. Bill in Canton. Bill, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you. John, go blue, man. Got a big weekend ahead of us tonight and Saturday. So
yes, we do. Go blue.
My thing on the Tigers is, and people might say I'm crazy, but I don't really think the Tigers are that good, to be honest with you, because Scott Harris brought out the same lineup as last year. And what did they do last year? They led the league pretty much in strikeouts. They've already got, 40, 50 strikeouts in the first 6 games.
660.
So they don't see the ball well. They before you know it, it's 0-2, and then they're swinging at a bad pitch or they're popping it up or something. And I just don't think it's a very good hitting lineup. I just don't think they're very good, and the pitching has imploded. I mean, besides Skubal and Mize and I forget the other guy they got from Texas. Or Houston. Who else do you have? I mean, I don't know. I'm just not very confident right now in the Tigers. I am going to opening day on Friday. I got some free tickets. I am going, but I'm just not really super confident right now in the Tigers.
Well, Bill, I think you bring up a good point too, because they're pretty much picking up where they left off at the end of last year. What caused that epic slide to lose that 15.5 game lead that they had over the Guardians? The fact that the bats went completely dead.
Ice cold, yeah.
And they're starting the same way.
Yeah, right, but at the same time, Bill, they didn't have Valdez last year. They were throwing Chris Paddock and Charlie Morton out there.
Yeah.
That should help minimize losing streaks, as you can always break that when you throw a guy like Valdez, who will be on the mound when you're there Friday. And Skubal's supposed to be a guy that breaks it too, and he pitched very well yesterday.
Right.
I don't think their pitching is a concern. Mize had a good first start. I think their starting pitching is going to be fine.
You can't always expect Skubal and Valdez to pitch shutouts.
No, they wasted Skubal and Mize starts, and if they'll waste Valdez if they don't
they
hit.
sure did.
But I want to draw the distinction because you said the pitching is also a concern. It's not actively a concern of mine.
No.
Offensively, yeah, we all lived it last year. We all know how painful that was to see them just flailing with the season on the line.
And I think that's part of. I think there are things that guys work on in the offseason to be better in the coming season, but when you take what happened at the end of last year and then you pair that with how the bats are starting this year, that's where a lot of people are closer to hitting the panic button than maybe they would be 6 games into any other season.
But aren't you guys believers momentum doesn't carry over,
correct,
in game to game? It carries over 6 months?
No, I don't.
No, I think your confidence can be shattered a lot quicker.
Yeah, the look isn't good right now. I just think, we're talking about 3 guys here, right? It's Torque, it's Carp, and it's Green. Their track record, like last year, their OPSs. So that's what's at stake here. I know you went on a little rant about batting average earlier in the show, and OPS is the stat where they're really crippled right now. They need to improve it. But last year, Carpenter was a 788, Green was an 806, Torque was a 789. Their track records the previous season, minus the bad Torque year, but all 3 collectively, is that they'll somewhat hover around that number.
Yeah.
Now, Carpenter the last few years actually has had a steady decline in OPS each year, but
I think they're all good to be right around 800 OPS guys, which is above average bats in the heart of the order.
But let's just say right now that the 3 of them average 775 OPS, and you have a good Keith and a good McGonigal in this lineup.
Yeah, your lineup's longer.
They're gonna be fine.
Yeah.
So I think you got to let this thing go 15 games at least. It's just so putrid. I mean, the fact that Carpenter struck out 20% of their strikeouts, they have 60 and he has 12.
Yeah.
That's got to change fast.
Yeah, just so we're clear on the batting average thing, pitchers are so much better now that batting averages are down across the league. The 300 hitters basically extinct. I mean, there's a handful in a given year. So what you're going to have to do, if you can't get as many hits, you have to make up for it with walks and slugging, which is what OPS measures. So guys who can slug their way or walk their way to more productive plate appearances, not requiring 3 or 4 singles to score a run, that's why we put a premium on OPS. That's why that's become kind of you'll see it more on TV broadcast now. A guy's hitting 230, but if he's got a 330 OPS or 330 on base and slugs, you can more than make up for it. 248-539-9797. We've got texts coming in. We got open lines. Concern level with the Tigers. 2-4 start. Couple shutouts in the mix. We know the carryover emotions from last year. Your level of concern. It's 97.1.
Hey, we've got some great moments in sports coming up, and America's favorite place to watch all of them is at Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, you can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Got to see it. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
It's the only offense yesterday. Tigers squandered a Scooble start. 1-0 off the bat of Corbin Carroll. Tigers have been shut out twice already through 6 games. Twice in what's a 4-game losing skid. They have 1 home run. Heart of the order's woefully inadequate right now. And Tom, you had the stat on the OPS for the team through 6 games?
Yeah, it's 596, which is 26th in baseball.
Yeah. So this is on the heels of a team that couldn't come up with a big hit in Seattle to end their season last year and an offense that struggled at the end of last season. But here's why I'm not panicking. And there's reason to panic. I mean, those numbers aren't good. I'm not going to justify those numbers. They got to be better, but I expect them to be better.
Yeah.
It's not the same team as last year. The best hitter on this team is Kevin McGonigal. So, yeah, it's a lot of pressure on him, but he looks to be the real deal. So it's not the same team. They do have a trade deadline, and we've already seen their chips are in the center for Scooble's last season. They've shown they will spend. So these are reasons I'm not panicking. This division's also not very good. So not that you want to throw away Scooble starts.
No, and you don't want to dig yourself a hole.
But I don't think you're sinking the ship right now.
No.
Now, we can evaluate this. If they're digging themselves a hole at the end of April, maybe there will be some panic. I'm not doing it because it's early, but I'm also not doing it because I don't think it's the same team. I do think they'll address it, and I think they've shown that they're going to be more aggressive this season.
I agree. I think it's Riley Green, while he may still have the same strikeout issue, and I'm not going to sit there and say, well, 190 is better than 200. Okay, yeah, it is, but not. It's on the margins. It needs to be much better than that. But I do think Torque will hit, Carp will hit. How frequently they hit, that's going to be the question. And are they going to get those hits when it matters most? When Kevin McGonigal is on or Colt Keith is on base? Can anyone knock them home?
Carp, Green, and Torque are hitting 149 with a 424 OPS, 3 extra base hits in 67 ABs. They've got 26 strikeouts. 248, 539, 97, 97. Tech says you can't even blame it on it's cold outside.
No.
They started in San Diego and they played indoors this last few.
Even if they were outdoors, Arizona.
Correct. Hitting coach has to go, period.
Already? I thought it was a new hitting coach this year.
I thought it was too. Level of concern is the same it was in the 14th inning of the playoff game last year. Very, very high level of concern. Another says, I don't care that it's early. I'm very concerned. The lineup's trash. No one can hit. It's not a shocker. It's what we've been dealing with for 2 years, and it continues to carry over. We didn't add a bat, and it will haunt us this season.
You know, just digging in the numbers here more, and how we pointed out, like they're 11 or 10th in most strikeouts right now. Mm-hmm. That's actually an improvement from last year's 162 games. They had the 5th most. Walks last year, they've improved on that. They rank higher. If we're going to count 6 games here, then they're actually improving. Average, they're slightly below. This thing is just all point at OPS, period. Mm-hmm. Just not getting the big extra base hit.
Right.
My level of concern is very, very high, 2 varies, because of one thing. Green, Torque, and Carp are easy outs. No one's afraid of them. You know how to pitch them. We should strap them all to a rocket and launch it to Mars, Chris, in a truck. Or the moon. They just had one take off yesterday.
Yeah.
Tigers will be lucky to win half their games this year. Scooble has given up 2 first-inning homers this year already. Overpaid and overrated.
He gave up 1 run yesterday. He gave up, technically, there was 1 run scored when he was on the mound. It wasn't an earned run.
So hold on. He's pitched 13 innings of 1 earned run baseball?
Yeah.
And he's overrated and overpaid.
People just have taken a turn on him, man.
We're really going to do this all year.
Yeah.
It's wild to me.
And he did go into the 7th inning yesterday.
Sure did, John. Sparky Anderson always said you have to wait until game 40. And if you're 20-20, you'll have a good team. Don in Toledo.
It's an extreme old bit, but I actually agree with it. I always have.
Look, yeah, you gotta
get that mid to late May to really know what you got.
Right. Just because they're starting out in a slump doesn't mean it's going to be a slump all season.
And teams can turn corners after that. It's not like an absolute. Remember the Braves team that was under 500, like I think after the All-Star break and won the World Series?
And guys, it cuts both ways. You can start slow and heat up, which is what they did in a hurry last year. They started 2-4, and then they raced off to a 100-win pace. And then you know what? Just because you're on a 100-win pace
doesn't mean it's going to end that way.
You're not owed anything. You can blow a 15.5 game lead.
I do think there is a hangover effect from last year, though, with the way that
For the
last
team or
game
the fans?
went for the fans. And again, no, I don't think there's momentum. We have said from year to year doesn't carry over, but I do think that maybe your confidence can be shaken quicker because of the way that things ended last year. But certainly for fans, we can't forget why it was that this team went from having a commanding lead in the division to not winning it. And then the double game that they lost because they just simply couldn't hit.
I think it's well said. I think the hangover effect for fans emotionally is real. Can't shake it. At least not yet. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, what was intended to be this celebratory send-off for the Michigan basketball team took kind of a concerning turn. So as the Wolverines left their practice facility, they're high-fiving with fans and they're loading their bus on Wednesday to head out to Indianapolis. Senior point guard Elliot Cadeau had a medical emergency, and the photos were quite shocking, right? Because you see him completely wrapped in a sheet, head to toe. I mean, he looked like a ghost. He was sitting up, sitting up on a stretcher, being loaded up into an ambulance. And a team spokesperson says that he may have suffered an allergic reaction because of something he ate. They also noted that he is fine. He's been medically evaluated. He is good, and he joined the team later in the evening. So. But still, when you saw those, when I saw those pictures pop up on Instagram, I was like, whoa, what's going on?
Well, or you get the notification on your phone that, hey, Elliot Cadeau suffered a medical emergency. You're like, what?
What happened?
Yeah.
It was really the fact that he was wrapped in a sheet for me, head to toe, like you couldn't even see his face. And I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Tiger Woods, he wants his privacy, and he's going to be leaving the country for treatment. So on Wednesday, a Florida judge granted him permission to leave the U.S. for medically necessary comprehensive inpatient treatment. His attorney basically argued that ongoing intense public scrutiny and compromised privacy would hinder his recovery. So he is packing his bags, taking off somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
For treatment
hopefully
of some kind.
Yeah. Hopefully it helps.
We don't know what specifically, though, right?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, you can start imagining and guess what it's going to be, but no, nothing has been said. Yes. Police are searching for a thief who's on the loose after robbing a Bloomfield Township bank in broad daylight before fleeing on foot. So it actually happened on Wednesday afternoon at My Bank.
My bank. Oh, the name of the bank.
The name of the bank.
My bank.
Yes, on Maple Road. Bank employees reported that this man entered the bank, demanded money. The teller did hand over a sum of cash, and then the suspect, left the bank on foot. Bloomfield Township police were immediately notified. They immediately responded, but they couldn't find the guy. So anybody with information is urged to call the Bloomfield Township Police Department. Oh, sad news to report. Former University of Wisconsin tight end Jack Pugh, who stepped away from football to focus on his mental health, has passed away. The school announced on Tuesday that Pugh passed away at the age of just 24 years old. They made a social media post that said, he was a positive light and brought a genuine spirit to the football program. They said more than that, he cared about people and was loved by his teammates and staff. They say Jack proudly earned his degree from UW-Madison in 2025 and will forever be remembered and loved. So he actually signed with the Badgers in 2020 after having received offers from more than a dozen universities.
He was a highly recruited athlete.
He played from the 21 through 23 seasons, and then he left the sport in 2023, and he posted this farewell message, you could say, on Instagram that cited his mental health and substance abuse issues.
It's such a sad story. Way too young.
Without a doubt. Hey, a Michigan woman who accidentally picked the wrong number when she was buying her lottery ticket ended up winning over $251,000.
Meant to be.
So this woman, 57-year-old from Oakland County, she said she was buying a Fantasy 5 ticket online and she accidentally clicked number 39 instead of 47. And instead of switching, she just thought, I'll just keep this. I picked the wrong number. I'm going to stick with it. Well, later that night, she got an email from the lottery. She said it was not the typical email. It was different than like when you win a couple bucks. It was something bigger. And she said she was in shock and denial when she realized how much she won. She's going to save her money. And she said, just keep on living.
Good for her.
Yeah, good for
That's
her.
awesome.
Yeah. Finally, if you're thinking about grad school, you may want to do your homework because a new study says that some of the most popular graduate degrees aren't worth the money. So researchers looked at data from about 800,000 students over 30 years and found that fields like social work, psychology, and education programs like in curriculum and instruction deliver little to no financial return once you factor in tuition and loss of income while in school.
Not enough bump and pay.
Yes. Yeah. And they say in some cases the return can even be negative. On the flip side, though, they say degrees in fields like medicine, law, and pharmacy still tend to pay off big with much higher lifetime earnings. And they say the big mistake people make is that they look at the salaries after graduation, but they're not considering debt, your time off from the workforce, and what you were earning before you decided to get this degree. So
it's Heather with the news. We got some Tom Izzo audio. Do you wish he did what he could have done? We'll play that for you. And we share a studio, so like other shows are in here.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes they leave behind things.
Yes.
Should we bring up what was left behind?
I think we should.
Okay, we'll do that immediately coming up next because this was a shocking find. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there, number one, top of your list. I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven a Ram, and the Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. Really no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And why would you trust on the competition side any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Try and pass somebody with a 4-cylinder, especially if you're towing. It's not going to happen. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also offers that 5-link coil suspension, and literally all it's going to take is one test drive, and you will feel how smooth and how much smoother the Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are exceptional. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Try this one. Pull into your Ram dealer today. Let them know that I sent you, but just start one up, and you can hear and feel the difference.
Stan Dickerson, just a reset on the Tigers. 2-4. They've lost 4 in a row. Shut out twice. Only scored in 2 of the last 37 innings.
I think I asked you this question earlier, before the season even started. What would the longest winning streak be, and what would the longest losing streak be? And we kind of thought with Skubal and Valdez, maybe, I think we said
4 or 5. You wouldn't go a full run through the rotation without picking up a win. Yeah, now you go throw Valdez on opening day. It's part of having a 1-2 punch. They didn't get it done for Skubal. You get a do-over tomorrow. Mm-hmm. But people highlight Torque and Green and Carp. They're hitting 149, a 420 OPS, 3 extra base hits, 26 strikeouts. All of it's yuck. None of it's good enough. And we can feel some anxiety with the fan base, especially given how last year ended. The reason I'm not feeding into it, it's not the same team as last year. McGonigal is here and already the best hitter on this team. They do have a trade deadline. Not that I want to do deadline radio in April, but there is a trade deadline, and they've shown a willingness to be more aggressive this offseason. So I'm not, for all the reasons beyond it's only 6 games.
Yeah.
I'm not panicking. I'm not telling you not to feel concern, or if you have some anxiety, it's understandable given the last couple postseasons and specifically the last playoff game this team played. Okay, Tigers are there. Tomorrow's going to be a huge day for us. We're going to be downtown for opening day. It is opening day eve. If you want to call and talk baseball, 248-539-9797. We've got some Izzo audio and MSU question, but first, we share this studio.
Yes, we do.
And things get left behind. Sometimes it's just a little trash and we pitch it and throw it away. You found something.
Yeah, and I think there was a debate last year. I think Doug and Gator found somebody's comb.
Yeah, gross.
Well, first of all, who was using a comb? Most people use a brush anymore.
Yeah.
Who travels with one, especially for radio? I mean, we're on Twitch now, but
come on.
So yeah, I sat down and it took me a little while to survey my surroundings, and all of a sudden I looked down and I'm like, oh, somebody left a pen. That pen, it says Rico Beard. Rico Beard has made custom pens with his name on it. I don't know, you probably can't see it close enough on Twitch, but wow, I mean, how important do you have to be to have personalized pens?
That's unbelievable.
Well, then we started
unbelievable.
Then we started speculating because it's not in Rico's seat.
No, it's in Mike's seat.
Did Mike get custom Rico Beard pens?
And
why would he do that?
I don't know. It's not even Spartan colors. It's like instead of green and white, it's like a red and I guess maybe silver. I don't know, but Rico Beard. I mean, again, how important do you have to be?
Well, you have some, don't you? I mean, you're a former professional football player.
I don't think I've ever had a pen with my name on it.
You're not fancy or important enough.
I don't think Stoney's ever had a pen with his name on it. And this is a guy that had the phone number for the old radio station.
Can I see that pen?
Yeah, sure.
Cross-examine this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rico Beard.
I mean, you've had cookies with your face on it.
Yeah. It says recycled. How would you describe the...
it says, it's from 100% recycled. Well, at least he's, eco-conscious.
Yeah. It's a good pen.
Yeah.
Writes well.
And the little thing that, you press the thing down. Yeah, it's not a plastic one either.
No, it's like wood or something. I don't know. Rico Beard has his own pens.
Uh-huh.
New revelation.
Huh. Interesting.
Interesting indeed. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, he will be in tomorrow.
Yes.
It's going to be a party with Stoney for opening day. All right, let's
Do you guys have anything with your name on it?
I've got...
that you use?
No.
Return labels or like for when you write letters.
I don't even have... No, you used to have...
They send them to you free in the mail sometimes.
Well, yeah, sure. You get some of those free or...
That's a convenience thing, though.
I know.
Yeah. Before the invention of being able to pay bills and stuff online, I think somebody gave me a gift one time of one of those like ink things that
like
you would...
Stamper?
Yeah, like you would stamp your address on it. So you just go...
So you didn't have to write every time? Yeah.
So it's a local business that makes them. I'm looking at the logo on this. It's a place in Southfield that makes these pens.
Oh. So, hey,
Maybe they
he
made
is
it
eco-conscious.
for him.
Maybe they made it for him, but...
Again, the level of importance for somebody to make a pen and deliver it to you with your full name on it. I don't think I have anything with my name on it, other than like my jersey.
We got this one. It's I can't off the top of my head, and I'm so sorry, but the company that did his basement threw in a free box of pens.
Oh no, it's not Matrix. I know
Well,
they did
that's
his
what
basement.
Matrix. Thank
That's
you.
what I actually thought it was when you found that. I'm like, I bet it's from the basement company. It's not.
No.
Wow. I had no idea we were sharing a studio with somebody with that level of importance.
We don't need to do an hour on this. I just thought
Well,
it was funny.
He's very important up at Michigan State. Maybe it happened some way through that. I don't
Yeah, but again, you'd think it would be green and white.
Does Izzo have a pen? No, just Rico.
Yeah.
Hey, we have some Tom Izzo audio. We said we'd get to this. So he was on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, he broke a bit of news.
Well, smoke and mirrors from Coach Izzo. We talked seriously about it.
Could have happened. So our question to Spartan fans is, do you wish it would have happened?
I know that there are some grumpy Spartans and that they want to move on from Coach Izzo. He has had tremendous success. And we failed to point it out earlier, but it was pointed out to us on text message that just a year ago, first of all, he swept Michigan and won the Big Ten championship. And I think they mentioned that it was by a 3-game lead.
Yeah, head and shoulders, 3 games. It's not that Izzo's at all a bad coach or a bad guy. We both like him. The Blue Wall Morning Show likes Izzo the person. But Izzo's program isn't defined by what they do in the regular season. Look, you want to win the Big Ten, and they've done it plenty. His program, the standard he set was, we go to Final Four and we chase down a national title. I mean, when he hit the ground running, right, 99, 2000, 2001, they're making Final Fours. And they made another in 05 and 09 and in 2010, rattling them off. That's the standard at MSU. They've done it one time in 10 years. So that's why we would ask that of you. Like, are you ready for someone new to come in and try to tap into the portal? And before Rico texts me, yeah, I know they added Caleb Glenn.
Yeah.
And I know they use the portal, but Izzo doesn't go out and get his 1A or his 1B, one of his best 2 players. They need to get 2 starters from the portal. I don't know that he has a desire to do it. He begrudgingly plays along and uses it, but he doesn't embrace it. So do you wish he would have said yes to the Suns job or chased down the NBA? Because he said he had a chance to do it last summer. And if you don't want him to pursue that, or you're happy he's here, would you admit that the standards have been lowered? They're chasing it, but they're not achieving it.
Right. Or is it even what clouds it a little bit is that it's his former player that was, in essence, wooing him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe if he had, sent a box of pens with his name on it, that might have sealed the deal for him. But when we talk about college football coaches, and when we would talk about Jim Harbaugh having these interviews with the Vikings or with Denver, it was always, wouldn't you rather have your coach be coveted by other programs to know that you have something special and that he's yours? And I think maybe some Spartan fans have kind of lost that because you do have something special. Maybe it's not always that trip to the Final Four. I know it's once in 10 years, but they are consistently in the mix.
They certainly are. I never said he's a bad coach. It's funny you brought that up. Like, it's almost like this is coming out so that you can say, hey, the grass isn't always greener. I know you talk a big game, but you could have lost him. See?
I don't think that there's some big nefarious thing that...
No, I'm not saying it's nefarious, but like it would be strategic to be like, hey, it's not like Ishbia is going to call him out on this.
Or maybe Ishbia wanted him gone so he can have a new coach at MSU too.
Conspiracy. 248-539-9797. Izzo broke the news. Hey, I nearly had that Phoenix Suns job last year. There were serious talks. As a Spartan fan, do you wish he would have gotten that job? Or you cool with it? Take it where it is. You know who he is. You know he's going to do it his way. Are you on board with Izzo moving forward? It's 97.1.
Hey, I'm not always a great fan of talking about the green and white, but the only green thing that I think is really awesome is having a great, lush green lawn. And Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is that company. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. And if you want to save some green, you could prepay right now. And by the end of the month, for the early bird discount. You can also, for a limited time, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free garbage control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. And they've been working on my yard for a number of years now, and every single year I don't have to worry about crabgrass. I don't have to worry about dandelions. I don't have to worry about anything. They just fix the problems, and they a lot of times they fix it before it even happens. Early treatment is the key. And if you want the best results, you got to start now. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. That program is Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. That phone number, 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. Or you can find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
Breaking some news. That's Izzo on Dan Patrick. Nearly had the Suns job. Our question to Spartan fans. Do you wish you would have taken it? 100% time to move on from Izzo. He doesn't use the portal. It's pretty simple now. No second round NBA draft pick gets guaranteed money. You need 4 or 5 of these guys. You need to make a final four. You need to make 4 or 5 of them offers they accept. Izzo's not going to do what it takes. That's what Dusty May is doing. 2 Final Fours and 0 championships in the last 15 years. Yes, I wanted him to take the NBA job. Some pushback. Izzo is Michigan State. He can leave whenever he decides it's time. He's a national treasure, someone recognized as one of the very, very, very few who does it right. Go green. I'd like to agree with most of that, but push back on Izzo does it right. Who sets what right is? Because if the portal is wrong, but you're allowed to do it.
Well, it's not wrong.
Exactly. So is Izzo doing what's right? Or is Izzo doing what he feels is right? Because there's a difference.
Well, or is he just doing as much as he possibly could?
Right, but there's a difference in using the portal to get Zapala and Fiddler and Fort and bench guys. Are you willing to go out and get starters, plural? Like, you could look at their roster and say, I've got Fears and Carr coming back, right? And I could play Tang or Scott in there as well, but I got to replace Kohler and Cooper. I need multiple starters on this team. Now, if he's going to just run back and use some of his freshman class and add a bit piece, that's Izzo's way of doing it. Is that right?
I think the right way is right now, and it's terrible because it's completely opposite of college hoops and college athletics period before. You got to have the cojones to go out and replace Tang. A starter already. Are you willing to go replace a starter because you're upgrading? That's how the game is played right now. And it bothers me saying it because I'm still getting used to it.
Well,
you know?
and it goes to the things that we've heard Coach Izzo talk about, the value that he has in the relationships he's building with his players. And when he sits in their home and he tells them these things, is he willing to go get somebody that would be the star of the show and overshadow a Tang? And not just replace him, but overshadow him or overshadow a Fears, because he's made that commitment to those guys. And he talks about recruiting his locker room, and he just hasn't gone out and recruited or pulled out of the portal anybody that would be the A+ star of the show.
Right. Well, because they're not his guys that he's developed. He has a strong affinity to those guys. You can respect him for it, but to say it's, quote, the right way to do it, the right way is the results-based way to do it. To use all the tools at your disposal to get the very best, regardless of if they're from the portal or not. That's what's quote-unquote right. Tex says the offseason will define Izzo. Is he going to, he has a national championship caliber point guard. Is he going to utilize the portal to fill the team out around him? If he does, they're national title good. If not, he's okay being little brother to Michigan. Tex says, it's a ridiculous question, guys. Of course no one wants Izzo to leave. This is classic maize and blue radio doing a victory lap because Dusty is having a good season.
No. Hold on. I said I want him to stay. I can't imagine Coach Izzo coaching anywhere else. And I don't want to see him coach anywhere else.
Because, quote, Dusty is having a good season. Dusty's made 2 Final Fours since Izzo last has. And he's done it at 2 different schools. And he uses the portal. I mean, you don't have to like the facts.
Izzo's a little bit like Dabo was. He kind of tried to stand up against it.
Yeah.
And it backfired. Now, he's had more success than Dabo has in the last few years.
Certainly, yeah.
How about this? I feel like Izzo is insecure. Why else would he bring up that he almost took an NBA job? He wants to be wanted. And he's taken some heat from some in the Spartan fan base,
well,
Sam in Grand Rapids.
I'd have to go back and listen to what was the question that was asked of him. And Brendan, you may remember.
Yeah, the context was Dan Hurley taking the Lakers job that J.J. Redick got before. So that conversation had gotten brought up. Hurley, the large conversation was Hurley's adoration for Izzo in that Sweet 16 matchup. Then it got to their relationship, and Hurley had actually called Izzo to ask about
the Laker job,
the NBA offers that he had gotten, and his thoughts and whatnot on the Laker job. And so then that's how Izzo got into the
This is a long form Izzo, or this is a long form interview conversation.
Yeah.
So a lot of things are going to come up. So the context of it matters as well. I don't think he just brought it up by himself.
No, yeah, it was kind of secondary to the larger point.
Yeah.
Anyone who wants Izzo to move on is an idiot. Best program in the Big Ten by far. Not the best team this year, but last year conference champs and Elite Eight.
Well, there's no question it's been the most consistent program.
Izzo's the biggest overrated coach in the Big Ten. I'm happy he stays at MSU because he's always upset early in the tournament. Andrew and McComb, clearly a Michigan fan. Michigan State and the Lions are operating the same way, where we only care if we win with our guys. Yeah, you don't want to self-impose limitations on yourself. It's our issue with
it's the same thing on Twitch. You know who has a strong affinity for their own guys, too? It's Brett Holmes.
Tex says, Jim, you don't know what's right. No, but I do know the landscape's changing.
Well, we know what's not wrong anymore, and that's being able to pay players and being able to take on transfers.
And I wonder if Michigan fans, we could bring them into the fold as we kick off the 9 o'clock hour. Have their opinions changed on the portal because of the success they're seeing? Like, you're hesitant because this is the new world order and things are changing and this isn't the college athletics that you grew up with. But if you're a Michigan fan, you can't be a hypocrite. If you're enjoying this run, you're embracing the portal. You love the portal, right?
I wasn't originally all for, hey, the free form, you can leave multiple times, even in the same calendar year. But I'm more of a fan if you have a toolbox. Why would you leave a couple of tools in there that would help you get the job done in a much more efficient and successful way? If it's legal, then use everything at your disposal.
Izzo does it the right way. Brad and Allen Park. Easy there, guys. Quote, Izzo does it the right way is a statement about his moral integrity. He does it without cheating, tampering, punching people, or ending up on FBI lists. Do Michigan fans even know what that's like? It's his morals, his ethics, right or wrong, he sticks to his guns. Well, he's going to stick to his guns. That's why we ask MSU fans, do you want someone who would use the portal more aggressively? Or are you cool with what it is? A decade with one Final Four. While your rival embraces this wholeheartedly. I mean, grow or die.
Yeah.
Get to it next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Tigers struggled offensively yesterday in their 1-0 loss to the Diamondbacks. However, the defense was good both on the mound and in the field. Tarek Skubal pitched 7 innings of one-run ball that came on a home run from Corbin Carroll that barely snuck over the wall in left center. Other good defense came at the hot corner from Tigers rookie Kevin McGonigal, who made a number of nice plays at third yesterday. H.A. Hinch talked about the young rookie's defense after the game. Tigers back home tomorrow for opening day against the Cardinals. The Pistons are back in action at home tonight against the Timberwolves. Before that game, Cade Cunningham will be reevaluated today after he was diagnosed with a collapsed lung 2 weeks ago. Detroit has 6 games remaining in the regular season and a magic number of 2 wins needed to clinch the top seed in the East. Tip-off tonight over on WWJ News Radio 950. Here on 97.1 tonight, we'll have Red Wings hockey against the Flyers in Philadelphia. Despite a frustrating loss to the Penguins on Tuesday, Detroit still remains 2 points out of a playoff spot right now. They're behind the Senators and Blue Jackets, who face the Sabres and Hurricanes, respectively. Puck drop at 7 o'clock, pregame at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
So we've got the question out there for Michigan State fans. Let's direct some attention to Michigan. Basketball team's still playing. They have embraced the portal. I mean, 4 of the 5 starters are guys they got in the portal this last offseason. Have you embraced the new world order as a Michigan fan? Because I don't want you to be a hypocrite. You can't bitch about the portal, but then celebrate when the confetti falls. You are utilizing it. Your school is embracing it. As a fan, has this got you on board if you were hesitant before? Winning tends to do that.
Well, results tend to do that. And it's it took me a long time to accept the fact that you could pay players. That's probably the bigger issue for me than it is the transfer portal and guys moving around. I think there will be some guardrails, hopefully sooner than later. But whatever those rules look like when they hit, whatever those rules are now, I think you've got to maximize every way possible to make your team better. Maximize every way possible to give your team, your school, your program the best chance of success.
Yeah, because you could do what Michigan football used to do, which is come up short but claim you were doing it, quote, the right way. But that just ends up as a coping mechanism. Like when I hear some of the stuff from, well, Izzo does it, quote, the right way, that's like, hey, we're going to make it harder on purpose for us to win. And it allows us to cope when we don't get to the Final Four.
There is great value in terms of the context of how that was sent, like in terms of running the program the right way. There is great value in that.
Right, but you can't use it as an excuse when you lose that at least we're doing it the right way.
Correct.
You can do it the right way and win. And the right way is the portal. The portal is allowed. It's sanctioned. You can pay people money and get them to come play for your school.
What you can, and you can take a look at your roster and you say, okay, well, I have these freshmen coming in. I have these guys coming back. How can I best complement them? Do I need somebody that could be a 40% three-point shooter? Who doesn't?
Right.
You know, the right way is having Kyle McCord in 2023 and going and getting Will Howard in 2024.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kyle McCord goes to Syracuse and you shrug your shoulders and maybe you feel bad about it, but pretty ugly, isn't it, when you think about it?
No,
sometimes?
I know, but you're punished if you want to do it the way Izzo has wanted to do it. Like, all right, Trey Holloman's supposed to be a senior this year. Guess where he's playing? Not MSU. Jace Richardson, he went pro. You know, the idea that you will be rewarded if you do it the right way is not true. It's year to year.
I feel so scummy for complimenting the Buckeyes there.
Well, it's funny. The Buckeyes, Ryan Day had a quote this week that ties into all of this. Of all people, we're going to play some Ryan Day audio, but he's spot on talking about dinosaurs and adapting.
And I mean, we saw it in college football with the unbelievable turnover in the coaching staff. It's the Cignetti effect. 2 years, and Indiana, of all programs, is celebrating a national title. It's 2 years of college football playoffs. We saw a number of coaches, recent hires, that because they weren't able to do it in 2 years or 3 years, where you used to get 4 or 5, they are fired. That's
Yep.
The de facto, you're dead as a head coach.
Yeah.
You may get another opportunity, but are you going to learn from what didn't work at your former school? And it's also how schools attract the best coaches. How did LSU attract, Lane Kiffin?
Yep.
Well, part of it is, they threw a bag of money at him, but it's also the resources available. How is Michigan going to keep Dusty May? They're going to have to increase the resources at his disposal. It's not just the bag of money. That helps with a head coach.
Well, Michigan did it last year when Indiana came, knocking. We got to pay him more and give him more resources, more access to NIL, more opportunities to recruit these guys year over year so that he can deliver a Final Four, maybe even a national title. And when Ryan Day talks about adapt or die, like, we've seen coaches who just said, I don't want to do this. Like Nick Saban's not coaching anymore. In college basketball, Jim Boeheim's not coaching anymore. Jay Wright has said, enough, I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
Now, Izzo is to a degree stubborn, but still driven and wants to do this. But we've seen a lot of coaches who just say, you know what, I'm not going to adapt.
Right.
And I'm going to professionally die. I'm going to retire and move on and do something else.
Yeah, it's not the way I've done things. It's not the way I want to do things moving forward, so I'm going to step away.
Guys, love the show. What we're hearing from state fans in the wake of failure this year is the integrity and character of the program and how they approach things above everyone else. It's the same nonsense garbage that Michigan football did for years. The right way doesn't mean you're going to win championships. Times have changed. Great, you have your character and integrity. As long as you're not worried about championships, keep it up. But in this landscape, you can't win without evolving, and they have not evolved at Michigan State, so they have been passed, Jay, in West Bloomfield.
I feel like I always need to say this, too. It doesn't mean that it can't happen. Doesn't mean that it can't
But you're making
work.
it harder on yourself.
Sure. If he wants to be, if he can go out there and recruit like Duke, Duke's starting five was all recruited by Duke.
Right. But it is the comparison people made. The Lions can win the Super Bowl as they're currently constructed. Not the favorite.
Right.
I don't know how many playoff games they'd win with the team in its current state. They could win. You want to make it easier on yourself. You know, don't tie an arm behind your back and say it's got to be only guys we draft and everybody else is going to be role players. MSU is, hey, if I didn't bring them in and recruit them in their living room, they can't be one of my best players. I can get role guys, but you're making it harder on yourself.
Right.
I'll take Izzo all day. Dusty's a scumbag. Another says Dusty will be in the NBA within 2 years. People overlook it. It won't be Duke. It won't be Carolina. He'll be in the NBA.
Interesting.
I mean, he's only 49. I won't rule out him eventually coaching in the NBA.
Sure. I mean, we probably had those conversations, 15 years ago with Coach Izzo as well? 10 years ago? I know certainly in the last 5 years we've had it, and he brought it up
Apparently
yesterday.
it was happening last offseason after their Elite Eight. Crazy MSU fans on their high horse seem to forget that Izzo has been suspended by the NCAA for recruiting violations. And another on the subject of right and wrong, you can also pay for hookers, but that doesn't make it right.
Kind of sums it up pretty good, doesn't it?
Yes, I suppose you can. But it's also not legal.
Well, yeah, unless you're in like Vegas or something. Yeah.
When in Rome.
That's the best text I think we've ever received about the NIL or portal.
Yeah. Where's the Frozen 4? Where are you going?
Oh.
Bad person, John Jansen. Just fueling that fire.
Not many will argue with you.
248-539-9797. So we got stuff out there for Michigan fans about, are you embracing this now? Even if it's shameless, hey, my team's winning, so now I like it. Can you own up to that? Because if you're enjoying this run, you are enjoying the fruits of the transfer portal.
Yeah.
You would have to acknowledge that you like this. Even if it felt scummy maybe once upon a time, I'd hope you'd own up to enjoying this because your team has a real shot to win the national title. And it's not because draft and develop or recruit and develop. It's because mercenary 1, 2, and 3, and even 4 are in your starting lineup from the last offseason.
And you can call them mercenaries all you want, but it's within the rules.
Oh, I'm not faulting them for it at all. I mean, and to Dusty's credit, they don't play like 4 individual mercenaries. They play on the floor with 5 guys like a team. That's a coach that had success. Other coaches have bought players and spent more and had great classes, and it doesn't always work like this.
Well, let me expand this to a global sense. You know what I do? I said 12 noon, but I'll say 9 a.m. at college game day up until 11 at night. I watch college football, like, all day. And game here, game there, everywhere. And so this landscape of college sports has not changed my habit of doing that. College basketball Saturday, I watch college game day, and then who's playing at noon, who's playing at 2, who's playing at 4, when's Michigan playing? Like, that hasn't changed my watching habit of the sport at large.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan fans are enjoying the hell out of this. And if I was a Spartan fan, I would be too if my team was doing it, right? Like I mentioned being a hypocrite and hypocrisy. Do you think if Tom Izzo had landed Yaxel and Michigan State was in the Final Four that Spartan fans would say, I just can't enjoy this because Tom he stooped to the level of everybody. I can't even bother to watch the Final Four because our program is not standing on the business and ethics that Tom once did. No, they'd be telling him, hey, Michigan, we're embracing this. You can't keep up with us. Our old bag of bones is doing it better than you. They would absolutely love this if they were doing it.
The thing you have to do now in college basketball as a coach is you've got to aggressively attack the guys that are projected to go late first round but could fall into the second.
Yep.
and then the guys that are all protected or projected to go in the second round, because there's no guaranteed money in the NBA. So that's who you have to attack, because those guys are likely then to stay in college one more year to get the NIL. If you're not doing you're not competing at the highest level in my mind, at least the off season.
Perfect text to wrap this up. So if I'm connecting the dots, guys, MSU just needs to buy a couple hookers and they'll be right back in the Final Four. We'll talk a little Wings this hour, some Tiger baseball. Dear John at 9:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminine Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors. And forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. It's not just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. You can give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
little NFL breaking news.
Yeah.
How about that?
Per agent Mike McCartney and reported by Adam Schefter, Kirk Cousins is signing with the Las Vegas Raiders. Probably going to not take advantage of all the legalities there.
No. He's a man of God. I don't imagine he will be partaking.
No.
But that was one of the few spots that was even available on a backup job.
Yeah. And so, everybody believes they're going to take Mendoza and their number 1 overall pick. It doesn't also mean that they'll start him right away.
No, not necessarily.
You would think that they would, but it does give them a veteran presence in that room.
I think the only team we don't know, we kind of know, is Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, right?
Aaron.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that the relationship between McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers one that we'll see in Pittsburgh? I don't know.
Yeah.
Sounds like it is.
We've got Dear John coming up at 9:35, involving my wife spending too much, a murder, and when people need to move on.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to all of that. Text says...
Cat photos.
Why is Cookies insinuating recruiting and developing is a bad thing? I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It just can't be the only way you build a champion.
Well, it doesn't have to be the only way.
Yeah. Another texter, 248-539-9797. How dare you yell about what Izzo and MSU need to do? They have the best record in the Big Ten over the last decade, certainly since 2020. As a side note, Michigan only embraces this in basketball. They can't buy stud football players in Ann Arbor. That's from Chuck B.
Well, they did hit the portal extensively this offseason. I think about half the roster is new. And
I think one of their big edge pieces is one of the best people on the market coming from Utah.
Yes. Yeah. You got a receiver coming from Utah. You got a defensive back coming from Utah. There's a lot of players coming from Utah.
Well, yeah, I mean, with the coaching change.
Yeah.
But to back up. Okay, so that MSU fan says, don't yell at Izzo. He's doing a great job. Are you happy with what's happened in the last decade for MSU? I'm going to flip it back on you because you're doing it the right way. You are telling me, that MSU fan, that you are good with some regular season Big Ten titles and 1 Final Four. That is good. Don't question. I'm good with it. Because I don't feel like that's how MSU fans feel about their program. I feel like they have a high standard and expect to stack Final
not
Fours.
Just the best record in the regular season in the last decade.
Yeah, I mean, he's Mr. March. Like, it's the idea built on going to Final Fours, and even that sometimes they get annoyed because, damn it, he should have had a second national title by now. So if that's how you feel about your program or the standard that your program has, don't be mad when people point out you haven't lived up to it and that there are other things out there that could help you achieve those goals. Like, I would love to see Izzo win his second national title. I don't know that he's going to do what's necessary to do so.
And selfishly, just because I do like the old school method, I would like to see him do it the old school way. But I don't know if that's even possible anymore. And it's only because it hasn't been done. It doesn't mean it can't be done.
We do have a prostitution expert on the text. It says it's not legal in Las Vegas. It is legal in some counties outside of Las Vegas, but not in Clark County, which is where Vegas is.
Oh, okay. Well,
the more you know. Anyway, what do we got to pay for the Wings to win tonight?
Oh, boy.
What do you think? We keep doing this big game. They're playing the Flyers, another team on the playoff bubble, John.
And so I know you don't want to know about all the things that are happening around you, but...
Because all that matters is whether the Wings win or not at this point.
They have to win to catch Columbus.
Yeah.
Columbus, I mean, they've done everything they can. They've lost 4 in a row to try and keep the Wings in it. Other teams, the Ottawa has lost 3 in a row. The Islanders have lost 2 in a row. Like, they're doing things to keep you in it, but what that means that you eventually have to win. And I know a lot of Wings fans are beyond exhausted.
So they've shown, they being like Money Puck, these hockey sites, like a big game index and how big the percentage swings if you win or if you lose. And they did it for Ottawa last week, and they did it for Boston over the weekend, and then they did it this week when they faced Pittsburgh. And they're all like 20-point swings, and they've lost all of those games.
Yeah. What is it tonight for
I'll pull
Philly?
it up. If they have it out, I'll pull it up here for you in a second. But I imagine it's one of those, if you don't win.
Right, your odds plummet. And because you're just simply running out of opportunities. Like there's only 8 games left.
And they face the Flyers twice, and they face Columbus once. I mean, they're games you absolutely have to win. Yeah, they don't have one up yet for today, but they'll have one later. But just to give you context, the Pittsburgh win, a loss dropped their odds to 22%. So, I mean, they're on fumes right now.
Right. And so, I mean, it seems like it is pointless to say it's a must win.
Yeah, it's kind of a played out at this point.
Right, because we've said that multiple times, yet other teams keep inviting the Wings to be a part of the conversation.
John, I'm going to start with a very meager ask. Can they be down only 1-0 after the opening period tonight?
Jeez. Here he goes.
I'm serious. Like, they've been on 3-0 and 4-0 in these must-win games. Just be within one.
Yeah.
Don't get like slaughtered before people even sit down.
Well, they've had a day off. They're on the road. So
I don't know what
I
that
know you guys
means.
were talking about all the must-wins we talk about. I actually truly believe tonight, like it's a fact that it is, because Philly hops them by 2 points if they lose tonight, and that's just another team that's ahead of you. The Capitals are one back. It's just like you can't. Once teams start hopping, it's harder to top them. Honestly, I do believe if they lose tonight, it's virtually impossible.
It just feels like, no, I really mean it this time.
Right.
This one is really the must-win. Okay. See if they can find one win.
One win. That's all they need. Don't worry about tomorrow.
Stay in the fight. Have to have it. All right, we'll get to Dear John, but first, Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So over the years, Tigers fans have experienced a wide range of weather on opening day at Comerica Park. There's been, warm days, cold days, rainy days, snowy days, sunny days, and everything in between. So I'm going to go over some of the weather over the last 5 years and then what you can anticipate to see when you head down to the ballpark on Friday. So last year, day started out cool, right around 40 degrees, ended up about 51, suns, cloud, a little bit rain later in the day. Decent day. 2024, it was chilly. There were snowflakes falling. It was around 40, warmed up to about 49 degrees. In 2023, it was actually really warm the day before. The day before had hit like 70 degrees, right? So you're thinking, yes, opening day is going to be awesome. But then this cold front moved through, dropped temperatures to the low 50s. It was very breezy, cold day. Chilly in 2022, rainy. It was cold in 2021, low 30s. Yikes, right? Very breezy as well. But this Friday, it's going to be warm with temperatures in the low 70s. There could be some rain earlier in the day. The showers should be done by the time the game begins. So that's great news. You're going to see some sunshine, some clouds, some breeze as well. But it sounds like it's going to be an ideal day for an April opening day in Detroit.
Awesome. It is maybe as good as you could script it because it's also a Friday.
I know.
Which means you can really get after it. You don't have to go to work the next day.
And people will. People are going to get after it. And if you're headed down to the ballpark, you're going to want to get there early. There's lots of fun going on. They are advising people to be in their seats by 12:35 because following the player introductions, right? The Tigers are going to observe a moment of silence for some of the team legends that passed away since last season. They're going to obviously have the national anthem. It's going to be performed by R&B singer-songwriter and Detroit native Angela Davis. Her performance is going to be followed by a flyover, and then Brandon Idge will be throwing out the ceremonial first pitch. So get there early, have some fun, be safe. All those things.
Yeah.
Know what you can and can't bring. We went over that this morning.
Yeah, but look
Lots
it
of rules. I mean, I always do when I go to different venues. Even if I was going to Comerica Park, I would still look at their bag rules because as a female, I want to bring a purse, right? There's little things that I want to have with me, right? Because then I got to go all the way back to wherever we find parking, right? And drop off the purse. So just know what you can and can't bring.
Especially if you pregame for a couple hours and then you got to stumble back to your car to make sure you got the... Yeah, you just look online ahead of time, plan ahead.
Yep. So, drone deliveries from Amazon are officially taking off in Metro Detroit. Have you seen any of these yet?
Not yet.
No.
I haven't either, but I would really like to. But not everybody is excited about it. So, in places like Bloomfield Township, police say that they've been getting a growing number of concerns from residents about the drones flying overhead. And these drones are coming from a fulfillment center in Pontiac, and they're making around 140 to 170 deliveries a day, which is wild, traveling about an 8-mile radius from that center. But the biggest concern people have is privacy. So some residents worry that these drones and their cameras could be looking into backyards or even looking into their homes as they fly by. So police are letting everyone know that these cameras are used for navigation. They're not used for like spying on you. They're helping drones, avoid obstacles. And they say because they're moving so fast, these drones move up to 70 miles per hour.
What?
That's why I want to see one.
Wow.
Right? Just like flying by your house. They say because of that speed, they're not going to capture any like quality photos of your back patio, right? Like it's all just going to be blurred, but still people.
Makes them uneasy.
It's unnerving
Makes
to
it a
see
little
something
uneven.
that fast going over top of your house.
Oh, yeah. I believe I haven't seen one
So
yet.
how big are the packages they're going to fly with?
I mean, they can't be that
That's
large.
what I'm saying.
I mean,
Size matters. We're talking about packages.
when it comes to privacy, Tiger Woods would like some. He's going to be leaving the country for his treatment. Judge in Florida granted him permission to leave the U.S. on Wednesday for medically necessary comprehensive inpatient treatment. This year, it's expected that Americans will spend $24.8 billion on Easter, with candy being the top planned purchase.
Sure.
And our spending on candy will no doubt be high here in Michigan, because Michigan is the state that is the most enthusiastic about Easter sweets. So a research company, crushed some data and found that Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Ohio are the most enthusiastic when it comes to Easter candy. But what really disappointed me, I'm like, okay, great. We like our Easter candy. You know what our favorite Easter candy is, apparently?
Like Peeps or something?
No, that'd be bad too. Jordan almonds.
What?
So we're the most enthusiastic about Jordan almonds? Oh, man.
Nuts?
Of all the Easter
of
candy?
all of it. So the top 5 Easter candies in the U.S., Peeps is actually number 1.
Okay.
Yeah. But when you think Easter, I can see the Peeps in like an Easter basket,
See,
whether you
I
like them
think
or
of
not. Or
the chocolate bunny.
well, the chocolate bunny's number 2.
All right. Where's jelly beans?
Number 3.
Oh, we're doing
So,
great. If
yeah.
it's Family Feud, we're just ding, ding, ding.
Number 4 is Swedish Fish, and number 5 is the Reese's Egg.
Okay.
Which
So
are
the
all-
Cadbury egg doesn't even make a place.
Oh, that's on the least favorite.
Oh,
it's actually the least favorite Easter candy.
So the greatest invention that they've done is the Cadbury caramel egg.
That's better. I've never had one, but
But the cranberry or the Cadbury egg to begin
Yeah.
with, like with that
Yellowy.
white, yellowy goo in the
it's
middle.
supposed to look like an egg. It's gross.
No, but they also, you mentioned caramel. They also do chocolate, like a chocolate filling in the Cadbury eggs. Like
Oh,
you
they
can
do?
get, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take the chocolate caramel.
I'll just pass altogether on that one.
But
Okay.
what's your favorite Easter candy? You like Easter candy?
Jelly beans,
Yeah,
for
that's right.
sure.
Yeah.
I
Oh, I'm sure seeing the Swedish
crush
fish
a
on
bag
there.
of
Yeah.
jelly beans.
Me too. With the jelly beans, it's kind of one of those things where once you start, you can't stop.
I know.
Dear John is next. He's ready to give advice. It's 97.1. Good morning, 97.1 on a rainy Thursday. Get it all out of your system. It's supposed to be 70, rain done by first pitch. Opening day is tomorrow. Happy opening day eve. We got reaction to Dear John. We had a winner to the $2 Slam. We'll play that for you guys. And I wonder if Gator could do as well as our contestant, who was Matt in St. Clair Shores. On Dear John, all of the responses in front of me are dealing with the murder-suicide.
Okay.
Sage the house. Even if you don't believe in the properties of burning sage, saging can be a helpful ritual. That blood splatter DNA is still under new paint and floors. You can never remove it. It wouldn't freak you out.
Not at all. It wouldn't bother me. No. I don't think. I mean, I would probably end up like going down a deep dive of like what happened, who they were. I would know their whole history. Like,
what if
that's
you still got their mail?
I probably they couldn't mean they're gone. No, it wouldn't bother me. I just think people die in homes all the time. Yeah, the murder suicide is different.
It's more
but
gruesome.
Yeah, somebody might have died in my house.
Depending on how old the house is, they probably did.
It's not impacting my life.
No, I don't. John said he doesn't believe in ghosts. I'm not worried about being haunted by.
No.
Some states do require it to be disclosed. It depends on the state. We've had some people say you don't have to in Michigan.
I have no idea. I didn't know.
Another says murder-suicide does not have to be disclosed. Good luck suing. Call me and I will explain the law.
Oh.
Buddy, you can call us. I mean, explain it to us. You guys crack me up. Do whatever you want. What are you afraid of? Yeah, I mean, for these guys, they've only been in the house 3 months. Like, they're not selling it.
Sounds like a nice house.
And it sounds like a house they like. So you just come to peace with it.
You'll get over it.
Can't get over it. Tomorrow we'll be downtown, Hockeytown Cafe. Tigers opening day. Now, you used to work these opening days.
Oh, yeah. Not every game. There was 2 hosts, so I wasn't at every opening day, but I worked a majority of them for the 11 some seasons I worked there. So it's always a fun day.
And Gator, you guys going to be downtown tomorrow too? Some way, shape, or form? He's nodding his head. Yeah, you guys normally are.
Sorry. Yeah, we're going to be down there. It looks like it's going to be a perfect day.
That's what we've been saying. Get this rain out of the way.
Yeah, the only thing that keeps us from being, and we're going to be downtown regardless.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the only thing that keeps us from being out in front of the stadium like we normally are by the main entrance there, is if there's rain or wind. Because for what we do for a living, wind is terrible for us. Also, because the microphone's
although
like that.
If someone's landscaping, that's totally okay.
Yeah, apparently, if you want to run the blower, the mowers, the edgers, that's fine. Have a marching band go by, that's okay. You want to run some police exercises, the ambulance coming by, that's cool. Do that. The church bells in the background, no problem. Hey, if the Mormon Tabernacle Choir is doing some rehearsals on a tour, bring them by. Yeah,
so be it.
It's all that's fine. But if there's a little wind, we can't be there.
So appreciate you coming in a couple minutes early because we had a $2 Slam winner today. So we want you to play along and see how you would do, and then we'll play Matt in St. Clair Shores so people can hear the winner.
Okay, so I don't need the headset right now, but I will to hear the winner's response.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's cool. So I'm just getting this ready, but you go ahead.
You know how it goes when Heather reads the first question, clock starts.
All right, are you ready?
I think so.
Okay, good luck. Here you go. The Tigers play this team tomorrow.
St. Louis.
Michigan men's basketball plays this team in the Final Four on Saturday.
Arizona.
Who won the Oscar for Best Actor this year?
Pass.
The Bulls waived this former Piston earlier this week.
Jaden Ivey.
What is the most populous city in Texas?
Dallas.
Who sang the 2018 hit High Hopes?
2018 hit?
That's correct.
Taylor Swift.
Who is the current host of Jeopardy?
It is Ken Jennings.
Who was the starting pitcher for the Tigers last night?
Tarek Skubal.
Is Prime a 9 number? Oh, wait. Is 9 a prime number?
No.
What is the first book of the Bible?
Genesis.
Who won the Oscar for Best Actor this year?
Daniel Day-Lewis. I don't know.
Denzel Washington.
0 for 2. You got 8 right.
Yeah.
So for everybody who said it was too easy for this guy today, he nailed it. Let's play it.
Wow.
He got 7 the last time he played a couple years ago.
I think in fairness, I only got 7 right. I think you said I had 8. I think I only had 7.
Oh, no, yeah, you only had 7.
It's okay.
I tried to give you an extra one, Gator.
How many people win it?
Like
Not
only
many.
a handful in a year, maybe.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Panic at the Disco,
nice.
huh?
Yeah.
That's right.
No idea. Michael B. Jordan won?
Yeah, for
He did.
sinners.
For Sinners? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that thing good?
I've only seen parts of it.
I've seen the intro about 5 times.
So nobody here's seen it.
Mm-mm.
Was it a zombie movie or something like that?
Horror.
Yeah,
Yeah.
horror. Yeah, something, not zombie, but something kind of like that. Like kind of like From Dusk Till Dawn, but in a way. Yeah. Haven't seen it. So that's okay. I don't mind. I'm just glad I got that 9 is not a prime number because it's divisible by 3.
Correct, Gator.
Well done.
Thank you.
That's a very great question.
Was that the most challenging one out of all
No,
of them?
actually, I mean, again, we're
math
back
question.
into numbers. I can still do math when there's numbers involved. You throw the letters in and it screws me up.
Otherwise known as algebra. How will you guys be spending Tigers opening day eve?
Well, we understand that some of the Tigers that will head to the plate are going to bring a bat anyway. They're going to bring a bat anyway tomorrow at opening day. We'll get into opening day a little bit. Of course, it's always fun. Got some NFL stuff to get to today. We'll try and delve into what this Tiger team is going to settle in and be. Some Final Four preview.
I saw you guys doing that.
Yeah, so I'm pretty excited about that.
We also had a discovery on the show today. You get people leave stuff behind. Last year there was a comb that was left behind. You guys did forensics on it and all that.
Yep.
Rico Beard apparently has his own branded pens. Have you guys noticed this?
Wow. Some things surprise me. All right? Some things in life surprise me. And some things might be right on brand.
That's a pretty legit.
Who goes through life without having their own brand of pens? Their names on it.
Couldn't believe it. We're like, hold on.
Personalized. Hell yeah. Out of Puerto Rico?
Yeah. Did you have one of those in college?
No.
No.
If we could only mean and matter as much as Rico Beard. All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. Busy show. It's 97.1.
I'm going to
Check out the big brain on Doug.
What's that?
Well, we've done the football questions in the past.
The Y9 Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy.
That's right. Yep. And one of the questions was, where will Kirk Cousins sign?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe one of us said the Raiders.
Yeah.
And that one was you.
Yeah, I did. Celebrate your dubs when you get them. Because the bullpen loss that I'm taking is really going to come back to haunt me all season long.
It's 6 games, and
Yeah. It just let me clear something up here.
Didn't make any runs last night.
I have been told that a client sent in pens to the station, which apparently had many of the hosts' names on them. I never saw the Doug Karsh pens.
I haven't seen any Scott Anderson pens.
But that's the rest of the story, I guess. Is that a client sent in the pens and
until I see a collection of more than just a Rico beer.
You want to see a Scott Anderson pen? Or what
doesn't have to be. I can see a John Jansen pen. Let's see a Heather Park pen. Costa pen.
All right, so how was your Wednesday?
It was pretty lazy. I didn't start off that way. I guess I got home and I had some stuff that I needed to do online, so I was working through that, and then sat down to watch the Tigers. And somewhere around the 4th inning, I think I fell asleep.
Is that right?
Yeah. And woke up. Bottom of the 6th. Scoba was pitching.
Mm-hmm.
And I missed the line out double play, the only offense the Tigers had, with the McGonigal on third base after a triple, and then Gleyber Torres just ripped this screamer towards the first base side, but the infield was playing in. He snags it, throws across diamond to double up McGonigal.
Yeah,
don't blame McGonigal at all. I mean, that's just one of those. Wild plays.
It's one of those deals that when you're on third base, if a ball gets to the outfield, if a base hit gets to the outfield, you can trot home, so you don't need a great jump. So on a line drive, you can freeze on a line drive or take even your first step back on a line drive. But Tigers also have a specific way of running the bases that has gotten them extra runs in the past. And so I don't know what he's coached to do there, whether it's a Tiger-specific thing. But yes, McGonigal's triple was awesome. And McGonigal's awesome. And Scuba was awesome. But they needed to be awesomer. The whole team needed to be awesomer because it was It was a pathetic day at the plate, and everybody's starting to notice. Bob Nightingale tweeted out the following. The Detroit Tigers have scored only 4 of their last 46 innings since the 6th inning of opening day. That's a lot of goose eggs put up. And yesterday they got shut out again. And
that's 1 out of every 11 innings, by the way, that they score in.
And Scooble, I actually think he might have tweeted that out during the game. So it wasn't. It is even worse. But they wasted 2 great pitching performances from Scooble and Mize, and the Scooble and Mize, the early feedback is great. JV, we'll see, but if this is who their bats are going to be, they're sunk, they're cooked.
Well, why didn't School pitch the 8th? Kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, why are you doing
some
that?
other people were like, yeah. Oh, he's kidding. Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so we were getting ahead of ourselves. I was just getting caught up on your Wednesday. So nap? You took a nap? You fell asleep during the game?
Yeah, I fell asleep on the chair.
You weren't the only one. Those bats fell asleep too.
I mean, the dog had jumped up on the chair with me. Next thing I know, and kind of woke myself up, and the dog was still asleep. So yeah, watch the Tigers. It was not special, and just it was a very lazy day.
Mm-hmm.
Needed to get stuff done. I didn't get stuff done. I just procrastinated. Started doom scrolling. It's just I'm not proud of myself from last night. Just wasn't a lot going on.
You know what it sounds to me like, and the message you're getting across this morning. You regressed yesterday.
Yeah.
Gator regressed as a person.
I did. I was not in a good place. What with what's happening with our hockey team, the baseball team not scoring. It just no.
It's one of the reasons why we opened yesterday's show praising the Pistons, is because the Pistons are doing everything that we want the Red Wings to do, and the Pistons seem to be everything. The Pistons culture seemed to be everything that the Red Wings culture was. And it's amazing how things have turned around. But yeah, I mean, on the Tiger front, that was bad offensively, and it's not all bad. Like, they got 3 guys hitting. Colt Keith is hitting. Dylan Dingler's hitting. Kevin McGonigal's hitting. Nobody else has a batting average above 200. Ooh. Nobody else has an OPS above 609. Ooh. Last year, the Major League Baseball average was 719 OPS on base plus slugging. And the Tigers have 3 guys over that right now. And like I said, if this
and
is
they're way over it, but
yeah, they're way over it. Those three guys are killing it. Dingler, Colt, and Mick gone. But at the end of the day, they need more out of a whole bunch more of their bats. And look, those guys have stretches in their careers where they're doing it. A bunch of them are doing it at the same time. It's not a big enough sample size to think this is who they are. But if they have regressed to this extent, well, then they're going to have major problems, and it is what it is.
It's 6 games into the season. I'm not going to panic on this at all. It's slow starts happen. What you hope is that while you're having a slow start, somebody else can pick the team up and maybe hover around 500. At 2-4, it's not ideal. A 4-game losing streak is not ideal. Now they're back home. They're going to be witness to an incredible crowd tomorrow.
Yep.
Looks like it's shaping up, let me knock on wood, shaping up to be a fantastic day in Detroit.
Looks like it.
Somewhere in the 70s for baseball and beyond. And that's going to really get this crowd going. I mean, the crowd's going anyway, right? But if it's a beautiful day, it's going to be even better. So let's hope that the bats do wake up. That'd be nice. Framber Valdez on the mound. He had a good outing his first start of the season with the Tigers. There's stuff that's going in their favor, but the bats have got to wake up. And it's one thing to make contact, but if you're not making contact, then at least have a good at bat. Let's not chase pitches again. In a strike zone that has shrunk considerably over last year, stop chasing pitches. Can we get that hammered home?
Well, they only struck out 5 times as a team, and so it wasn't. Now there was the Baez at bat that kind of went viral because he swung at pitches way out of the strike zone, which he has been known to do. But yeah, it was did they have any walks? They didn't walk once.
No. And if you're swinging out of the zone and making contact, it end up being outs.
Yep.
Because it's not ideal.
It was just an overall offensive, and it's got to be. It's going to be better. There are guys that are going to hit better than they have, but there's probably also the 3 guys that are killing it right now are probably going to settle in somewhere south of what they're doing.
Sure, but let's just hope that we're done seeing like really bad at bats. Like the first 6 games, Kerry Carpenter had some really bad swings. We've seen them.
Yeah.
Javi Baez had some really bad swings.
Yep.
Torkelson and Riley Green have looked outmatched at times, right? And these are guys that have got to be better for this team if we're expecting this team to win the division and make some noise in the playoffs and hopefully get to the ALCS and have a chance at the World Series.
The Tigers as a team have struck out 60 times through 6 games. Kerry Carpenter has 12 of them.
Ooh.
He has 22 at-bats, 12 strikeouts. He's got 2 hits. He's hitting .091 with a slug of .091. I mean, it's just this is something that can't continue, and I don't suspect that it will. But when you're in the middle of it, it feels like they authentically can't hit.
Right. And as bad as it's been, there are 9 teams that have struck out more times than the Tigers have.
Is there?
Yeah, which is kind of crazy. The Angels lead the league with 80 strikeouts through 7 games. The Athletics have struck out 64 times in 6 games. That's number 2. So the Tigers are at 60 through 6 games. That's a lot of swinging and missing. It's a lot of taking third strikes. Whatever. It doesn't look good. Their batting average right now is at .215, which also isn't good, but it's 19th in the league.
What did I say? Kerry Carpenter was 2 for 22. Aaron Judge is 3 for 24. Now he's hit homers, but he's hitting 125. Early in the season, you see some weird stuff.
Yeah, and you know that he's going to get going. He'll end up hitting 50 home runs, and he'll be fine. But the Tigers right now through 6 games, a .596 OPS is 5th worst in the league. 5th worst in the league right now. So this is not who they're going to be. The question is, how long until we start to see any kind of semblance of what this offense is supposed to be? Mm-hmm. Hopefully it's tomorrow. Hey, got the opening 2 series on the road out of the way. Let's get back we're going to settle into a home routine here. Let's play winning baseball.
Shohei Ohtani, 3 for 18. Early in the year.
Well, he sucks. So
I mean, if you're comparing Carp to Ohtani and Judge, then yeah, I guess we don't have a problem.
Yeah.
But I think he's also Carp.
The point is, obviously, there are great hitters, better hitters that are off to slow starts as well. These guys are give them some time to come around. But when you're in the middle of it, it sucks. When you're in the middle of it, and you're just like, is this team ever going to score a run?
Well, this is the same thing we say with like middle of basketball season. The team's never going to win again, or team's never going to lose again.
Yeah, and then when you look at the end of last year and how the bats finished and how they're starting this year, it's hard not to draw a straight line and say there's a correlation and they could have some problems, but they're not. These guys aren't going to be that bad. Is I guess the point I'm making. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. There was something yesterday that has continued to impress. We'll get to that today from the Tigers at 10:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Well, these rains are going to bring out some green grass soon enough. Well, make sure that it's green and make sure that it's weed-free. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's a telephone number, and if you want to get green and stay green, and how about saving green when you prepay? Call by the end of the month to get that early bird discount, and with Natural Way, they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. They've been around in Michigan since 1990, and I've had them at my house now for nearly a dozen years. I love how my lawn looks, and it's thanks to Natural Way. Look, if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching a grass thin every single summer, give them a call. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program, and they offer a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. It's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem, but you've got to start early. Early treatment set the tone for the entire season. And for a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program, and you'll get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station, 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1, talking about the Tigers who come home for opening day tomorrow. And look, there's really only two boxes that need to get checked for opening day for it to be epicer than usual, and that is weather and Friday. Both of those things are in play. It's going to be good weather, and it's a Friday. Because you know what seems to be irrelevant for how people treat the party is what the team's record is. Team comes home at 2-4, which is a disappointment. They got swept by the lowly Diamondbacks. And at the end of the day, concerns about the offense are rearing their ugly head, in spite of the injection of the lineup of what looks like an all-star bat after a week, which, it's too early to call it an all-star bat. But you know what I might want to talk about here a little bit?
What's that, Doug?
Remember when there were questions about McGonigal's glove?
Yeah.
He was outstanding yesterday in the field. Again.
He looks good. That double play they turned was fantastic. We saw that in spring, and now we've seen it in an actual game, a real game.
Mm-hmm.
That was good. That was really good. And then I remember watching the game the other night and saw the third baseman make a bad throw on a play. I'm like, come on, Kevin, you're better. And then I realized it wasn't Kevin McGonigal playing third base at that time. So I was like, okay, all right. Golden boy's still golden.
Mm-hmm.
But he's looked good defensively, which was the number one thing they wanted to make sure he was ready to do.
In the meantime, he did have that triple. Colt Keith, I think that park tortured Colt Keith. With the ball that he hit off the top of the wall that hit the yellow line, he's also the one that hit the eye bar on that that fan patio out in center field. That park taunted and tortured Colt Keith because he did just what it looked like just about damn near everything he could to get a home run in that park, and he couldn't.
Well, it's a good sign how he's been swinging the bat through the beginning of the season so far. Mm-hmm. 1 week in, and he looks good. So I'm glad to see that because he's a guy that needs to take that bigger step forward this season.
In the meantime, are we all good with Skubal? Everything is Skubal's going to pitch like this? Are we good with riding this horse?
It's a 1 earned run through 13 innings so far.
Yeah.
I hope we're good with it. I mean, I thought it was interesting.
Did it just take them starting to play real Tiger baseball for everybody to remember, why everybody loved Tarek Skubal?
Yes.
Or not everybody, but many people were appreciative of Tarek Skubal in spite of maybe not getting that extra inning that you wanted last year.
The off season is for the drama. Now it's the real deal. So you table that until I'm sure it'll rear its ugly head around the trade deadline, depending where this team is at.
The first time he has a bad start, people go, I'm not paying $40 million for that.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. He only struck out 3 batters last night, which is very un-Skubal-like. If he's going to go 7 innings, I'd be curious if you go through his game logs, how many times has he gone 7 innings and struck out less than 7?
I would say quite a bit because strikeouts take more pitches. Like if you are going to go longer into games, strikeouts take longer at bats. I think it's...
Oh, I get that, but he's a guy who just lives in the strike zone anyway.
He does.
So I'm just thinking he hasn't had too many.
The fewer strikeouts you have, if you can let them put it in play and they can't hit you, you can go 9. But if you get into a situation where you're striking everybody out, it makes it harder to go 9. But look, nonetheless, very impressive. And it was another. I can't believe between Mize and Skubal we had those 2 starts. I'll just say this too: Corbin Carroll was a Tiger killer in that series, an absolute Tiger killer in that series. And sometimes guys stand out against your team, and he was exceptionally good, and he homered off Skubal. And I thought I saw something like it's only the 3rd lefty on lefty fastball home run he's given up in years. I got to find it because somebody had the actual tweet here, and I got it somewhere. Cody Stavenhagen. Tarek Skubal appears to be done after. Oh no, this isn't it. Corbin Carroll's dialed in. He just took an 0-2 fastball from Tarek Skubal, opposite field home run. I guess I didn't bookmark it. My bad. But he hasn't given up a lot of home runs, lefty on lefty home runs.
No, he has not. So that's interesting. I mean, look, that kid's a good player. He's a really good player, and so is Skubal. And last year, Tarek Skubal had a bunch of starts where he went 7 innings. All but 2, he had at least 6 strikeouts in those.
Yeah, I mean the fewer
he had a
strikeouts.
couple that were like, what? Only 3 and 7 innings in one outing.
Fewer strikeouts he has,
Or
I think
another.
the better chance he has to go deep in games, and maybe that's something he's trying to do. I don't know. I didn't see anything he said about it afterwards, but Skubal, 2 good starts for them. Now they come home, and fans. I mean, look, it's always fun to see the bright, shiny new toy, right?
It is.
So getting to see Framber Valdez for the home opener, that's kind of a fun little twist on tomorrow, isn't it?
It is. It is. If it's not going to be Skubal or JV, then, I mean, Valdez, it should be, right? Because, first of all, it sets up that way brilliantly.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people wanted it to be JV for the nostalgia's sake. And then after watching JV in his first outing this year, maybe they're like, okay, we can table this a little bit longer. But to see Valdez get out there, that's the big signing, and had a great start, his first start of the year here. Let's pick up where he left off.
For the weekend, you get Valdez on Friday, Flaherty on Saturday, and JV on Sunday, and that is a Sunday night game on Peacock.
Easter Sunday.
Yep. So the home fans, if you got tickets for this weekend, those are the pitchers that you will see for the Tigers. In the meantime, we're going to be down there. We're not sure where yet. Depends on the weather, but we might be outside the park. We might be at Hockeytown Cafe, inside, upstairs in that studio they got there. So just tune in tomorrow. But opening day is always fun in Detroit. Always fun in Detroit.
It's a tradition. Yep. When do you remember the first time you started going down? Or was it have you only been down there because of work for opening day?
No, I skipped school and went to an opening day against the Red Sox back in when I was in high school.
Okay.
Yeah.
But not to party with friends and stuff, just go to the game.
No, I was in high school. I went to the game. So
Yeah.
But other than that, it's been pretty much always work related. Pretty much. But 248-539-9797, Tiger fans. I don't know how concerned you are yet, but feedback's coming in. 1 home run on the season won't do. Also, I'm not sure about Torque as a major leaguer. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, I mean, Torque's put up a couple 30 home run seasons. He also goes through stretches where he's not hitting, and this is perhaps one of those stretches.
Yeah.
But he's also been productive with hitting doubles. He's an extra base machine, but his average is never going to impress you. And if he goes through droughts, the droughts just get more pronounced, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look, last year 30 guys hit 30 home runs or more. And so if you're not sure of him as a major leaguer, he's done something in his career that not a lot of guys do. So I don't know what else to tell you. He has holes in his game. He's not a complete player. It'd be nice to see more bat to ball skills on display. Can have the best pitching in the world, and last night we did. But if Carp and Riley aren't our studs like last year, we are effed. I mean, that's true. If this is long term, who they're going to be? Like, you remember opening day? I said I don't think McGonigal's an 800 hitter.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, and lo and behold, I'm right.
What a leap you made.
No, but the point is, McGonigal's going to come back to earth. But the rest of these guys, most of them will probably pick it up.
Yeah, water will find their level, and I think we're going to find out a lot about these guys this year. I think at the end of the season, we're going to be disappointed and say, okay, this is now maybe it's more than just this past season. There's a little bit of a track record to not be enamored with this player or that player. And it'll go the other way, too. The other players will say, wow, you'll say this guy really improved throughout the season. He built off what he did last year, like that. But this team is going to get more and more defined as we move on.
Got some Final Four preview coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. Michigan taking on Arizona in the second game. UConn, Illinois in the first game. All that Saturday in Indy. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builder's First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. I talked to them about my mom's deck. They came out and helped her out tremendously, and she couldn't be happier with it right now. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builder's First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builder's First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
It's one day away, and people are worried about the bats, and understandably so. Look, it's carryover from the end of last year, which makes it feel like these might be authentic problems that could be long-term, but there's also guys way underperforming right now, even for the standards that have been set over the course of their careers. And there's holes in some swings and some bad approaches as they come home for the home opener. But, tons of feedback coming in on this as people expressing their level of concern. Tigers are one of the best offenses at the beginning of last year. Then they fizzled. I'd much rather the struggle be now. That's from an unnamed texter. Brandon in Chesterfield writes in, guys, I hate that ballpark. It's beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but it's a menace. Did you guys see Dingler or Keith? I think if he had a double and instead of the ball bouncing off the wall and going out, it literally went back to the outfield in play, accounting for a double again. WTF. That ball hit the very top of the yellow. The bullpen catcher, and look, I can tell you it was funny because Benetti got fooled a little bit. He thought it was gone. Those are tough to determine It's like field goals. As play-by-play guys, I can tell you one of the worst places to be is in a press box at the 50-yard line to see if it's going through the uprights.
Right.
So what do? I look at the fans. I look at the fans' signal before anybody else. If it's going to be good or no good. In that particular case, the bullpen was gathering to catch the Colt Keith shot that hit the top of the wall. And I wonder if that's what Benetti was doing. Benetti's elite, so don't get me wrong. I'm not criticizing him here. But I wondered when I saw the replay and I saw the bullpen catcher like start to go over to catch the ball. I'm like, yeah, that's the sign for, is that going to clear the wall? One of the things you do if you're sitting behind home plate and don't have that perspective, I thought it was gone too. Hit the top of the wall and came back.
I'm not a fan of how that stadium's laid out either. It's because it's only built for baseball. This isn't like a football stadium where maybe you have to move some bleacher seats back to accommodate for the field, so you would have this weird wall like they had with the old Metrodome. This is different. You had a chance to build it how you did, and for I don't know what you thought you were doing here. Like we're going to have the green monster. We're going to put it 420 feet away. It makes no sense in Arizona. So whatever. I'm glad they don't have to go back there.
It's a cool park to be in. I loved it when I was there. But do we have a Kerry Carpenter problem? Writes Kevin in a van. Guy's striking out 50% of his at-bats. I know it's early, but that's actually an unbelievable stat.
It's a problem for him right now, for sure. I don't know if it is long-term. That's to be determined here. But it does not look good. I mean, he's not having good swings up there and getting fooled a ton, but we also know that when Kerry Carpenter gets locked in, he's one of the best hitters in baseball.
Unnamed texter says Tigers were 2-4 after their first 6 games against the Dodgers and Mariners last year. They got on track in the next series when they swept the White Sox. Well, go sweep the Cardinals this weekend. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Michael next on 97.1. Hi, Michael.
Hey there. How's it going, guys?
What's up?
I just feel like everyone's overreacting a little bit. I don't know. We've only played 2 series. We haven't even played a home series yet. And I'm a huge Tigers fan, and I've watched the team a long time. I know that the bats have been a problem for a while. I'm not saying it's not a real issue. I'm just saying that we can't take anything away from 6 games, however many they've played.
No, I mean, look, there's a reason why we were very used a lot of disclaimers when we've talked about McGonigal's fast start because it's so early, and the same is true of the bats that haven't shown much yet that have track records of being better. So it's hard to say because especially when you have the day off and you got to sit on that performance for like 48 hours until the next game, but. Baseball things don't happen quickly in baseball. They happen very, very slowly over time. And so corrections take a while. And maybe it never corrects, but I would tend to think, given the track records a lot of people we're talking about here, it will. 48 hours. Michael, thank you. 248-539-9797.
Perspective, Doug. Everything's about perspective.
Yes.
6 games.
Yep. Kevin in Northville says, pretty pumped for opening day tomorrow. Unfortunately, element for myself and others observing Lent. Tomorrow is Good Friday, so no ballpark hot dogs tomorrow. But the weather looks promising. Kevin, yep. For those that observe Lent. But I'll ask you this, Kevin. Is it worth it to pass on the hot dog to have opening day on a Friday? I'm going to say yes, personally.
Oh, here we go.
It's easy for you to say, Doug. Very easy. But opening day and baseball and hot dogs, they all go hand in hand in hand. Am I right, Gator?
100%.
And depending on how many hot dogs, in hand in hand.
Right, exactly. In hand.
So how does one navigate that?
I mean, there's chicken options, right?
There's no chicken dog, is there?
No. But
chicken is considered a meat and can't be consumed on a...
it's fish only.
Yeah.
Shrimp. Fish is not a meat?
Shrimp dogs. What?
Shrimp
dogs. Fish is not a meat?
Fish. You can have fish.
But not chicken.
Not chicken, no. Or pork. Or anything. It's just fish.
Nothing, dude.
Yeah.
Huh. What is it?
You can go straight nachos with no meat, meatless nachos, right, Doug?
Well, nachos usually the ones they have there.
That's what I'm saying, just cheese.
But it comes with that pump cheese.
All right, what? Doug. I'm not talking. Doug, come on. You already. These people are. Catholics are already limited, and now you're going to tell them they can't even have fake cheese, Doug?
Yes. No, they can do whatever they want.
Who are you, Jay Ivey?
I never. Wow.
This guy's just telling.
I never ever. You do what you need to do. Live your own life. You be you.
Wait a minute. You don't like the pump cheese on nachos?
No.
Really?
No, I don't.
He said this for years, man.
Yeah.
You know, Doug.
You like the pump cheese, don't you?
Did you suspect that I would like the pump cheese?
Dude, it's a nacho. It's a simple chips and the dip type thing.
He thought you liked breaded wings yesterday.
Well, we've only been doing the show together for 19 years.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Well, maybe your taste may have changed there.
No.
Well, you're missing out, Doug.
I am.
The pump cheese is. That's what I mean. That is the ballpark. That's part of the whole ballpark experience. You get the pump cheese. You ask for more. Hey, can you spill a little extra on there? You get the jalapenos, and then you realize you've had 5 jalapenos, and the jalapenos might be a little too hot for you this time around. And you have to make the decision: do I want salsa or do I want that other little cup filled up with cheese? The answer is you want to fill it up with cheese.
You know what Doug does on a Friday in Lent at the ballpark?
Does laps around it to get a workout in? What?
No, I get those almonds that are overrated. That smell so good. They smell so good, and they aren't. But I can almost guarantee I'm going to get some of those tomorrow.
Are the almonds more satisfying as a food for you to the taste than the nachos with the pump cheese?
I don't eat the nachos with the pump cheese.
Yeah, so if you had to pick one or the other, it's the almonds all day.
The tasteless almonds that just smell good, that's it?
Yep.
All right.
Mike and Troy says, no need to panic. Tigers got swept by the Dodgers the first series last year. We still went to the playoffs. We're good. Anthony the mail truck. The Diamondbacks are a good offense. They were barreling up a lot. The Tigers ran into good bats. The pitching was fine. Outside of the way they pitched Corbin Carroll, the problem were the bats against that pitching staff. God, that sucked. But, I mean, it's baseball, right?
Baseball.
248-539-9797. All right. Today is an interesting day, Gator. Today is National Peanut Butter Jelly Day and National Burrito Day.
Oh, man. Wow.
Have you been on our Twitter account today?
I have not.
Okay, good.
I mean, I have, but I haven't seen anything.
Okay, don't yet. Because we asked the people.
Okay. I haven't looked at responses, if that's what you're saying.
Which one will Gator say is better? Burritos or peanut butter and jelly? The people have responded, and we will find out from you coming up today at 10:50. Which is better, burritos or peanut butter and jelly? Some Final Four preview in the 11 o'clock hour. It's Carson Anderson. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you'll be able to listen to this show and all the shows anywhere in the United States. There's going to come a time you're on vacation, something big happens in Detroit sports, and you go, wait, what was that app? Get it now. AUDACY, streaming all the 97.1 The Ticket content. Also streaming through our website, 971theticket.com. Streaming with video, YouTube and Twitch. That way you can watch the show and participate in the streaming chat right there. As I think they're trashing my food, the things I like in food. Once again, as per usual, check it out. YouTube and Twitch. Go to the search bar, type in 971 The Ticket. All right, what's better? Is it burritos or peanut butter and jelly? We asked people, what would Gator say? And we have got how many votes here? We got quite a few, and we've 862 impressions. We'll get to that next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, when your garage door stops working or it's time for a new one, you don't want to call a call center 3 states away, do you? You want M&M Garage Doors, still family-owned and operated right here in Michigan since 2011, whether it's a fast, reliable repair or a full door replacement. Their team of pros arrive in fully stocked trucks. They got 3 of everything, ready to get the job done right there, right then, the first time. You get a heads-up call and a text with your technician's photo, plus easy 24/7 scheduling and clear upfront pricing. And every repair and installation is backed by a warranty for total peace of mind. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit garagedoorrightnow.com today. M&M Garage Doors, open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Got some Final Four preview next hour, NFL stuff. In the noon hour, Scott Anderson, it's National Burrito Day and National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day. Now, why they have them both on the same day, I don't know.
I can help with that.
Oh, you can?
National Burrito Day is always the first Thursday in April. So it just happens to fall on this date.
Everyone knows that, Doug.
I mean, it's common knowledge.
It's like Good Friday. Everyone knows it.
Is there a reason why it's the first Thursday in April?
It falls on the first Thursday in April.
Because?
That's when they deemed it.
So when I said I don't know why they're both on the same day, you said because National Burrito Day is today.
No, what I said was I can help you out with that a little bit because it can fall on any one of 7 numbered days depending on which day is the first Thursday.
Okay. So we also have National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day. We asked the people, we didn't ask them which is better. We asked the people on Twitter, which one do you think Gator will say is better? Because you have spoken on the air quite a bit about your love for both.
Yeah, I mean, and it's also National DIY Day. So the peanut butter and jelly sandwich is the easiest DIY ever, right? I mean, you want to make something for yourself. I don't know if it gets any easier than peanut butter and jelly.
Toast.
Yeah, I mean, toast is the same thing, right? But you got to put it in the toaster. And you got to wait. You got to wait for it to toast up.
Well, when you're waiting, you're doing nothing.
Right, but you have to wait for it to toast. It takes, by the time you pull the bread out, it takes like 4 or 5 minutes to have that ready to go.
To make
peanut
toast,
butter and jelly sandwich is like 60 seconds.
To make toast, it's a one-step instruction.
You're very argumentative.
Put it in.
Yeah, I mean, are you using a toaster or a toaster oven here?
Either way.
Oh,
Either way,
there's settings
while you guys are waiting for your toast to get ready, I've already enjoyed half a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Well, you must make them quick and devour them quick, which is no surprise. So, Gator, which one is better? Well, I won't read the replies until.
This is tough because I probably make somewhere around 30 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches a year. And I love them. I use jam, not jelly, because the jelly doesn't spread as easily. Jelly's globules, and the jam spreads. So, and I like different flavors of jam.
I was gonna say strawberry or grape.
Usually I go with like blackberry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you do the traditional peanut butter on one slice of bread and then jelly or jam on the other side? Okay, I've seen someone do the outrageous peanut butter and then jelly on the same.
I think the only way you can do that is if you're going to, maybe that's with the jelly because of the globules, but if you've got jam and you're going to spread it, use it. That's why it's spreadable. So you can get corner to corner. Every little square centimeter is covered by either peanut butter or jelly. And I go heavy on the peanut butter. But burritos are special. I mean, I don't care if it's stuffed with shredded chicken, ground beef. You would just want to go with a bean burrito. I love them from Taco Bell. I love them from Chipotle. I love them from a sit-down restaurant.
A food truck.
Food truck burrito.
Man.
I knew this would be hard for you.
It's burrito. I mean, if I have a choice, if I go outside right now out in the hallway there, and they've got a choice of here's peanut butter and jelly, and here's a burrito. I'm going burrito.
Okay. Would you say you eat more than 30 burritos in a year?
If I were to combine the total with like breakfast burritos too, because I buy frozen breakfast burritos, and I go through phases where I'll have those for a week.
Yeah.
A couple times a year. It's probably more burritos.
Okay. Because you said you made 30. You made 30 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in the last year. Do you have more burritos, or do you have more peanut butter and jelly?
It's tight. It's tight. I'm not sure.
This is neck and neck.
I'm not sure because the breakfast burrito takes the whole different level. Like I don't go to I hit Taco Bell like 4 or 5 times a year. I go to a Mexican restaurant a handful of times a year, and I'm not always getting burritos when I go to the restaurant. So it kind of takes that. But Chipotle again, like 5 times a year. It's tight.
I know.
I probably make more peanut butter and jelly sandwiches than I eat burritos. But I like the burrito more. The burrito's just more special.
Okay. Well,
PB&J is just like routine, you know? It's like part of your morning routine, whatever, or whatever part of your day when you have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, whether it's breakfast or lunch. It's just part of it. Like, okay, yeah, put on my clothes, get the peanut butter out. I mean, whatever. Burrito, you got to plan for it, so it makes it special.
So we asked a question on Twitter, it being National Burrito Day, National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day. Which one will Gators say is better? Right now, with 69% of the vote, it's burritos over peanut butter and jelly. Pat says, my go-to snack is PB&J and a tortilla. Much better than an Uncrustable. Have you ever done that?
I have had...
That's a peanut butter and jelly hack right there. Put it in a tortilla.
I've had, like, Tropical Smoothie Cafe has a breakfast item that is peanut butter and bananas. It's
That's like
crunchy peanut butter and bananas
that's a good one.
In a tortilla. It's really
I've
good.
had that, from Jay Barndor, my guess is Gator loves burritos more than CB Buckner loves missing calls.
Hey, we both can't help it.
From Mike, I just finished eating a breakfast burrito on my break at work.
I love a breakfast burrito. I might like the breakfast burrito better than the lunch burrito.
Ted says, why can't every day be burrito day? Dylan says, PB&J, awesome fuel source for endurance athletes. It is.
I just said, see that, King? Doug with the acknowledgement like he's an endurance athlete.
Well, that's why you eat them, isn't it?
Me? Yeah, sure.
B Smoke. Is this even a question? Burrito on, boys. From Mike, burritos for sure. Come stop by Taco Bell later on today. So there you go. So here's a question. Here's a follow-up question. Dude who's done it in a tortilla. Will you have peanut butter and jelly in a tortilla? Would you try that?
I said I've done it.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
Not with the jelly, but I've made like the peanut butter and sliced bananas in there. Would I put peanut butter and jelly just straight up in a tortilla? Probably not.
Yeah. Yes. Somebody asked, is globules actually a word? It is actually a word.
You're welcome.
Yeah. See if I can find I'll be interested in how they define globule.
A gelatinous ball.
A small round particle of a substance. A drop. That is according to dictionary.com. Globule. 248-539-9797. Okay. We'll get to some other peanut butter and jelly stuff.
What about you?
What about me? For me? I'll have burritos way more than I have peanut butter and jelly.
Don't you have the Uncrustables all the time?
Not since the kids were like 12. We used to get them all the time as an emergency break glass. Don't have time to make them a real lunch. Throw the Uncrustables in there. And the Uncrustables were frozen. That was the best part. Is you could buy a box and leave them there for 6 months, and then throw one of them in at a lunch when you didn't have time to make them a real lunch. So I haven't had a peanut butter and jelly in forever. So the burrito all the way. Okay. And while you don't care, I'll go with shredded chicken.
No, shredded chicken's great.
Shredded chicken is good.
Okay.
Burrito for me. Yeah. Burrito. I don't mind a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but I mean burritos.
Yeah, I think most people would say burrito. Again, burrito is more special. Yeah. Peanut butter and jelly. I mean, I love peanut butter and jelly.
Well, but the reason why Doug posed the question he did the way he did on Twitter is because we know you love peanut butter and jelly so much.
I do. Yep. Gotta be creamy peanut butter too.
All right, no crunchy.
No, I'm not a big crunchy peanut butter fan.
White or wheat? What kind of bread do you like?
I mean, I prefer the white. I've gone with wheat. I've gone every bread. Sourdough.
Have you ciabatta? That seems difficult.
Dude, I'll do it however I can do it.
He's committed. Nothing will deter him.
I mean, crackers. I don't care. I've absolutely.
Sophia, you're on 97.1. Hi, Sophia.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good.
Good. I have never called in before, but my whole family thinks I'm nuts for eating peanut butter and jelly on a tortilla, so I just had to call you guys and let you know that it is a good combo, and yeah.
You go soft tortilla or a crunchy tortilla?
Soft tortilla. Actually, to be honest, it helped me lose quite a bit of weight because I would be using the low-calorie tortillas instead of 2 slices of bread, so yeah.
Did you heat it up too, or no?
No, not usually.
Okay. All right. That's good to know.
Yeah, half tortilla with the peanut butter, half with the jelly.
Hey, appreciate it, Sophia. Sounds good, and maybe I will try it. And I do love the banana, that banana thing they have.
See, King, you heard somebody say it was kind of healthy. A way to lose weight. Now Doug's on board.
Yeah, he jumped on real quick.
Talk some Final Four next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. 2 games tonight for our local teams. The Red Wings will be right here on 97.1 as they are in Philly to take on the Flyers. Philadelphia has won 8 of their last 11 games and skyrocketed to 86 points to tie the Wings and Senators in the standings right now. They've gained 23 points in 15 games since February 26th. That's tied for the second most in the Eastern Conference in that span. For context, the Wings have only grabbed 12 points in that stretch, while the top teams in the East, such as Buffalo, Montreal, Boston, Pittsburgh, and others, have all gained scoring 20 or more points in that same time. Puck drop tonight at 7 o'clock here on 97.1. Our pregame show begins at 6:45. At that same time, the Pistons will be getting ready to hit the floor against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Minnesota will be without Jaden McDaniels tonight and possibly Anthony Edwards, as he's listed as questionable. We should also get a medical update on Cade Cunningham sometime today before the game, as he is scheduled to get reevaluated for his collapsed lung today. Pistons currently favored by 3.5 points on FanDuel right now. Tip-off can be heard at 7 o'clock over on WWJ. They have pregame at 6:35. Some NFL headlines from today. Former Michigan State quarterback Kirk Cousins is signing a deal to join the Las Vegas Raiders. And Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen and his wife Haley Steinfeld announced that they welcomed their first child today, a baby girl, per Steinfeld's newsletter. At the Coralwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so if you want to keep talking Tigers, 248-539-9797, your level of concern for this offense after 6 games. I feel like the good news is, Scott, is the last couple of years, Tiger fans have grown somewhat accustomed to the team being competitive and somewhat accustomed to, baseball conclusions don't get drawn after 20 at-bats. So I think maybe we have a slightly more seasoned baseball audience now than we did a couple of years ago because people have been paying a lot closer attention. But that doesn't mean at the beginning of the season, we're encouraged by this team offensively. If there's any reason to believe that these droughts, these slumps that a number of players are in, basically everybody not named McGonigal, Dingler, or Keith, is, if you have reason to believe that they're long-term and they aren't going to pull out of it, we'd be interested to hear as to why, and open to, it's all discussions, right? It's all stuff to talk about. In the meantime, Michigan's off to the Final Four. Now, yesterday, something weird happened with Elliot Cadeau. I got a call that somebody had been taken off the Michigan bus on a stretcher, and so we did some digging, only to find out Cadeau had a reaction. It was a peanut allergy, I guess. Had a reaction to a peanut that the cashew got in his food, and the university has a policy, so it's the old abundance of caution. They had to take him and get him checked up, make sure he was fine, and he had to travel separately to Indianapolis. But there doesn't seem to be any indication that that's an issue. You don't have any allergy. You have apples, right? Apples.
There are some raw fruits that I have allergic reactions to, so I can't eat them, like apples.
Yeah.
Black cherries are another one.
Is that right? I didn't know the black cherry thing.
Yeah, I learned that on 4th of July, like 1997-ish, sometime.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm like, oh, well, that's unfortunate. In the middle of Pine Lake, too. That was not good.
That is bad. So what happens?
What happens is my throat kind of it closes a little bit. And then I get it's like an itchy throat, and it narrows. My eyes might water as well. Yeah, so that's a problem. Raw apples, I discovered that I was in high school. I think maybe my sophomore year in high school. So I've been able to avoid those, and it's really unfortunate because I did like apples. I used to like just grab a raw apple and just eat it. Can't do that anymore.
Sucks.
It does.
Apples are great.
Yeah, it does. And then even with, I remember the last time I was at Cedar Point in my late 20s. Somebody at one of the group had gotten like a caramel apple and with the different sections. I'm like, oh, I'll try that. Had a bite. No good.
You can tell right away.
Right away. Yeah. I mean, it takes like 30 seconds. And my mom, 1 year for my birthday, we had dinner at my parents' house, and she made, it was like a brunch type thing. And she made this big salad, and it was great, like chicken salad. I'm like, and we're eating it, and then I'm like, are there apples in here? And she goes, well, yeah. I'm like, Mom.
And she knows.
She knows. I'm like, I'm allergic to raw apples. She goes, oh, that's right. She goes, even in a salad? Like, yes, Mom, even in a salad.
Right.
I can eat cooked apples, but not raw apples. And there's some other fruits too that now I'm nervous about.
So, yeah, I mean, Ken, you don't have any food allergies, do you?
I think maybe raw lychee. Do you know what lychee fruit is?
No.
Google it. It's basically like a more of a I think more of a Asian fruit. Comes from Asia instead. But you have to peel the outside. It's kind of like I'm trying to describe it, like a grape on the inside of this hard shell. You know what I mean? It's like a bigger grape type.
Is it like
It's got a big
pale,
seed.
a pale color
yes,
to it?
Yes, like translucent almost.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's got like a big seed inside. I had this God, it was like 25 years ago. I used to eat them all the time. One day I had them, and I started to get hives. And I was like, I've never had it since because it freaked me out that much. It was so bad. Like I was supposed to go to Cedar Point the next day, and I couldn't go. And so ever since then, I've literally never had that fruit. Now, I don't know if I can eat it cooked or whatever, but I stay away from lychee now.
This has elite nutritional benefits.
Oh, it does. Yeah, steel cut lychee.
Check these out.
Yeah.
Do you? But you can eat apple pie.
Yes, if it's cooked, I can have it. Yeah.
All right. So anyway, back to Cadeau. That was scary. Nobody needed that, and the university is very protective of your medical privacy. So I don't know if that's why they draped a sheet over him, but he was sitting up on a gurney, and they were trying to keep his identity from being revealed, and they put him in the back of an ambulance, and he went to the university hospital, and he's fine. But the whole thing was like, wait, what? Right before they go to the Final Four. And Final Four trips, when you get them, as fan bases here know, there's something to behold. And the idea that you could lose a player for some, unexpected, strange reason, that was not cool.
No, it's not. Now, for me, with my allergies, when I go through that, if I happen to have a little bit of raw apple, it comes and goes. It'll go quickly. Like within an hour, I'm like fully recovered from it. No big deal. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not saying that's what the case is with him, but all the doctors would say about it was he's fine, or the Michigan response was he's fine. Yep. Which is great to hear because you don't want him to go through any kind of more distress than he already had.
No, but for about 25 minutes yesterday afternoon on my drive home, I was feverishly calling people to try and figure out what the hell was going on because people were trying. Wait, what? My phone started about who just was taken off the Michigan team bus. I'm like, I don't know. So
now he did not have to drive with Stoney to Indianapolis, though, right? Because that might be more concerning for Michigan fans.
They're still on the road. They left yesterday. They're still on the road.
That would be more concerning for Michigan fans than dealing with an allergic reaction to something he ate, because Stoney famously just kept going around and around and around Indianapolis.
This is one of the greatest Stoney stories ever for people who missed it. He and a friend were road tripping from Philly to Los Angeles. His friend drove to Indy. Stoney took over. Indianapolis is a large city surrounded by a long circular highway. It's not tight. It's big. It's big. A lot of cities have one highway that loop the whole thing. Stoney got on that circular highway and drove it all night long, around and around and around, and never noticed.
He treated it like it was a roundabout.
He just kept going around the city of Indianapolis over and over again. Anyway, no, he did not drive with Stoney. So we asked fans on Twitter today, okay, what is the key to this game, and what's an underrated thing? And I want to give you an underrated thing. I want to see who the officials are for this game and how this game is going to be whistled. That Tennessee game, the officials were Bart Lennox, Gregory Nixon, and Jeffrey Anderson. And I thought they really struggled in the first 10 minutes of the game, and it felt like they were determined to whistle every little ticky-tack nickel-dimer as there was, and both teams had key players get into foul trouble. And by foul trouble, I mean one or two. Tennessee had a guy pick up a third foul. But how this game is going to be officiated, because Michigan's backcourt, even though they lost L.J. Kaysen, I think fans are seeing a Trey McKinney blossom into a player that can be relied on, and you can see being a future star. Roddy Gale has stepped up at huge times in his career. So if those guys have to do more, and Yax can bring the ball up the floor, but if an Elliot Cadeau or Namari Burnett get in foul trouble, I think even without L.J. Kaysen, the level of faith in the backcourt is high. The front court without Amara, Morez, Johnson, and Yax, if those guys get in foul trouble, Cheddar's been a nice role player for them, but he's not a guy that picks up a lot of the slack, and he's not as big as everybody else. And here's the other thing. Arizona shoots free throws at a record pace. They're third in the country in free throw attempts on the year, and they had a stat in their game notes. They're the first team since 2018 to shoot over 1,000 free throws in a season. They shoot a ton of free throws. They get to the line. They lead the tournament in fouls drawn. Like, this is a team that feasts on free throw shooting. So I think one of the underrated parts of this game that will determine this game is what kind of whistle we're going to see in this game.
Yeah, I would imagine that's a big part of it. And Michigan's advantage they have over most teams is that front court. And if they're going to be calling it tight and those guys get into foul trouble, then it opens up a whole different game that adjusting for what Michigan's going to have to do. I still like Michigan's front court offensively. I think they can dominate. But if you look at the most recent common opponent they have, it's Purdue.
Mm-hmm.
And Michigan lost to Purdue in the Big Ten tournament, dumb tournament championship game, 80-72. I'm not going to put too much stock in that game because who cares? You're a number one seed. At that point, you're competing for the number one overall seed, and I think that they're happy with the way things shook out, and here they are in the Final Four. But Arizona just beat them in the real tournament, and they beat them handily by 15 points. As much as Michigan has been dominant in this tournament as we expected them to be, double-digit wins, Arizona's done the same thing.
Yep.
These are two really good really good teams, and I think these are the top two teams in the country. So what we're going to see Saturday night is, I think this really is the championship game. No offense to UConn or Illinois, but I don't think it matters which team is coming out of that side of it because you're going to lose to whoever wins this game.
Out of teams that were competing for a national championship earlier in the year, somebody made a comment, and it might have been my response to you when you said you think Michigan's the best team in the country. Out of all the teams that I felt like I had to see before I could make that proclamation, Arizona was the last. And when I saw Arizona, I was like, whoa, tap the brakes. This team has everything Michigan has. They've already beaten UConn. They beat UConn in stores this year. They've got the Big 12 Player of the Year. They have an elite freshman class. And, yeah, there's something that they really don't do. Michigan has not faced a team that has shot more free throws this year than Arizona, and Arizona leans into that. They set a school record. This is a school record for attempted free throws. And like I said, the first team since South Florida in 2018, 2019, I found the note here, that's attempted 1,000 free throws in a season. This is a team that lives on the line. I think the whistle is the most underrated part of this game. And then there's the other parts of the game that are more obvious. We'll get to that. Punch phone calls and feedback. Michigan fans, what do you think the key to the game is? What is an underrated key if you want to go there? It's the Final Four Saturday in Indy. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Make sure your lawn is green and lush this year and call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. You offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. And now all about this. They've been at my house for nearly a dozen years now. I could not be happier. In fact, I've been serving Michigan since 1990. Give them a call, 888-GET-GREEN, and you get green, stay green, and save green when you prepay. If you call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is absolutely key. Give them a call because they've got programs designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and control those weeds. But you've got to start early for the best results. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, and for a limited time only, you'll purchase that full lawn program. You get free grub control. But you mentioned my name, Gator, in the station 97.1 to take advantage of that offer. Again, 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Michigan and Arizona coming up on Saturday. Look, if you haven't seen Arizona, they're legit. Their resume is every bit as impressive as Michigan. I mentioned before the break how they have shot more free throws than any team in college basketball in the last 6 years. They live on the line. Here's something they don't do. Michigan has not faced a team this year that takes as few threes as Arizona. They only take 16 a game. They played a Alabama team earlier in the tournament that takes 45 three-pointers in a game. Arizona takes 16. Not one Michigan opponent takes that few.
St. Louis took a bunch too, right?
St. Louis is a big three-point shooting team too, heavy in terms of three-point FGA. But now the Anthony Del Orso kid, the Australian lumberjack, he can come off the bench and hit threes for them. And Braden Burries, the freshman, is 13 of 19 in the tournament from beyond the arc. So maybe that's something that they have to be more cognizant of than originally one would think. But feedback coming in. We will get to that, but let's get to your phone calls. We go to Troy. You're on 97.1. Hi, Troy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Oh, not much. I was just going to chime in a little bit about, like, the Purdue game. I mean, when we lost to them, was in the Big Ten championship. Didn't really mean much to Michigan. They were going to be the 1 seed. But, when we went on the road at Purdue, dominated them, beat them by 11, I think that game meant more, in my opinion. And with Michigan, with their bench players and role players, Trey McKinney coming off the bench, kid's been a stud. I really think it's going to be a war, but I like Michigan's chances.
Well, Wolverines certainly have a chance. I mean, they have a really good chance to win this game. But Arizona, it will get into the lane and they'll get fouls on you. And I think that's a big part of this game is how the whistles go. You know, the motivation in the Big Ten tournament, I mean, a case can be made for that. I think the problem is when you get to a game, you still want to win it. you want to win it. Now, did Purdue want it more? Maybe they wanted it more. But there's no question what Arizona did against Purdue and what they've done in this tournament has been very, very impressive. 248-539-9797. Here's some of the feedback. Greg writes in, simple. Mara has to stay out of foul trouble. He's the difference maker on both ends of the floor. If he's sitting on the bench for long stretches, Michigan will struggle. Tom says, the key is the paint. Arizona's offensive strength and Michigan's defensive strength. The underrated key is bench play. Michigan is deeper, but can Gale and McKinney contribute? If Arizona gets in foul trouble, can their bench hang in there?
I think Michigan's depth comes from everybody in the starting five is really good, and then they only go 2 or 3 deep on the bench. It's not necessarily a deep team, but the quality of the players from 1 to 7 or 8 is really good.
This is a great matchup. The only thing, I feel like the only thing that's lacking from this matchup is it's not for the title game. Like, if they could reseed, I would ask them to reseed so Michigan and Arizona can meet in the title game. But with that being said, they got to play, to get to the title game. And I think that you've hit on a lot of points, Doug, that I agree with. That one is the free throw line shooting. Arizona's front court can match up with Michigan's front court. So Morrow's got to stay out of foul trouble. Yaxel's got to stay out of foul trouble because that's what Arizona does. They pound the paint, they get to the free throw line. That's what they've been doing all year, and they continue to do it throughout the tournament. Where Michigan has the advantages, they've been nailing threes all tournament long. I mean, they've been curb stopping every team because they in part because they can go inside, outside, and the outside's been on fire. They shoot and make more threes than Arizona does. If that continues, I like Michigan to win this game. If their three-point shooting's off, then it's all going to depend on who controls the paint better. And I think Arizona's got that front court that they'll be able to match with Michigan, which other teams haven't been able to do all tournament long.
They look a lot like the West Coast version of Michigan. Jeremy writes in, the key is keeping the bigs out of foul trouble, especially Mara. Arizona has bigs to match up. It could present a problem if either Mara or Johnson have to go to the bench. Underrated key is can Roddy Gale stay hot from 3? His 3 game was essentially non-existent before the tournament.
He was the guy that would leave open.
Yeah.
If you had to choose somebody to leave open to shoot a 3, it'd be Gale. But he's been hitting.
Coach Day says, take care of the ball. Johnson and Mara hit their averages and stay out of foul trouble. If every player hits their averages and you get anything from 42, Michigan should be fine. Morris Johnson Jr. has to play much better. From Jay Belly, how do I root? If Michigan loses, I win my bracket. If Michigan wins, it'll be a trip to the finals. LOL. Well, let me look at your Twitter profile and see if it says sports is life. Everything else is just details. Unhealthy love of Tigers, Lions, WWE, Chelsea Soccer, and the University of Michigan. Well, how much money's in your bracket?
That's an excellent question to ask.
I mean,
if it's a couple $100, then I don't
go
know.
for your team.
Yeah.
If it's $20,000,
if it's a couple $1,000.
yeah. I mean, what would be your breaking point to have you root against Michigan State in the Final Four? This is an uncomfortable question, but
it is. And honestly, I wouldn't.
I know.
I don't care about the money. Because what is it for us to get in? Any pool I've done has been no more than $20. So
yeah, but Stoney's pool has a huge payout.
It does. It does. I wouldn't care. I want my team to win.
Yeah, I hear you. Roddy Gale, Jim says, is the key. When he has a strong game, Michigan wins. Kevin writes in, key, U of M's ability to guard the rim without getting into foul trouble. Zona's offense runs inside out, and Michigan's bigs need to match them on defense. Underrated factors, Morez Johnson, his confidence and touch on offense needs to come back quickly after some rough games. Yeah, Morez felt like he was consistently the same guy night in, night out, and it hasn't necessarily been that. He did have an 8-for-8 game earlier in this tournament, but there have been some what felt like uncharacteristic struggles. But here's a little tie that maybe Michigan fans didn't know, but the 6'8" big for Arizona, Koa Pete, and that's a kid who had 30 points in his first game against the defending national champ Florida, which is quite a debut. His older brother was recruited by Michigan to play football. Andres Pete, who is an offensive tackle, I think he's still in the NFL, went to Stanford. But Michigan tried to recruit his older brother in football to play for them. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dan next on 97.1. Hi, Dan.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Dan.
Good morning. I want to talk about the Michigan-Arizona game.
Yep.
I want Michigan to win, but I think the issue will be Arizona's guard play is very talented. They're young and they're very quick. They remind me of Wisconsin, the guard play. And I think that will be Michigan's issue, is containing the Arizona guard in the paint.
Well, Braden Burry's one of their guards as a freshman, and he was on the All Big 12, made the All Big 12. I believe he was first team. Jaden Bradley was All Big 12 Player of the Year. Those are your two starting guards. Those guys are elite. The one thing that's very different between Michigan and Wisconsin is Arizona doesn't shoot the 3, 1 through 5. And that makes life on those guards in Wisconsin a little bit easier. But yes, they are a very, very, very good backcourt. 248-539-9797 if you want to continue this. What's the key and what's the underrated key? Michigan and Arizona on Saturday. Final Four talk here on Carson Anderson. Gator Kang had a dream. It was work-related.
Oh, boy.
We'll get to that at 11:36 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Talking about the Final Four, Michigan and Arizona coming up on Saturday. Some people's keys to the game, and they're underrated keys to this game. Additionally, we have King had a work dream. We wanted to get to that. We've been talking some Tigers. How legitimate are these offensive struggles? Are you concerned that they are here to stay? We did have some people make some suggestions for those of you that observe Lent and are going to opening day and can't have that ballpark hot dog. From Pat and Fargo, Catholics have confession option. Have a hot dog and go to confession.
There you go.
Yep. Matt and Flynn said, this is the first time I've heard the term pump cheese, and I love it. I will never call it anything else.
I just call it nacho cheese.
But I think you said pump cheese in there as well.
Doug did, so I started using it as pump cheese. But isn't it just basically nacho cheese? It's stadium nacho cheese.
Yeah. I think that's what it says on the side, the sticker, that generic sticker. Nacho cheese.
248-539-9797. Regarding Michigan and the Final Four, feedback coming in on that. One key to the game is Arizona figuring out a way how to defend Mara and Lindeborg. Underrated factor will be determining the outcome is if UM can bang the 3-ball. Sparty fan here, bear down, go Arizona, LOL. That's from Dylan. Ross writes in, the key to this game is field goal percentage. Well, that's often the case.
Well, but particularly for a team that doesn't shoot as many threes like Arizona doesn't. So, I mean, it's imperative of them that they take high percentage shots and knock those down.
Yep. BL Mazaris on Twitch says, I've been getting crabby about Michigan missing free throws in this tournament. Can't afford to be missing 5+ in a game like this. They have been weirdly inconsistent from the line in this tournament.
They've been feel really bad, Doug, and it hasn't mattered because they have these huge leads, but you know, right? You're like, why do they keep missing the front end of 101s, going 1 for 2? It's like,
and then throughout the tournament, it's like, well, they're still up 24, but they missed both.
Yep.
Unnamed texter, Michigan can beat Arizona if they shoot well from 3. I'm concerned that Mara could get in early foul trouble. He cannot pick up fouls he can pick up fouls in bunches. A goal of his should be really to try and get only 1 foul in the first half. Hopefully he's thinking about not picking up silly fouls. When he doesn't get a rebound or misses a shot, he tends to get handsy trying to make up for it. Just get back and play defense. So there you go. If you want to continue with this, 248-539-9797. What is the key and what's an underrated key? Michigan and Arizona on Saturday. All right, Kang, you said to me today, you're sitting at the desk and you said, I had a work dream.
Yeah. About once a month, I feel like I have one of these very specific work, almost nightmares, like bad dreams, Doug. Yeah.
Okay.
And they're like, everyone has them. This is not like, oh, I'm just late for work, where everyone can be late for work. This is a very specific to what you do, right?
Yeah.
Specific to what I do is obviously back here behind the glass, I play the commercial spots off the log and things like that. Certain things have to be timed out. Now that we're broadcast throughout the whole state, there's a local, there's a network, there's all this stuff that goes into it. It's not terribly difficult or anything, but things can happen. And I have this once a month, I don't know why this anxiety brings up to me that I cannot back time and insert the correct commercial spots to play for our commercial breaks. And I freak out. I don't know what to do. I tell you guys have to stay on the air. I just can't function. I don't know. I don't know how to do my job.
So wait a sec. Something that you do, which is basically load the commercial breaks.
Yeah,
you suddenly don't know how to do it, or you just can't. Like it's not working.
It's not working.
Okay.
One of his many responsibilities.
Yes.
Yeah. And I can't find the correct log number, cart number. Like people don't know what I'm talking about because this is very specific to what I do, and I cannot. And I'll put it in. It won't be there. It'll be dead. I'll be like, well, what's going on? And I freak out, and I wake up. I'm like, thank God that was a dream. That's much anxiety is coming over me, and we're like, oh my God.
That's funny.
I have the work nightmares all the time.
We all have to have something specific to our jobs, right?
Yeah, with me, it's usually like we're on remote. Doug and I are on remote somewhere, and nobody's paying attention to the fact we're supposed to be on the air. Like, dude, it's 10:03. We're supposed to be on, and like Doug's like eating an apple in the corner or something like that. Like, Are we on the air?
I'm being the irresponsible
Right,
one.
which is wild because you're never the irresponsible one. This is why I love working with you.
You're still eating an apple.
What you're eating now? Yeah, in my presence. It's like you're taunting me.
Yeah.
Because I'm allergic to it. But and at some point, I like grab a headset. I'm like, hello, are we on? And King's like, I've been trying to get in touch with you for like 10 minutes. And he's like yelling at us. And I'm like, dude, let's go. And then you're so nonchalant. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I'm like, it's just the weirdest things. It's always, for me, it's always about a crunch of time. And I know why it's there because I kind of crunch time sometimes. But it's very disconcerting to have the work nightmares.
So I have one repeated work nightmare, and it's always the same one. It's Michigan game day. The game's about to kick off, and I can't get to the stadium. I'm stuck in traffic. And I'm like, how did this happen? I'm always here 5 hours ahead of time. Like, I leave my house at 7 a.m. for a noon kick. How am I stuck? For 3:30, I'm watching the end of college game day in the stadium. There's nobody around. I'm like the only one.
I should have taken my bike.
And
which bike here?
Which I've done. Yeah. Like all these things start running through my head. And I'm like, how did this happen? And it's the same. And
why am I so drunk? Why did I eat that hamburger?
You question everything, though. Seriously. You're like, what? Right?
And it's two stadiums. It's never the big house. It's I can't get to Ohio State. One of the work dreams, I'm in Toledo, okay? And the game's starting in an hour and a half. And I'm like, we got to fly, man. We got to fly. And the other one is I'm at Purdue, and I can't get to the press box. Like, I'm stuck in traffic, and I can't get to the press box.
Okay, you talk about specific.
Yeah. Well,
and
yes,
I'm at Purdue.
Specific work dreams. Those two stadiums, I think I once had an Iowa City dream where I was stuck in Iowa City is notorious for its traffic. Although I got a back way in now because I've been there so many times that helps. But that's my specific work dream. And none of these are never like, didn't Costa have a dream he was dating Heather or something?
Something like that. Or was it Heather's dream?
It was vice versa. Yeah.
Okay, whatever. Yeah.
That sounds like a nightmare.
For Heather. For Heather. Let's be clear
Yes,
here. Yeah.
the vice versa part.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking for Costa.
It was her nightmare.
Yeah.
For Costa, I don't have any of those fun work dreams.
No, but when you wake up, isn't it just like a relief? Like, thank God.
Dude.
Like, I couldn't get to Purdue.
And I usually kind of laugh. I'm like, wow, that was different, And yet it's not. It's a variation of a recurring theme with the work issue.
Guy Tech posted on Twitch, Keg, regarding your dream, and you can't get the commercials loaded in right. This is supposed to be a Bernstein ad, not a nudie pajamas ad.
Right.
Hysterical. All right. Do you have a work-specific repetitive dream or work-specific dream like we've all had? 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox regarding Good Friday. You can have fish sticks on a hot dog bun. I can't remember the last time I had fish sticks.
Not even for Good Friday?
Not even for Good Friday, no.
Do you ever buy frozen fish fillets?
No. We'll get salmon. Make salmon. That's about it. I don't. The funny thing is,
you don't like bread. You don't like breading.
No, I don't like breading. I like salmon. I don't like a lot of other types of fish. I like shellfish. I like shrimp. I like crab, lobster, that stuff.
Not into cod, huh?
Nope. I probably should try and expand my horizons a little bit here.
Yeah,
I think I've had the Chilean sea bass. But
don't get me started.
Yeah. I don't know. Some people are gonna have to figure out the challenges of a Good Friday and opening day hot dog challenge.
I like the idea where somebody just says, pray for forgiveness.
Yeah, go to confession. Yeah,
that sounds like a way out.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's cheating. Hey, I know I'm gonna sin here, but I'll go to confession.
Well, that's what confession's for.
Yeah, it's kind of after you accidentally sinned. You caved or something. I don't know. You don't plan it out. At least I don't plan it out. So. 248.
Hey, they get paid either way, Doug. Sit in that little room all by themselves, just wait for somebody to Here's what's funny, okay? Because I'm not Catholic, so I have no idea how any of this works. My knowledge of confession is completely related to watching movies and TV.
Yeah.
Like there's some dude who's sitting in his little closet all by himself, like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, waiting for people at all hours of the night to come on in and say, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It's been 6 weeks since my last confession."
Not exactly.
I have no idea how that works.
They're not there 24/7.
Yeah, I imagine they're not.
All right, more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Do you ever have a work-related dream? What are the keys for Michigan and an underrated key for their game against Arizona? Tiger fans, how worried about the Bats are you? We'll talk some Red Wings. Yep, we will in the noon hour. And we have an interesting mock draft. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, when your garage door stops working or it's time for a new one, you don't want to call a call center 3 states away, do you? You want to call M&M Garage Door, local company, family owned, right here in Michigan since 2011. Whether it's fast, reliable repair you need, and their trucks show up with everything they're going to need, so they can fix it right then and there. Or you want a new door. If you want a new door, they'll come out and give you a free estimate. And boy, do they have samples. Let me tell you something. They'll come out and give you a free estimate, and then you can decide from there as they'll walk you through all the choices you need to make. And when you do make an appointment, they'll text you with your technician's photo plus easy 24/7 scheduling and clear upfront pricing. And every repair and installation backed by a warranty for total peace of mind. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit garagedoornow.com. That's garagedoorrightnow.com. Garagedoorrightnow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Wow, bunch on the table today, including Tiger Talk. We've got Final Four. Final Four discussion, keys to the game, an underrated part of the game, Michigan and Arizona. Opening day, we've been talking about that. And Kang had a work dream. What's your work dream? Jim tweets us, key to the Michigan game is keeping out of foul trouble. Underrated factor is Cadeau's shooting. If he's hot, Michigan wins. Nip writes in, I think whoever shoots better from the outside and outside of the paint wins. Two dominant interior teams. Whoever's better from the line and from three wins. Well, of the two teams, Arizona's historically better from the line this year, and Michigan's been better from three. Take it for what it's worth. We go to Greg. You're on 97.1. Hello, Greg.
Great topic, you guys. But so I do janitorial work, and I wax floors for a living, and I have this reoccurring dream for 35 years that I'm in the same hallway, and I can never finish waxing the hallway. And it's just over and over, you guys. It's unbelievable. But it's the same hallway. It's literally crazy.
So you got one of those things with the circular thing on the bottom that you roll over the floors?
It's like a dust mop. It's like 24 inches, only so it's small, and it's rayon, and you dunk it in a cart and with your wax in a bucket, and you just keep going down this hallway, and the hallway never ends, and I never finish.
That's it's
crazy.
All these dreams are like some sort of bizarre inability to get the job done, and depending on what line of work you're in, it's something different.
Definitely.
That's funny. Thank you, Greg.
All right,
and
thanks,
good
guys.
luck. We go to John. You're next on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, what's up? So my nightmare is, so I work at a restaurant, and my nightmare is, because I'm a prep cook, that I'm the only one that comes in because everyone else is sick, and the stupid ticket machine keeps feeding me orders. Now I have to cook all of this food by myself, and the waiters keep coming bothering me, asking about food while I'm trying to cook everyone else's food, and the ticket machine just does not stop, and that's my nightmare. It's so frustrating that I'll be out somewhere and I'll feel like I hear the ticket machine like while I'm grocery shopping. Like that noise.
John, you're in the weeds.
Yeah, I know, man.
So
that's my nightmare.
And so you just get further and further behind, and you can't keep up, and tickets keep coming.
Yeah, it's just I'm the only one there cooking, and there's like hundreds of orders, and I'm just so far behind that I'm ready to quit.
Oh,
I'm done.
Our sympathies, John. What is your work dream? Your recurring work dream? Let's see. Worst dream I ever had was I used to play hockey, and I kept dreaming I was at the rink, but I forgot my skates.
Oh, that's trouble.
You ever forget your skates, Doug?
Yes. I forgot sticks for our opener. I walked in with a bag and no sticks.
Are you righty or lefty?
I'm a lefty, and there's not a ton of them. I have a teammate who is a lefty, significantly shorter, but I played with their spare stick.
Did you score?
Actually, I think I did, and then all the jokes are made.
Start buying shorter sticks.
Right. DB in Waterford says, you think Dusty May would call the Purdue head coach and get some inside info on Arizona? Not sure.
Do you?
Not sure.
Is he friends with the Purdue coach?
I think they have a decent relationship, but I'm not sure how good or bad it is. I love Michigan, but I'm taking Arizona all day. They should definitely win. If Bradley pulls a page out of SGA's book and takes 35 free throw attempts by himself. Amazon driver here. I have a dream where I drop off a package on a porch and turn around and a car is flooring it right at me, and I wake up as soon as it hits. Oh, that sounds terrible. Work dream I have, I'm a firefighter. I have a recurring nightmare that as soon as we get on a scene of a fire, I can't find my helmet and I'm rendered useless on the scene. Not a work dream, but I used to have a recurring dream about being in college, and classes have started, and I can't find my list of classes and times. I don't know where the hell to go. That's from Mike and Shelby. Did you had a recurring school dream, didn't you?
Oh, dude. Yeah. Constantly. And I don't know if sometimes it's high school and sometimes it's college where I have missed months of school, of not going to class or whatever. And then I show up and I don't even remember what my schedule is, where my classes are, the combination to my locker. I show up and it's like, it's a big test day. And I'm like, what am I doing? I still have these nightmares. And it's, yeah, there are points where I even try to rationalize to myself, do I still have time to drop this class? Which is something that I never did, by the way. Never did in college. And I had friends that did it. And I'm like, what are you doing? Well, I'm dropping a class. Like, why? Because I'm doing terrible in it. Like, what?
But in your dream, you're thinking about it.
But in my dream, I'm thinking about it. And because I probably should have dropped the class once or twice. And yeah.
And you didn't.
And I didn't. Yeah.
Feedback coming in regarding Michigan. JW says the guard play will be the deciding factor. If Michigan turns the ball over, it'll be over for them. Lee writes in, the key is defensive rebounding by Michigan to limit second chance points. The underrated key is Michigan supporting guards, as Arizona's defense is designed to funnel teams into their rim protectors. If Michigan's guards continue to hit threes, it stretches Zona's defense, leaving their bigs on an island. 248-539-9797. DJ in Detroit, you're next. What's up, DJ?
Not much. How y'all doing, fellas?
We're good.
All right.
I'm a roll-off driver, and that's when I drop off the dumpsters and stuff, like I be in the house when I do demos. So like we go to landfills to dump at. So I got my dream is every time I go up the hill, I'll fall off, and it's crazy. I wake up, I'm in cold sweats, just pop up off the bed. My girl asks me what happened and stuff like that. Like it's two different variations of it. It's like rather nighttime, daytime, snowing, raining. Like if y'all have ever been to a landfill, probably not though. But like that landfill, you got to go. It's 2 miles up in the air, basically, like
so
6 miles in Lake Perry.
We've all seen those mountains of trash. You're saying your dream is you're driving up one of those and your truck starts to roll down.
You have to circle all the way around that hill, probably about 2.5 to 3 miles up, depending on which level they dump you at. And it's sometimes I just roll off and fall off the side.
Oh, no.
I've seen before in real life. Like I've seen it happen before too. That's another reason why I have it. Like I've seen trucks fall off the side, or when you're dumping your load, the truck go up and the wind blow or something, it'll tip over. Like I wake up crazy with
DJ,
it.
that sounds terrible.
It is.
Yeah.
I had it a few days ago too. This was crazy.
It's weird that like many of these dreams, it's the same dream for me. I'm always late for a Michigan game. Can't get to the stadium, stuck in traffic. They're about to kick off. Let's go to Chuck in Royal Oak. You're next. Hi, Chuck.
I've had the same dream. I'm in my late 60s. I've had this dream for over 45 years. It's always the same. And we've all taken these tests where it's a big test. You go into a room with probably about 80 people. You get a booklet. It's taped shut. The instructor at the front says you'll have like an hour and 15 minutes to take the test. Blah, blah, blah. When the test is over, you have to drop your pencils, and that's it. You may start at this time, and the test ended. And it's one of those ones where you have to darken in the circles.
Yeah.
And then he says, you may begin. And I'm sitting there, and I open up this test booklet, and I do not know any of the answers at all. It's like I'm in the wrong test place. I'm like,
it's like it's Japanese, yeah.
It's like questions I don't know any of the answers to. And I'm like, how could I be? I mean, it's just.
Am I in the right room? Did I go to the wrong room? I told you with my daughter and her friend when we went to Penn State, and I did the show from there. Remember I did the show from there a couple of years ago, and I took my daughter and her friend who were students, and they were like, let's go sit in on a class. So they went and found a big lecture hall, and they're like, let's just sit in the back and like see what it's like to be a student at Penn State. And the first thing the instructor did was put up midterm exam 1. Everybody get out your Penn State cards. And they were like,
we were just visiting Sorry.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with this. I just think it's a funny story. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Pistons and Red Wings both in action tonight. The Wings will be right here on 97.1 tonight as they are in the city of brotherly love to take on the Flyers. Both teams are tied with Ottawa for 86 points right now, which are 2 behind the Blue Jackets for the last wild card spot in the Eastern Conference. A win for either team paired with a regulation loss to Carolina tonight for Columbus could put the Wings or Flyers into a playoff position. Detroit has 7 games left after tonight. They're on the road on Saturday against the Rangers before coming back home next week. Puck drop in tonight's game can be heard at 7 o'clock. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 starts at 6:45. At Little Caesars Arena, the Pistons will face the Timberwolves tonight. We do have a small injury update for Detroit new this hour. Marcus Sasser is listed as questionable for tonight's game with a right hip strain, but he was seen at shoot-around this morning by the beat reporters. We still have not yet received word on Cade Cunningham's pneumothorax reevaluation, which is scheduled for today. Pistons currently have a magic number of 2 right now to clinch the top seed in the East. You can hear tonight's game over on WWJ at 7 o'clock. In other basketball news today, Iowa State women's center Audie Crooks has entered the transfer portal. The Cyclone center averaged 26 points per game last season. And in baseball news, the Pittsburgh Pirates are calling up the number one prospect in baseball in Connor Griffin, who is set to make his debut in Pittsburgh tomorrow. Griffin hit for a .950 OPS in 127 minor league games across all levels. At the Cornwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Happy lunchtime, everybody. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hope you're all doing well. Good to be with you.
What do you got today?
It was same leftovers a couple days ago. The curry chicken.
It didn't smell as good,
didn't it?
No.
No, a day later. Probably isn't as good. Whatever. Not letting it go to waste. Leftovers are the thing, man.
I get it.
Yep.
I don't like letting it go to waste. I had to throw something out the other day I was not happy about.
Was it crab dip?
It was not crab dip.
Was it an entire tray of crab dip?
No, it was not.
Pounds and pounds of crab dip?
One time.
Have you made crab dip since?
No.
How much crab dip did you make?
Too much.
But estimate. It was his first Super Bowl or All-Star game or something?
Yeah, it was something like it was around the Super Bowl-ish, I think, a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to determine like how much it is, right? Because I made it in a cast iron skillet, and I can't remember if it was the big one or the small one. I hope it was the small one. Even then, it's a lot.
Let's face it was the big one.
Probably was. There was way too much, and I ate a lot of it that first day, and a lot of it the second day, and then I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
Okay, so
it was probably 3 pounds.
3 pounds of crab dip he made for
2 pounds. I don't know.
And how much do you think was left over that you had to end up getting rid of?
I think I probably ended up wasting a third of it at least.
Okay.
So maybe let's say it was 3 pounds. You somehow able to eat 2.
You put down 2 pounds of crab dip by yourself.
In like a week. Yeah,
that's a lot of toast points.
It is a lot of toast points. Thank you for noticing.
Yeah.
And 1 pound went into the garbage.
Yeah. This time it was chili.
You made too much chili?
I didn't think I did. I thought I did well with the amount, and I had it like 2 or 3 nights in a row. I'm like, oh, I need a break. And then I ended up buying, I went to the grocery store and got other stuff, so I wasn't paying attention to the chili and forgot about the chili. And next thing I know, it's like in the fridge it'd been there for 10 days. I looked up online, hey, how long does chili last? And it's like, well, 3 or 4 days. No more than some people say it can go for a week, but you want to make sure that when you store it that you let it cool down completely first. I'm like, well, this has got to go. Because I clearly did not. I mean, it didn't cool down completely when I was putting it into the Tupperware container and then putting it in the fridge. It was really good, too. It was a really good batch of chili. But so I threw out, that was probably another, it was only like one more helping worth, but a good size helping.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Fred next on 97.1. Hello, Fred.
Hey, hi, guys. Good afternoon. Last night I was watching the Tiger game, and I found myself kind of like looking at it objectively and saying, if we decided to keep Scooble, and we can agree to disagree on whether or not we kept him, and this is the lineup that we rolled out again, with the only change being McGonigal, and I would say it looks like Colt Keith has gotten a little bit more mature at the plate. There's not one person in that lineup that you pitch around at all. And all the things that we're talking about that we tried to do in this lineup, in the lack of improvement or lack of adjustments that you've seen this early, I can't believe that a real baseball man, looks at this thing and says, yeah, this is a heck of a lineup. I can't wait to roll this lineup out. If you just go through it 1 through 9 compared to anybody else that's in a position where they're going to compete, the Tigers aren't even close with this lineup. It's not even close. And so I just really would like to, ask the questions of the Tigers leadership. You kept Scooble for a reason. You want to try to win, and you roll out this lineup again. I can't believe that's.
Well, I can tell you what Scott Harris said prior to the
lineup-
season. He said he thinks that they're in-house. They've got guys who can take a step forward, and Colt Keith was an example of that. There was much discussion prior to the season about cutting down on swings and misses, and we haven't seen that exactly yet.
No.
And
No.
that's a frustrating thing.
Yeah, 6 games into the season, right? 6 games into the season, it looks terrible right now. This is a pathetic lineup right now. I suspect it's going to look different in a week, but I don't know how much better. Hey, Fred, you understand that it is just
last year,
but Fred,
honestly.
yeah, okay, but the first half of last year was fantastic, and then the second half not so good. Are they more the first half team or the second half team? I don't know, but I'm not going to give up on it after 6 games.
I'm not giving up on them, but I'm telling you there needs to be something substantially that
The
changes
look-
because a lot of these guys, if you take a look at their track records, right? Baez, what he's looked like. Torkelson, what he's looked like. Parker Meadows, what he's looked like. Let's just keep Riley Green with the strikeouts, what he's looked like.
Yeah, but Riley Green
Let's
also
keep
had
going.
36
Torres,
home runs and drove in
with what's
111,
happened.
and Torkelson over 30 home runs, and they've got some guys that are productive for sure. There are other guys that may not be on this team by the end of the season, of course. Yeah, there's the lineup is not set in stone. And one of the things that I liked about the lineup that they had was that they have a lot of versatility with players in position versatility. Now, to Fred's point, though, the roster is not very different than what we saw last year. It's different from what we saw from opening day last year, but not from what we saw when this team was making their playoff run. There needs to be more pop for sure, but in 6 games, I'm not going to panic yet. Now, if it gets to May 1st and this team is struggling with an OPS that is still in the 600s, then that's an issue. It's a real issue for this team, but they may have some solutions down the road.
There's a couple things in play here. One thing he says is true. If you look at the lineup and compare it to other teams' lineups, you go, this doesn't look as good. You might look at the Tiger pitching staff, starting pitchers, and say this looks better. But just for comparison's sake, and this is an eyeball test, this is what's happened so far. Do you know who doesn't have more runs than the Tigers? The Yankees, the Dodgers, the Mets. All have fewer runs or have either the same or fewer runs than the Tigers this year. So while there are frustrations and the runs have come in weird bunches and there's a lot of zeros being put up there, what we're seeing in terms of results, well, those are teams that have like the highest win totals in Vegas in the majors.
Without a doubt, but I also think that those teams' fan bases are pissed right now that they start off so slow. But I think, but if you look at those lineups, you're expecting those lineups to bounce
without
back.
question. But they might look and say,
but the point is, I guess, when those lineups bounce back, they're top of the baseball lineups. When the Tigers lineup bounces back, it's still middle of the pack.
It's still middle of the pack, but I think what they did last year were middle of the pack, and then you add in Framber Valdez, and I get it. He's worried about the lineup. And if McGonigal, this is a big deal. This is not a small deal. If McGonigal is for real, he might become a player that they pitch around. We'll see over the course of time. But as far as what's happened, if I told you the Tigers were in the middle of the majors in runs scored right now, it feels like it's a worse crisis than that. But again, it's early. It's 6 games. We'll see how it plays itself out. Because as much as he may not like Torque and Green, guys he cited, Torque and Green have done way better than what they're doing right now. Carpenter's done way better than what he's doing right now. And if they don't respond, then yeah, they're done. They're toast. The season's gone, and they wasted the last year of Scooble in Detroit. But I also think it's pretty early to say that those guys aren't going to be better than what they've been so far, which is terrible.
Yeah, it's way early. But I mean, the one thing that really does that Fred said, 1 home run in the 6 games.
Yeah.
Now,
Could
is
it be
it
2
fair
or
because
3?
it could be several more based on the ballpark? That's dumb center field they have there in Arizona. But
yes, it's the fewest in the majors.
We'll see what happens in the next.
The lineup doesn't look like it's not a daunting look, but it's also
not.
middle of the pack and run score.
Yeah, and he said, how many? There's nobody that anyone would pitch around, and I don't know how many players there are in baseball that teams will say, "Well, I'm going to pitch around this guy." And there are players like that, but it's not like every team has players
Well,
like
that's also
that.
they're middle of the pack with a dreadful offensive start.
Yeah.
Right? 248-539-9797. Dave and Troy, you're next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Just back to the topic of horrible recurring work nightmares.
Yeah.
I have a dream about every month where I am making a formal presentation to our president of the company, the vice presidents, and I am stark naked.
Is that a good look, Dave?
That is not something anyone wants to see.
All right. How is it received in your dream/nightmare?
Well, fortunately, I'm one of those people who can wake myself up out of a bad dream.
Wow.
Not a lot of people can do that, but I can just say, done, waking up, and then wake up and then lay in bed for another hour to fall asleep. But I'll tell you, I don't know what it is with those kind of dreams. Where do they come from?
I don't know either. We're talking about this because Dave's call.
You know, it's a combination. It's an anxiety dream, and fear of public speaking is a real thing, and he's got to give a presentation. What do they say? Try to picture everybody in the audience naked.
He pictures himself naked. Yeah. Kang had a work dream, which is why we were talking about work dreams. Hey, very interesting mock draft. We'll get to that today at 12:22 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. I just so I coached my sons in baseball for a whole bunch of years, and last year was probably it. I don't think I'll be doing any more coaching. And the team that we had some kids go on and play in college, and I just got a text from one of the dads. Basically, I won't use his name to protect the innocent, but he said, my son's playing college baseball, and I still get the following text. Quote, Dad, if you're coming today, bring food, please.
Yeah, sure.
Like, so this never ends, huh?
No. No, it does not.
That is a text that when our kids have games, do you got any food? I mean, it's like it never occurred to them when they left the house or when they came home and got their uniform to bring food. But they always were hitting us up. You got any food? Bring any food? Can you grab some food? Always, always, always. That still happened to my guy, Jeff. His boy.
Well, it's going to change in a couple of years. Have we got any beer?
Yeah, baby. Crack me up. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, we got a lot on the table today, including Tigers, Diamondbacks. Tigers get swept. Dude called last segment, brought up some really good points about it basically being the same lineup. And if you compare it to other teams that are trying to compete, this lineup doesn't compare. And certainly not to the Dodgers. But then again, who does? Teams like Dodgers, Yankees, whatever. Can they, did they expect to win this way? And I'll say this. This feels like a crisis. And some of these swings and at bats look crisis worthy. The run scored middle of the pack in majors right now with basically nobody hitting other than three guys. McGonigal, Colt Keith, Dylan Dingler. Those guys are way above average. But way below average is everybody else. Nobody else is hitting over 200 as a batting average. Nobody else has OPS over 607. Last year, the major league average was 719. So on any given day, the Tigers have had six guys in the lineup that are well below average. Now, many of those guys have performed way above that level, to average or above average. And if they don't correct, yeah, they're sunk. Got it. 6 games. It's early. I know the Yankees are going to score more runs, and I suspect the Tigers will too. Yankees
think the Dodgers will?
Dodgers will. And the Dodgers right now have one less run than the Tigers. So the struggles are real, but they're also not unique through 6 games. And a correction's going to come. The Dodgers correction's going to come with authority, it feels like. And the Tigers, well, they'll just get better.
What's been most surprising to you, like to this point, with the
as far as their struggles,
statistical anomalations or struggles or whatever you want to look at? I mean, this is 6 games into it. We're getting ready for the first home game tomorrow.
I mean, it's the bullpen, but it's because some bold proclamations about the bullpen, and the bullpen has let me down in a big way. As far as everyday players, it's Kerry Carpenter. He struck out over half of his at-bats.
I think for me, it's that as a team, they've only scored in 6 innings, 4 innings in 6 games? Yeah.
That's been weird.
That's it. Like it's not like, got 1 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 7th, and 1 in the 9th. No, they got it all in all in the 3rd inning, all in the 8th inning, whatever it was. It's kind of weird that it's worked out that way.
But we used to be really upset that they weren't scoring in bunches. Now all they do is score in bunches and put up goose eggs everywhere else.
Yeah.
All right, Gator, are you ready?
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, I'm ready. I didn't know we were doing a mock draft.
It's fresh Mel-ish.
Okay.
Mel Kiper, Matt Miller, Jordan Reed, and Field Yates take turns picking for each team.
Oh.
It's 3 rounds, Scott Anderson. 3 rounds.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, a 3-rounder?
Yep. Now, of course, the Lions only have picks in 2 rounds, but this is intriguing because in some ways this is more representative of how it might go down. Instead of one person just ranking the players and drafting, somebody's going to slip when you have a draft like this. Players fall when you have multiple people making picks. What we'll do is we'll run down all the picks of interest leading up to the Lions' first pick. We'll find out who you would take. if this scenario plays itself out. With the first pick, the Vegas Raiders take Fernando Mendoza.
But they just signed Kirk Cousins, or they're going to sign Kirk Cousins.
Perfect choir boy and elder choir boy to run that organization. The Jets at 2 take Arvell Reese, edge rusher, Ohio State.
Yeah, he's good.
Arizona at 3 take Francis Muiaga, the tackle from Miami.
Wow, that's as high as I've seen him go.
Yeah. David Bailey, edge rusher for Texas Tech, goes to Tennessee at 4.
He's great.
Other picks that could interest the Lions. Caleb Downs, safety, Ohio State, goes to Washington at 7, which is really fascinating because we had that mock trade yesterday where the Lions trade up to 7. Trade up to 7 and take Caleb Downs. Sonny Styles from Ohio State, linebacker, goes to New Orleans at 8. Mansour Delane, cornerback from LSU, goes to Cincinnati at 10.
So top corner.
Again, we're skipping like wide receivers and stuff.
Sure,
people,
top corner in the draft goes at 10.
Yeah. Cowboys at 12 take Reuben Bain Jr., edge rusher from Miami. What else do we have here? Jamad McCoy, cornerback from Tennessee, goes to Baltimore at 14. Akeem Messidor, edge rusher from Miami, goes to Tampa at 15.
Wow.
We're at 17, Scott. Here's who's on the board.
Okay.
Tackle Monroe Freeling, Georgia.
Yeah.
Safety Dylan Thieneman, Oregon.
Yeah.
Edge rusher Keldrick Falk, Auburn. Linebacker C.J. Allen, Georgia. Defensive tackle Peter Woods, Clemson. Cornerback Avion Terrell, Clemson. One of those guys is the pick. I'd like you to write down who you will take right now with this pick. Who would you take if this plays itself out?
You want me to say? You just want me to hang on to it? Or
What's your hang on to it? Kang, you know who you would pick if this scenario plays itself out?
I do.
Okay.
I'm hang on to it.
Okay, I know who I would take if the scenario plays itself out. Gator is a pick in.
Pick is in.
Yep.
With the 17th selection in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Monroe Freeling, offensive tackle, Georgia.
Kang, is the pick in?
The pick is in. What Gator said. Monroe Freeling.
Mm-hmm.
He's just athletic, huge offensive tackle that can play left tackle too, by the way. And they wouldn't have to move Penny if they didn't want to.
That's true.
I'll say this. Pick is in. It's Monroe Freeling, tackle Georgia. Yeah, I think we all agree.
I am curious. Was the guard from Penn State?
He's still on the board.
He's still on the board.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
We continue. I'll give you some key picks leading up to the Lions' second pick. Okay. Everybody make your pick out of all those guys we mentioned. Freeling, Thieneman, Falk, Allen, Woods, and Terrell. Because now you're going to come back and you're going to get a pick in the second round to pair with that first round pick. We'll see how you did. Spencer Fanu goes to the Carolina Panthers at 19. Zion Young, the edge rusher from Missouri, goes to Dallas at 20. You mentioned Olavenga Ione goes to Pittsburgh, the guard from Penn State, at 21. All the guys that were available to the Lions, by the way, are off the board by the time we get to the second round. We just don't give you the picks, so we keep up the drama of who the Lions took, right? Philly takes Max Hanicher, the tackle from Arizona State, at 23. Caden Proctor, tackle from Bama, goes to Cleveland at 24. What else do we got? Let's get us through the first round. Second round starts with Ty Simpson, cornerback from Alabama, going with the first pick to the Jets. TJ Parker, edge rusher, Clemson, goes to Arizona at 34. Christian Miller, defensive tackle for Georgia, goes to the Vegas Raiders at 36. Manuel Pregnon, the guard from Oregon, goes to Cleveland at 39. Blake Miller, tackle for Clemson, goes to Kansas City at 40. Blah, 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 blah. Let's get to the Lions.
Okay.
At 50, the Detroit Lions are on the clock. I'm going to give you the top player at each of the same positions that is available. Pick at 50, available, tackle Jennings Dunker from Iowa.
But it seems to like him.
Safety Kyle Lewis from Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Edge rusher Jayshawn Barham from Michigan. Linebacker Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech.
Oh, boy.
Defensive tackle Lee Hunter, Texas Tech. Cornerback D'Angelo Pons, Indiana. There are some dudes here.
Yep, there are.
Do you know what you'll do?
I do.
All right, Gator. You got Monroe Freeling in the first, your second pick. We'll get to it at 12:31. And we want you to send in who your 2 picks are. Who'd you get? Who'd you take in the first round? And then we just gave you the second round of Ales. Dunker, Kyle Lewis, Jayshawn Barham, Jacob Rodriguez, Lee Hunter, D'Angelo Pons. 248-539-9797. Send your picks over. Who is your pair of players that you got? We'll have our picks next here on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so we got this 3-round mock, but the Lions only have 2 picks. We gave everybody who was on the board at 17. We made picks, and we actually all agreed. Now we're at 50. We gave you everybody who's on the board. All 3 of us took Monroe Freeling, the tackle from Georgia, with the first pick. But what's fun about the multi-round ones is then you don't come back in the next round and go, oh, I didn't know he was going to be there. You've already made a pick in the first round, so you have to pair your picks together, right? So if, let's say, for instance, you're a huge, whatever. You loved a tackle that was still there at 50. Well, I already took a tackle. You're going to take another tackle. So it kind of puts you in the seat of a GM, real time, how it would feel once you take that player at 17. And if you didn't take a tackle at 17, you got to come back and take one at 50, right? Maybe not. Anyway, so we all took Monroe Freeling, the tackle from Georgia. Gator at 50 is the pick in.
The pick is in.
Yep.
With the 50th selection of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select cornerback D'Angelo Ponds.
I knew you couldn't resist. I
can't resist him. The guy's great. He plays with the mentality of a safety. He hits like a truck. He's undersized, but makes up for that with 4.31 speed, which is what he showed off yesterday.
A great break on the football.
He's incredible football IQ. He's a great player. It's a position of need with the Lions because who knows what they've got with their secondary at this point. And that's the one I'm going to go after because I think at the biggest steal at 50.
Kang, is a pick in for you?
Yeah, the pick is in. I'm taking the edge. Dennis Sutton from Penn State. I like Ponds. I do. I think he's a bit undersized, though, because they like corners to tackle and help in the run game. And I don't know if his frame holds up well enough in the NFL. And plus, hard for rookie cornerbacks to make a real difference. Like we saw what Terrion Arnold didn't do much his first year. So I'm going to go with the edge here, and they can work him in with Wanham.
You did something interesting, and we'll talk about it in a second because you went off the board. But the pick is in. The Lions select Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker, Texas Tech. I can't resist.
I knew that was going to happen. Yeah.
Bro makes football plays. That's all he does, all over the place. He had 4 interceptions last year. He forced 7 fumbles.
That's big.
The dude's a playmaker. They have a need at linebacker. Can't resist. We'll give you, actually, let's get to some of the people who they paired together and took. 248-539-9797. Stephen Madison Heights says, I'm taking Monroe Freeling and Jacob Rodriguez, just like me. David Troy says, it's 17. The Detroit Lions select Monroe Freeling, and he wrote it out, MON-ROW. And at pick 50, they take cornerback D'Angelo Ponds, just like you. Gentlemen, my dream scenario for the first 2 picks is this, 17 Monroe Freeling and 50 Jayshon Barham, Edge, Michigan. There's your 2 starters to fill the biggest needs, Marlon Wall Lake. Reno and Hal says Monroe Freeling and D'Angelo Ponds fills 2 big needs. Matt W. says Monroe Freeling and Ponds, the cornerback from Indiana. And Jim and Rami says, I'd take Monroe with the first-round pick, Barham, the edge, at the second-round pick. It says Mel Kiper, it is Field Yates, it's Matt Miller, and it's Jordan Reed rotating picks. And we'll tell you who they took right now. At 17, the pick is in. And making this pick for the Lions is Mel Kiper.
Kiper's making this?
Yeah, you know who he's taking.
I know he's taking.
Say it.
Monroe Freeling.
He writes, regardless of which side Penei Sewell plays next season, the Lions need a long-term answer at the other offensive tackle spot. Freeling started just 18 games in college, but he's long and quick and has a high ceiling. And he loves Monroe Freeling, who he calls
Monroe Freeling.
Yeah. At 50, it was Matt Miller making the pick for the Detroit Lions, and the pick is in. With the 50th pick, the Detroit Lions select Jayshon Barham, edge rusher, Michigan. And he writes, Detroit goes down the road to get a sudden defender who is ascending after moving from linebacker to full-time edge rusher spot. Barham can fill the void opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. I could see him going edge rusher. My favorite edge rusher in the draft is Keldrick Falk at Auburn, and I was tempted at 17. Tempted. But the need is just too big at tackle.
You know I'm a huge fan of Denise Sutton.
Yes.
Huge fan. However, King broke the rules.
King did break the rules. I didn't offer him because his position was who was selected.
Oh, I didn't hear. I thought you did. I asked Paul. Paul let me down. I don't know. Sorry.
Wow.
I had a recurring nightmare. Yeah, I'll throw him on their bus. He's not here all every day. Kenny is.
Paul.
Paul's going to leave.
No. So, I can't not make the player that was taken part of the options. So you did go off the board, but.
It's all right. I really like Kang's choice because I'm a huge fan of that guy.
Yep.
I probably wouldn't take him at 50. You're going to have to move back. I think where they're drafting in the 4th round is too late.
Yep.
You'd have to move up into the 3rd round to get him, I think. And I'd be open to doing that.
So
I think he's got a huge upside.
D'Angelo Pons and Jacob Rodriguez are two guys that if you watched a lot of Indiana or Texas Tech, all over the field, like all over the field. And I think they're both guys that the Lions would love. Because what do they say about the tape? They go deep into the tape. It's not that they get rid of all the combine stats, but they pale in comparison to what the tape shows you. Now, in Rodriguez and D'Angelo Pons, how did their interviews go? I'll tell you another player that, remember when Birchie came back raving about Kyle Lewis, a safety from Pittsburgh? If he's on the board in the second round, if they have to choose between Kyle Lewis, Jacob Rodriguez, and D'Angelo Pons, I mean, I'm struggling there as to what they would do.
Well, and Lewis, I hope I'm not mistaking names here. Is Lewis the guy who is a linebacker?
He's a linebacker that plays safety.
He can play safety.
Yep.
Which I don't have any issue with. It's just I just want to make sure that's the guy.
Yeah, it's the same guy, and everybody is kind of searching for the next Nick Emanwari, a guy who can play close to the line of scrimmage and play in your secondary at the same time, the way Seattle used Emanwari, the player out of South Carolina a couple of years ago. So he fits that mold.
Well, so does a couple of those safeties. Warren, kid from Toledo.
Yep.
And then the Thieneman is the other one.
Yeah, I think this guy's more like an Emanwari.
This
than
guy's
the
more.
others.
I guess he's more built like a linebacker.
Yep.
But yeah.
But this is a wealth of riches. It makes me wonder if Brad Holmes. I feel like if this is the board in the second round, Brad Holmes is aggressively trying to move back up, and he's got a bunch of picks. Like they got 9 picks, so they could do some movement to get back up into late second, early third, potentially.
Well, we know that he loves to maneuver on draft days.
Yes, he does.
Maybe not so much throughout the season, but draft days he loves to maneuver.
We got a little bit of national love from our friend of the show, Dan Wetzel, who retweeted the
from ESPN.
Yeah, the tweet we had earlier today. April 2nd, today is National Burrito Day and National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day. Wow. Which one will Gator say is better, burritos or peanut butter and jelly? He said burritos, but as he put it, man, this is tight. Dan Wetzel retweeted and said, dueling national days sparks an all-time debate. It does.
Dan knows.
So there's two things. Just a quick follow-up to this as a topic. The one dude who texted and then a woman who called and said peanut butter and jelly and tortillas. And you've done a variation of that. You've done peanut butter and bananas.
Yes.
But you've never made a peanut butter and jelly tortilla.
No.
That is a peanut butter and jelly hack. I once went to a burrito joint in Berkeley, California, and ordered a burrito with something in it I never would have imagined would go in a burrito. And I loved it.
Really?
Yeah. And I've been searching for it ever since. However, do you have any great hacks for either A, a burrito? Do you have some secret ingredient you put in your burrito? Or B, peanut butter and jelly, like the tortilla, which I'd never even heard of or thought of. You had some variation of it. But do you have any great peanut butter and jelly or burrito hacks? 248-539-9797. You want to keep talking Lions? We've had a ton of Tiger calls today. Final Four stuff as well. Feedback still coming in on that. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
So, last week everybody was scrambling, tried to find out where they could find the Tigers on TV and all that. And then they announced, hey, if you have Xfinity, channel 1253 and stuff like this. And here are the other services you can find them because no longer part of whatever, FanDuel Sports. Have you noticed that Channel 7?
Dude, yeah, what the hell?
Is out right now?
Yeah, I have.
With a contract issue with is it Scripps, I guess?
Yeah, I didn't hear this was coming at all.
I didn't know either. A friend of mine calls me up the other day and says, turn on, channel, and I think it was 235 on cable, which is that's not Channel 7, but it's Channel 20. And you see this message on the screen. I'm like, oh, that's interesting.
Piston game was supposed to be on that.
So I'm like, that's wild. But, I hadn't flipped on during the course of the day, Channel 7. And then the next day I get a call and she's like, check out Channel 231, which is Channel 7. I'm like, okay. I'm like, whoa. That's the ABC affiliate. I mean, that's big news here.
Yes, it is.
What's going on?
I don't know. I mean, I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess here, Gator, using deductive reasoning, that it's a contract dispute between Scripps and
based on
Xfinity.
But this is we had advance notice that FanDuel and Major League Baseball and the Tigers, that was going to be an issue. We knew months in advance this was going to be a problem. Then we knew weeks in advance that they're working on it. And then we knew a couple days in advance, hey, be on the lookout for opening day. It looks like they're going to have things worked out. And it was, thankfully.
Yep.
I heard nothing.
I didn't hear anything about
Channel 7 having an
issue.
issue.
I didn't either. And it sucks. But you know what else I was thinking about? What's the next big sporting event that's on Channel 7? It's on ABC. And you know what popped into my head?
It's playoffs, isn't it?
There's going to be some NBA. There might be some NBA playoff issues. The Indy 500. Isn't that on ABC?
Usually, yeah. That's typically ABC.
But if this dispute carries into Pistons postseason and impacts that, although they're on NBC a lot now, though, aren't they? Because they brought back the song. Ken, does ABC still have the NBA, or is it on NBC now? It's on NBC, right?
They're on both. The NBA is on ABC affiliates and NBC.
Okay, I know they're on ESPN.
Well, yeah, that's ABC.
And they got a contract. Yeah, but I'm not sure that the games are on ABC. They're just on ESPN. I don't know. Anyway, all right, before the break, I mentioned we were talking about how today's National Burrito Day and National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day, and we wonder if you had any great peanut butter and jelly or burrito hacks. And we, of course, our audience comes through all the time. On our honeymoon, my wife and I were in Berkeley, California, flew into San Francisco. The plan was to fly into San Francisco, fly out of San Diego 2 weeks later, and make our way down the California coast. We spent a day in Berkeley, and we went to a burrito joint, and they had a burrito there. Gator, do you care to guess what was in it that I haven't seen since, and I absolutely loved it?
I mean, automatically kale comes to mind, but it has to be something more than that. Is it a protein?
No.
Okay. Elote corn.
No. It was peas. There were peas in the burrito.
I love peas.
It was so
like green
good.
Peas?
Yeah, it made so much sense. Like the consistency of the pea, and I haven't seen them since.
Huh.
Yeah. So anyway, from an unnamed texter. Actually, no, this is from George Foreman. Grill a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Signed, George Foreman. James in Sylvania says, as a burrito expert, the key to the burrito is the carbs. You need a large, pliable burrito wrap. And you need some sort of starch inside, white rice or crispy potatoes. Otherwise, it becomes a sloppy, wet mess. And finally, tuck it tight and put it in foil. Brent says, my 3 young daughters love PB&J on a tortilla. Ryan says, my PB&J hack, double the peanut butter, replace jelly with Nutella, and then double it. Sounds like a dessert.
Nutella's pretty great.
Leftover Thanksgiving wet burrito. You use turkey, stuffing, mashed potato in a burrito. Ladle the gravy on top and bake for 15 minutes. Oh, period, my period, God, period. Oh. That's from Doug in Ann Arbor. From an unnamed texter. I'm not advocating this, but my wife likes Doritos on her PB&Js.
Doritos on PB&J. I mean, it's all going to the same place. Is that the mentality of that?
I don't know.
It's like it's kind of like putting French fries on your hamburger.
Okay, I think this guy's trolling us. Ben in Livonia says, I know this sounds nasty, but peanut butter and pickle is extraordinary. He's just trying to get somebody to try this, isn't he?
Well, I'm not going to try it.
Hey, Gator, try a peanut butter and jelly deep fried burrito. All it is a tortilla with peanut butter and jelly that's deep frying. Can't go wrong. Brandon in a car.
Yeah. I don't deep fry anything in the house. I don't have a fry daddy or anything like that, so I'll stay away from that. But I'm not opposed to the PB&J in a tortilla. But in order for that to make any kind of sense, I would be using a low carb burrito because I'm fine with the bread. I like bread, maybe too much. Oh, definitely too much. There's no maybe about it. I have a problem with bread.
He knows his weaknesses. Peter.
Yeah,
we all have our
bread's
weaknesses.
a real issue.
Good self-scout he's got over.
Dude, like, remember when bread makers came out? They were all the rage.
Yeah.
I still have it, and it's been a couple years since I've made bread because you can't find the bread mix for bread makers in stores anymore like it used to be.
Right.
I mean, you can still do it. You just actually have to pour the actual ingredients in separately as opposed to having it all in the one packet. But there is nothing better for me than getting that warm bread out of the bread maker and just cutting slices of that bread up and with butter, and the butter just melts because the bread is so warm.
You have to excuse our friend here. He's having a moment.
It is a moment.
Yeah. Bernard in Detroit, you're on 97.1. What's up, Bernard?
Hey, listen real quickly about that Xfinity and Scripps contract dispute.
Yeah.
I got an email from them a day and a half ago. I got an email, and I turned on the station, channel 20, to watch the Pistons, and it wasn't on. But if you go and turn off your cable and go to your antenna, you can watch ABC anyway.
That's true.
They get this thing
you just take the cable out of it and you just go old school rabbit ears or antenna. You're good to go.
Yeah, great. So when I want to watch ESPN after that, then I gotta
plug it all back in. Yeah.
Plug it back in, man.
Oh, it's better than nothing. If a Piston game, that's the only way you can get a Piston playoff.
I
game.
imagine that'll be fixed. Those will be
These things usually don't last
ESPN or whatever.
that long.
Yeah, hopefully not. I mean, but this came out of nowhere.
Kind of did. I had no idea it was coming. Clearly, neither did you. And I'm glad you brought it up because I'm like, yeah, wait a second. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. We also got the Final Four. We've asked people for a key to the game and maybe an underrated key to the game. And feedback still coming in from I lost it. The only factor is, can Michigan's big stay out of foul trouble because they can't match the perimeter shooting of Michigan? That's from TMLF. Another one here from Dave. The key is Michigan must stay out of foul trouble. When Mara goes out early and sits, it affects the game. Same with Cadeau. This is the type of game where someone like Cheddar could have a huge impact on it. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm much more worried about the bigs than the guards getting in foul trouble. I feel like McKinney and Roddy Gale coming off the bench can help out, and so can Yaks. Ademar is a cheat code. Now, Arizona's got an Ademar. They got a 7'3" guy, so they can kind of match him there a little bit. Popsky says, get rid of Koa Pete. Arizona lost when he wasn't there. When they get stuck, he usually drives the paint for two or gets two at the line. So when you say get rid of him, I think you mean just take him out of the game. Do your best to keep him out of the game. Koa Pete's a hell of a player.
Like Assassin style?
No, I don't think that's what he's getting at. I really hope that's not what he's getting at. So 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next hour. This has turned out to be an extraordinarily tough ticket. And Gator had a great ticket hack years ago. I want to get into that. Tom Izzo said something recently, and we want to get people's impression of that. We talked a little bit yesterday about Tiger Woods and his rehab going to Europe for privacy. How about Puka Nacua? He's going into rehab.
Yeah, that was kind of out of left field as well. But he's had some allegations against him recently of anti-Semitic remarks that he made, also allegations of assault and battery on New Year's Eve with some issue with a woman where he bit her on the neck or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But his agent came out and said that he's been in rehab for a little bit here prior to these allegations coming out. So we'll see where that goes. But, I mean, Puka Nacua, you wish nothing for the best for him. One of the best players in the league. And again, if you've got issues, take all please go take care of these issues.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but the video that was circulating was weird, and sounds like he's got to get some stuff together there. All right, 248-539-9797. We got open lines. We got a Red Wing game tonight. Gator, you still locked in on the Wings? You still 100% locked in? Yes, no? 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Red Wings will face the Flyers in Philadelphia tonight with 2 major points on the line in a postseason race. The Wings surrendered 2 points to Philly back in Detroit just 5 days ago. After morning skate today, Todd McClellan shared what he learned from that Philly game last weekend. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock from Philly. We'll have pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 6:45 tonight. Back here in Detroit, the Pistons are ready to take the floor against the Minnesota Timberwolves with a magic number of 2 wins needed to secure the 1 seed in the East. Minnesota will be without Jaden McDaniels and his 15 points per game tonight. Their leading scorer, Anthony Edwards, is currently listed as questionable with right knee pain. For Detroit, Isaiah Stewart is out with a calf strain. Tip-off at 7 o'clock tonight on WWJ. Pregame there begins at 6:35. And Western Michigan Hockey has announced that it will play an outdoor game next season at Waldo Stadium against the Michigan Wolverines. That game is scheduled for January 30th, 2027. At the Coralwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we do have some breaking news that literally broke mid-update. Update kid tried to work it in.
You know, sometimes you guys talked about it earlier this week. Do you have that clutch gene? And maybe this is an example. I'm just not like that. I'm not built like that.
Is that what we're finding out?
Mid-update, Pistons sent out an email, press release. Piston guard Cade Cunningham continues to progress in his return to play process under the supervision of physicians and Pistons medical and performance staff. He will be reevaluated in 1 week.
1 week.
So that's the next 4 games. Is that what it is? Oh, he won't get the 65 games. That's what Shabath was trying to say. Yeah, he won't.
So today is April 2nd, so April 9th. So he'll be reevaluated April 9th. They play April 10th. And also April 12th. Those are the last 2 games of the regular season, are the 10th and the 12th. Can he get in one of those games prior to the playoffs, or is this something that's going to continue on through the playoffs?
I would prefer that.
What's that?
That he gets in before the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
Said Doug, the host that's known to say the most obvious crap ever. Oh, you'd like Cade healthy, Doug? Thanks. Yes, I'd like him healthy.
But not going to reach the 65-game plateau, which keeps him, which will now prevent him from postseason accolades, apparently.
Yeah, I guess.
Which I know you don't care.
Not that much.
Oh, I'm sure he cares, though.
Yeah, and there's incentives there.
It matters to the players, right?
Yeah.
But it matters to fans.
There's a lot of money riding on it. I mean, all NBA. Like, they might actually, I feel like there's a chance that Silver says, you know what? We're going to retract
this. And it's
this.
going to be because of Cade, because Cade's not load managementing.
Yeah, because this is a legit, everyone in the league agrees. This is like, dude, he's got a collapsed lung, right? He's not just sitting out to rest. So, I mean, he might still get it.
Yeah. Milwaukee's doing all load management right now. Now they've been eliminated from playoff contention. Every team that's eliminated is like, welcome to the G League.
Right.
Until they fix the rules or tweak the rules of tanking and whatnot. Mm-hmm. This is what's going to happen.
Okay. So, Scott, what do you think the biggest sporting event you've ever been to was?
I've been to World Series. I've been to NBA Finals. Well, it's a Super Bowl. I've been to 3 Super Bowls.
I've been to the same 3.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas, Indianapolis, and New Orleans. In that order?
Yes. I think it was that, or was it Indianapolis in between? Was New Orleans the last one we went to?
I think it was. So we saw Pittsburgh. It was work trips. We got sent down there Super Bowl week, and we actually got to go to the game and sit in the stands, which was an incredible experience.
Yeah. So we had Pittsburgh and Green Bay in the first one.
Yep.
And if it was New Orleans the second one, that was the Battle of the Harbaughs.
Yep.
With then San Francisco and Baltimore, and then we had
New England and the Giants.
Yeah.
In
Indianapolis.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. I mean, I've been to national champion. I've been to a Rose Bowl. Michigan won a national championship. Been to a national championship game in the college football playoff. World Series games in 2006, 2012. NBA Finals Game 7 in San Antonio was a big deal. Stanley Cup. We went to a Stanley Cup Game 7.
Yeah, I've been to a Stanley Cup Game 7.
I'm still waiting for them to announce when that game's going to be replayed properly.
Right?
Please replay it properly.
I've been to a Stanley Cup clinching game at the Joe when they clinched it in 2002. Mm-hmm. I've been to Rose Bowl as well. Fantastic. Yeah, fortunate to being in our business, go to some pretty big games.
Okay, so we bring it up for a couple reasons. One is this Final Four game, I've been inundated with ticket requests, and I don't have a lot of access to a lot of tickets, but people think, hey, can you hook me up? Or how can you?
Somebody.
Yeah, do I know somebody? Blah, blah, blah. And sometimes I can help. Many times I can't. But this one's feeling like an all-timer. And it made me reach out to somebody in the ticket industry and ask how it compares to other Michigan ticket events. And there's only one as far as demand. Do you care to venture a guess as to what it was?
I mean, it has to be a Michigan-Ohio State game. I don't know. It's got to be a national championship game.
It's not.
Wow.
And the reason, the more I think about it, makes sense.
I'm going to follow your logic. I'll let you say it. I think I know what you're going to say.
Travel.
Well, there's travel, and the other thing is it gets to be really expensive when you have the opportunity now with the college football playoff, and particularly now where you may have to see 3 playoff games before you get to the championship. That's a lot. And you're talking about a great season, and we'll talk about whether it's Michigan or Ohio State, but in this case it's Michigan, right? Where you've got the Big Ten championship game. People want to go to that. Easy to get to. Go to Indy. Okay, well, great. And then you've got, at the time, it was the college football semifinal game. And then you're like, wow, I spent a lot of money on these 2 with travel. And the second one, I had to travel more because I couldn't just drive there. And now it's the national championship game, and now you got to spend even more money. That's a lot.
You were prepared to do it, though, when Michigan State was making, when they made the playoff, you were prepared. You'd already booked your trip to Phoenix.
First ever college football playoff. Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to go to the semifinal game. I said I'm going to go to the final game. And I had booked a room in Scottsdale at kind of a hotel resort, golf resort type thing. And I said, if they make it, I'm going to go to the game. And if they don't, well, I'm taking a vacation. I'm going to golf for a couple days, which ended up being the case because Michigan State ended up getting just housed by Alabama in the second half of that game, and it wasn't even competitive. But I still stayed there for the weekend, and I ended up watching the game at a bar in Scottsdale, and it was great.
Yeah, so the only game that my person in the ticket industry said for Michigan the demand was like this was the 2023 Ohio State game. Michigan went on to win the Natty. That was insane. And this is as insane. More so than any Rose Bowl or national championship game in Michigan's case or college football playoff.
Was it the snow game?
It did snow in that game, yes. So no, it snowed in the
2021.
I can't think it might have been flurries, but the more famous snow game is the 2021 game, the Aiden Hutchinson game. But anyway, this is a drivable championship event, and it's made this ticket extraordinarily difficult. And I know so many people that are looking for tickets that are trying to avoid the secondary market. You have 2 drivable fan bases. Illinois fans are going to show up in big numbers.
Yep.
And so that makes ticket demand.
How far is it from Connecticut?
I would imagine it's probably 12 hours, 13, 14 hours. I don't know exactly. I've never made that drive, but I know driving out to Connecticut. I
get confused with the Indiana geography because I always assume that it's not. It's just like due south. It's not like it's any further east. So my bad.
It's okay.
It's a hike.
I mean, I'll look it up if you want. Lucas Oil Stadium from Storrs, Connecticut to Lucas Oil Stadium is 13 hours and 26 minutes.
Yeah, it's a bit long.
I mean, you could do it. I'm sure there are plenty of students that are going to do it to sit down in those student pens there on the baseline. So a couple things. One is, did you ever come up with an elite ticket hack to get tickets to an event? Has anybody found one for this? For the Final Four? Because I know so many people out there looking for tickets, so maybe you were able to follow a workaround. And our guy Gator here, and a lot of Michigan State fans had a great ticket hack for, what year was that Rose Bowl? Was it
2013, something like that?
Yeah. Michigan State made it to the Rose Bowl. Tickets were hard to come by. But you guys, savvy move.
It was very savvy, yes. Once I had a bunch of people at my house watching the Big Ten championship game. And when Michigan State was able to clinch that Big Ten championship game, because we all said, all right, well, who's going to we're going to go to the Rose Bowl. Who's going to go? And a lot of people said, well, let's do this. So we automatically said, all right, let's start working on this tomorrow. And I had friends from other states that were working on it too, and everybody ran into the same problem. Unless you were a season ticket holder for Michigan State, you really were just kind of subjected to secondary market, and the prices were going to get crazy. So we're like, well, how do we do this? And then I don't know who it was in the group. I think it was somebody from out of state. One of my friends in Atlanta, I think, that did this. And they came up with the hack, and the hack was to buy tickets to the Rose Bowl, but do it through Stanford, because that's who Michigan State was playing in the Rose Bowl. And because the season ticket holders there would get first crack at tickets. And they had a whole bunch of tickets allotted for Stanford, but Stanford they weren't eating them all up.
They weren't moving tickets the way Michigan State was.
They were not. So what we did was everybody had to go online and purchase a season ticket package for Stanford football.
It was a deposit, wasn't it?
You had to put a deposit down.
You put a deposit down on next year's Stanford tickets.
That's right. Then you got tickets to the Rose Bowl. You would still have to buy them, but at least that would be your into it.
How much? Do you remember how much the deposit was?
The deposit, I believe, was $120. And all of my friends were like, yep, on board. Already did. Everybody's text thread goes through. Everybody's like, yep, we did this. Hurry up, do it. Now about hotels and all this. And what about flights? And that was a whole other headache for a lot of people. I was fortunate to avoid all that because my best friend lives in LA. I stayed with him. I used frequent flyer miles to fly out, literally on New Year's Eve to fly out there. It was an amazing time. But that hack was amazing. And I'd love to give credit to the person who did it. I don't know if it was my friend JD who came up with it.
It's such a great hack.
It was amazing. And we're all sitting there in the end zone, the south end zone there. And I think it's the south end zone. And we're just like, we're here. And how do we do this? We're season ticket holders to Stanford temporarily. Like the next day, everybody canceled their season tickets and you forfeited the deposit. But in the meantime, the deposit was like $120 and the tickets were only like $150 a piece. So and when you think about it today, how expensive, it's not that expensive for the Rose Bowl, particularly for Michigan State, and to be there for the first time since 1988. So we're like, absolutely. So the tickets didn't, $250 a piece or $275 a piece was completely reasonable.
So do you have anybody come up with a great ticket hack for this Michigan Final Four appearance? And if you want to tell us, did you ever come up with a sweet one? We'd love to hear it as people try and figure out how they're going to get to this game. It is the most in-demand Michigan ticket, according to my friend in the industry, since Ohio State game in 2023. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, if you're looking for a place to start the weekend off early, Twin Peaks, it's a place for you. They're not only the best place for sports, they also have incredible food from their scratch kitchen, the coldest 29-degree frozen draft beer, and the beautiful Twin Peaks girls all serving it all up. And they offer the best happy hour in the state. That's right. All of your Twin Peaks favorites can be yours at a price that's right. Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6 and again from 10 to close. They offer tons of food and drink options to quench any appetite. You call it $5 domestic and Twin Peaks drafts, Tito's, Crown, Jack, fried pickles, billionaire bacon. And if you consider yourself a fancy big baller, they offer up options like $7 Patron, Grey Goose, Woodford Reserve, mini beef tacos, smoked chicken quesadillas. You can get a shot of beer and tacos all for under $20. If you make it in today, clear your schedules for the weekend. Tigers opening days tomorrow, and Saturday offers a double dose of action. You got Deontay Wilder back in the ring for an early pay-per-view. And you've got 2 Monster College basketball matchups featuring the Maize and Blue, of course, on Saturday night. Get in early for a front row seat to all the action. Twin Peaks, eats drinks, scenic views. Talking about the toughest tickets you ever tried to get as Michigan fans trying to figure out a way to get down to Indy and get into the Final Four. An unnamed texter says, 09 Final Four, MSU grad, joined the UConn Alumni Association, bought Final Four tickets through them. I picked them up at DTW. That's a great hack. Unnamed texter, one of the soccer dads on my kid's team owns a medical clinic. He was negotiating the price of medical equipment. The company owned a suite at MetLife Stadium, so he negotiated 4 tickets to the World Cup final for his family.
Oh, my.
Aren't those tickets insane?
I just saw this morning those tickets for the final are already at $10,000 plus.
That's just the buy-in price?
That's what I saw. It was on ESPN, ESPN this morning. Had
another text. Can you please tell us what the burrito ingredient was you got in Berkeley, California? It was peas. There were peas in the burrito, and it was so good.
I think it would go good with like shredded chicken. That'd be nice. Or steak.
I was really, really surprised. Anyway, if you got any great ticket hacks or anything, the toughest ticket you ever had to get, 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, Red Wings tonight in Philly. Dude. So here, first let's start with this. Every time we bring the Red Wings up, we get inundated with their toast. I gave up weeks ago. You guys suck. You should give up too, blah, blah, blah. So the people that have given up, I assume they've stopped watching. Right?
You would have to assume that.
And they don't even bother watching anymore?
I watch. I still, because they're not out yet. If they were 6 points out and we're just hanging on to math,
yeah.
I mean, I'd probably still watch because it's the job, but I would have no hope whatsoever. My hope is on low, but then I have to remind myself, hope is probably on low for a lot of fan bases because they're all in the same boat.
Mm-hmm.
Ottawa, Detroit, Columbus, Philadelphia. I mean, Washington is in the picture now. All these teams are within 3 points of each other. And then if you add like another point, I think you bring in the Islanders to the mix too, and other teams. It's just, it's nuts. Not everybody's playing great, but teams are playing with more sense of urgency than the Red Wings are, for sure. And the difference, I guess, with the fan bases is that the Red Wings fans have endured this for now a fourth straight year with a swan dive in March. The other fan bases haven't had to deal with it. So I think that's where Red Wing fans are more jaded and they're quicker to opt out than maybe the other ones are, because we've seen this play out and it's not pretty and it's happening again. But to say that tonight's must win, I mean, this is one of the teams that you're competing with for that spot. This isn't like you're taking on either a bottom feeder team or, one of the best teams in the conference. You're taking on a team that also has 86 points and are fighting to get into the playoffs. And it feels like they just added a really good player to their mix with Porter Martone from Michigan State, who just stepped in and played like 17 minutes in his first NHL game. So they're counting on him to be a contributor.
Mm-hmm.
And they ended up, I think they won the other night with plenty of goals. He did not figure in the scoring, but nonetheless, Philadelphia is a team that looks like they want to be there. Red Wings have got to show that they want to be there. And it's been so quick to notice that they don't, or that they play like that anyway. I'm sure they want to make the playoffs, but the effort on the ice is not reflective of what the feeling is.
Here's a quote from a story that Birchie Kid did on our website, which you can read at 971theticket.com. This is after the 5-1 loss to the Penguins. Todd McClellan. And I want to be careful here that it's not taken too far out of context, if I'm going to read as much here as I can, but I also think that this could be really kind of damning. Said, I thought our practice would set us up well for this game. It didn't. So perhaps our approach was the wrong one. I don't know. Or else it didn't get through. In some situations, it's definitely competitiveness and the will and the drive to do it longer and harder than maybe the opposition. Some of it's technique and skill too. It's a combination of both. But the will and the drive is something we could use a little bit more of right now, and we're going to ask them for it. I can't fathom that the will and the drive isn't at 110%.
I understand. I'm right there with you. I don't understand how that works either. That they're not playing with that sense of urgency. This is a team that has, there are very few players I look at and say, I like this guy because he's gritty. But there are guys. Mm-hmm. Like Alex DeBrincat. I love Alex DeBrincat. I love his style of play. He's diminutive in stature and he doesn't care. He tries his ass off. And he's might be their best player on the ice. He's out there hitting. He sticks up for other teammates. He sticks up for himself. And he's a winner. He's a scorer. He does what he's got to do. I don't know how many other players there are on this team that are like that.
Mm-hmm.
Larkin gets a bad rap with fans at times because he's the captain of the team and he's been here the longest. And everybody will say, well, Larkin fights. And I don't mean like drops the gloves and fights. He fights for everything he can get. I like Dylan Larkin a lot. I think he embodies what you want out of a out of a hockey player. But there aren't many other guys like that. And when we talk about lack of scoring, lack of 5-on-5 scoring, it's a real problem.
Yep.
And if the first line isn't getting it done, second line's got to. And if the second line is only getting stuff done because they're on the power play, then that's a real problem. Because lines 3 and 4 seem like they're incapable of scoring goals. And those are the lines that really you need all the grit with, right? Those are if the first two are going to be scoring lines, these other two lines have to be defensively minded, so they're going to stop other guys. And it's just been meh at best. And I mentioned the other day, I'd love to see Dominic Shine get back into the lineup because I think he's a guy that plays with heart.
I don't disagree.
And I don't know if he's going to light the lamp or not, but I know that he tries hard and he wants to be out there. And I don't think he's a liability. Other guys need to look in the mirror and really ask themselves, what are they doing here?
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home, right? And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shainer Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Shainer's local and they're family owned, and they treat every customer just like their family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. That kind of reputation isn't bought, it's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shainer. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shainer Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
I had to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I was trying to get a live read together.
That's all right.
I don't want the Bernstein family mad at me. What was
They know people. I was just saying, Max Clark is starting off at Toledo. He's started off on a good foot, and he's doing all these little things well. He had a couple doubles in the game the other day, and the second one was basically a base hit to left center field, and he didn't stop running. He just blazed it all the way because he's got great speed and slid in to second base. He's already got an outfield assist. He's got, I think, 3 stolen bases already on the season. He's doing all those things right now.
If somebody on Twitch posted this earlier today, and it was hysterical, was that Max Clark leads the entire minor leagues in bling above expected.
Sure. I can see that.
Breaking news today, Cade Cunningham will miss at least another week as he recovers from that collapsed lung. The Pistons had an announcement released at this hour, so that is the update on Cade's situation. That'll take us down to 2 games to go in the regular season. And it probably takes Cade out of being eligible for postseason awards, which sucks. But at the end of the day, let's just get him back for the postseason. Guys can come back from that injury and be healthy. This is the 2-week mark that they said they would evaluate him, and they still say another week is necessary. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Chad. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Chad.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Good talking with you. I appreciate you having me on. So I played a lot of hockey in my career, and I played juniors in college, and I was fortunate enough to play on both types of teams where you're so talented top to bottom that really anybody could score at any time.
Where was that? Which team? Which team was that?
So I played juniors out in El Paso.
Okay, and where'd you play in college?
Yeah, I played NCAA D3 over at St. Mary's University in Minnesota.
Gotcha. All right.
And in juniors we were so talented. I mean, we went 57-2-1, but we could score at any moment, right? And then I had another version of team in college where we were gritty. We beat teams down. We won 2-1, and we squeezed it out, and we lost the championship game. But my point behind all that is the Red Wings are in between. They don't have, if Larkin, I love Larkin. I love DeBrincat. They're great athletes. They're great hockey players. But if they're the best guy on your team, we don't have somebody that we can just put on at the end of the game where I'm, super confident that they're going to bury for us, right? And we also don't smother teams to a point where we can win games 2-1. You see what I mean?
Yeah, they don't have a superstar player. They have a handful of players that I think other teams would covet and like to have, but that's 5 out of a roster of 18, that are on the ice, not counting the goaltenders that are going to be seeing ice time, and it's not enough.
Right.
They don't have the right mix of players, and they're certainly not exhibiting any of the qualities that you say, well, wait a minute, he can. No, I'm not seeing enough of it. If you're not going to be this ultra talented player, then you got to show grit and determination. Fight for the pucks in the corners.
Absolutely, and I think that there is a lot of we have a lot of players that other teams would be grateful to fill them into their lineup. We have talented players in that regard, but when we're talking about top talent, we just don't have that guy that tips us over the edge. We've been like that for a few years now, and I do believe that it's kind of that reason why we can't get that jump into the playoffs, because if you're not scoring on your first, second, and third line where anytime, at any given moment, anybody can score, I mean, you got to be beating these teams down. Like that Philly game not long ago, I watched that whole game, and then all of a sudden they're down and they pull their goalie, and it's all this magic happens. But you got to beat them down like that all game.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't just do it when your back's up
the night
against the wall.
before. The night before they played against Buffalo in Buffalo, and they played a great game. And the next night it was nothing. And I'm not even going to throw it out there. Well, it was back to back. I don't care. What did Pittsburgh do? Pittsburgh threw up 8 goals against the Islanders in what they looked at as a must-win game. When they got down 3-1, they went out and scored the next 7, and then they tacked on another 4 goals or whatever it was before the Red Wings scored in the next game. They didn't care about playing back-to-back nights. This is where you have to suck it up. It's the playoff run.
248-539-9797. It should be. Jim and Davidson. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. Good to hear your voices today. I always like listening to your show.
Appreciate it, Jim.
I'm wondering if the players who went to the Olympics and then came back, they had such a terrific experience with their home countries and with such on-ice all-stars that they're just having a hard time sucking it up again, getting back to the also-rans that they left to come back to Detroit. But the one that I focus on most specifically is Mo Sider. I watch their games all the time, and I never see that guy smile. And I just have this feeling his heart is not in it. He's homesick for Germany, and I don't know what his contract situation is, but I'm wondering if it would be too surprising if we find him playing in Europe in the not too distant future.
Why do you say that? Because I haven't heard anything about him.
Is this just based on what you've seen on TV?
It's basically just what I've seen on TV. And, I listen to the play-by-play guys, and, he's in the game, but he just doesn't seem to be throwing his weight around like he could. None of the players seem to, like they have in the past with the grind line. Of course, those bring back a lot of...
Jim, I think you're taking some evidence and drawing some pretty wild conclusions.
I think he falls in line with one of those 5 players or handful of players I think that the Red Wings have that other teams would covet. Mo Sider's a stud, and I think I would love to see if they could split up he and Edvinsson, but I don't think Edvinsson's good enough to split up where he'd be the next better defenseman on a second pair. I think Edvinsson has a lot of work to do, a lot of improvement to make, and I think it benefits him from playing with Mo. But Mo's really, really good for this team. And does he play as physical as you want? Maybe not, but the guy's out there for 25 minutes a game. And he's offensively gifted too.
Is there any changes or anything you would want to see?
I want to see Shine tonight. Yeah. Defensively, I don't know what they can do. You've got you're benching Hamonic basically every game. I don't think he's an answer. They don't have it. The answer is, do you go back to Grand Rapids and say, okay, now that you've been there for a couple of weeks, Axel Sending Pellica, does it make sense for you to come up? Is there anybody down there that plays that abrasive style that you need to make the playoffs? Because if they're out, grab them, because these guys aren't getting it done.
All right. If you want to keep talking Red Wings, 248-539-9797. The Tom Izzo stuff that circulated yesterday, where I think it was an interesting discussion point, and people hearing, oh, really, Izzo and Ishbia talked and how serious those conversations got. He said we were in serious discussions. But I think Izzo, I can't imagine he was ever close to leaving at this point in his career to go to Phoenix. But I don't cover that team. I'm not around that coach. But did you think there was any chance he was not saying he's lying? I think they did have talks, but I don't think it was probably.
Oh, I think 100% they had talks. I don't think there's any question Matt Ishbia would love to have Tom Izzo coach at Phoenix.
I always wonder about that, though, because then Ishbia becomes the bad guy for Michigan State fans for taking a coach.
As long as he keeps donating money to it, I think it'll be okay. And look, Spartan fans know at some point Tom Izzo's gonna hang it up. I don't know who he's going to turn it over to, but he'll hang it up at some point. And what I found more interesting wasn't that Izzo was entertaining it. It was hearing him say why, because he is not happy with today's college basketball. He's made that point known every time he'll talk about it. And he said something like 99.8% of the coaches feel the same way he does. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but it's how he feels. Mm-hmm. He's not happy with college athletics right now. And it'd be interesting to hear him explain exactly what it is specifically that he doesn't like about it. Is it the NIL? Is it the portal? Is it the lack of rules? Is it not enforcing what needs to be enforced? Is it because it's just all Wild West stuff right now and it needs to be more structured? I mean, does he flat out not like the players getting paid? I don't think that's it. But that's, I guess, another longer conversation to have for him.
Just hearing him talk, I think what he doesn't like is players, the movement more than anything.
Yeah.
That you can't, because you can't develop a player the way he likes to develop them because, 5 minutes into their college career, they're already looking around. But after they lost to UConn, he was asked this question, and here's what he had to say. Okay. I assume everybody's cool with that. I know some people want him to do
5
things
years
differently.
is a long time.
5 years is a long time.
It's a long time, and I think he's hoping that he'll win one within those 5 years. So, he's got a great recruiting class coming in. It seems by all accounts, all the guys are going to come back next year. We'll see if anybody does transfer out, but it doesn't sound like it. Sounds like these guys are pretty together, and they want to run it back with the new recruiting class and guys that didn't get a chance to play
that's
last
interesting
because,
again, I don't cover that team, so I don't have any insight whatsoever. I find it shocking when everybody can come back now. Everybody.
Well, if they have money to do it, and Michigan State didn't spend the most in the Big Ten. They spent less than Michigan did last year on NIL, but they have money that they can spend year in and year out. So we'll see. I like the team that they're putting together. I like the fact that the guys are sticking around, because if we've watched Michigan State over the years, when these guys get to be seniors, if they stick around for that time, they do improve year to year to year to year. And to see how much more you can get, or what more you can get from Jeremy Fears and from Cohen Carr, I'm excited about that. Let alone the freshmen that played last year with Jordan Scott and others. It's those two in particular I'm really excited about, because Fears, there are things I don't like about Fears, but there's a lot I love about Fears. His distribution of the basketball, those skills are best in the country, and he's starting to knock down shots. And Cohen Carr is more than just a highlight reel, and he'll prove it again next year. I like where Michigan State's headed. I think they're definitely building up.
It's Karsh and Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here for the Bernstein family. I've known for a long time, and I've seen how they work firsthand. If you're injured, call Sam. They're a firm that demands respect, not just for you, but from the insurance companies too. 50 years of winning earns that. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson. Hope everybody's doing great on this Thursday. Opening days tomorrow. It's fun. Fun day in Detroit. What percentage of people do you think are planning on going down there with no intention of going to the game?
I think there's a huge, I think way more people go down there than go to the game. You only get 40,000 into the game.
So you think more than 50%?
Yeah.
Way more, you said.
Well, yeah, I think you're going to have over 100,000 people downtown.
Okay.
And because the weather's nice?
Dude, there's only two boxes that really matter, and they're both checked. Nice weather and a Friday. Bad weather on a Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, not great for opening day.
No.
Put the game on a Friday and give it good weather, chaos. It'll be a zoo. Be responsible, everyone.
Yes. Please.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Feedback coming into the Karsch and Anderson inbox regarding Michigan and Arizona. From Det Hail Mish NE. I think in the first 5 minutes, the Mara Krivas matchup, one of them will have too early fouls and have to sit the rest of the half. And I think that's going to be a key to the game, getting the other guy's big guy on the bench. Brian says free throw struggles. Michigan struggles. They have to improve, and they have to keep Arizona off the offensive glass. So these two things are connected when free throws and foul trouble. I said it earlier. I think the whistle is huge, absolutely huge. If it's going to be a quick whistle, Arizona has shot more free throws than any team in college basketball the last 6 years. They live on the line. Michigan hasn't played a team that's shot more free throws than them, obviously, and they've also not played a team that shoots the three less than Arizona. They don't shoot a lot of threes. They have to go inside. But yes, the whistle is going to play a big role. If they let them play, I think that bodes well for Michigan. If they're going to blow a lot of whistles, I don't know how they can defend Arizona's size without Mara out there. Will Cheddar might have his hands full.
Well, I like to say, you always got 5 fouls to go.
They need more guys that can just give the 5 fouls.
Well, because they don't play those guys. You know, they've got a whole roster full of guys that could, but they go 8 deep in the rotation, and that's it.
Yeah, I felt comfortable when it was 9, but it's really mostly wing players and guards. But I feel like the majority of the hockey players on the Red Wings roster are just professional athletes. They don't love the game of hockey, and that's why they don't try, and they perform so poorly. That's quite a conclusion.
I don't know about that.
Conclusion.
I wonder if some of these guys they've brought in, they're just older players now, and it's not as easy to play the game the way you used to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they got a lot of veterans in this roster right now, and it's different than what they started the season with. They had a lot of young guys. A lot of guys are getting their opportunity, and those guys blew their opportunity early. Whether it was Nate Danielson or Brandzik Nygaard or Axel Sandin Pellikka, he got a nice long run and just progressively got worse, which is unfortunate because there's lots of talent with all three of those players, but we're not going to see it. I don't imagine we're going to see it the rest of the year.
Next text. Hey, guys, this whole Red Wing team is meh. So that's all you're going to get. And I don't know how you can say you like Dylan Larkin minus the injury time. What has he done for us lately? He scored the last game.
He did score, yeah. And I think he's one of those guys. If you watch the game and just say who's giving effort, you can't question the gives effort.
So here's the thing about Larkin is the problem isn't Larkin per se. The problem is they need somebody better than Larkin.
I think that's fair.
And so people shoot arrows at Larkin saying, well, he's not this and he's not that. No. They need somebody better.
They need more players better than him. Yeah. They already have, I think DeBrinket's better. I think Raymond is. Offensively anyway. I mean, these guys don't always do it at both ends of the ice, but, you want guys to put the puck in and that those two have more points. Larkin's still scoring more than Raymond does, but Raymond is an assist fiend, and DeBrinket's been a scoring machine, period. But yes, they need more of those guys.
Next text. Do the Red Wings have a management problem or a player problem or a coaching problem? I think it's a little bit of everything, but I don't know. That's from Brandon.
Yeah, I like McClellan. I think McClellan says all the right things.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's got the right demeanor, but he's also been around the league for a little bit, bounced from team to team. But I still like him. I don't think he's a big part of the problem. I think the biggest part of the problem are the players, and that is a reflection on management, because that's who assembled this group of players, and the players you have, they're not playing to a style that is conducive to making the playoffs at this point.
Scott writes in, here's what I think what happened with Izzo. He had great respect for Ishbia. Ishbia offered him. Izzo never really considered it, but out of respect, he said he did. And it happens to fit his rant about the state of college hoops. Izzo to the NBA would be worse than Beeline to the NBA.
Yeah, first of all, I don't want to see it, because I don't want him to leave Michigan State until he's ready to retire. And if that were to happen next year, then it happens next year. But I don't want to see him in the NBA. I don't think his style works in the NBA. I mean, can you see him getting in somebody's face, an NBA player getting their face?
So here's the thing. I've said forever, if Tom Izzo, and I felt it about John Beeline too, if they're allowed to go to the NBA and get a roster of players that will do what they say and are coachable the way they want to coach, they'll win the NBA. I just don't think you can coach pros the way you can coach college kids.
No.
But if you could, if you could get them to respond, but the NBA, it's about players. College, it's about coach.
Yeah.
So, but that's part of coaching, though, right? I mean, I know what you're talking. I know what you're trying to say, Doug.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say
just
is
listen to whatever I'm telling you, right?
Yeah.
But part of coaching is to get them to listen to what you're saying and then execute what you want them to.
Yep.
And the NBA game is just the players and everything is just different.
And maybe that's another reason why Izzo is so disappointed with where college athletics is now, because the line has been blurred between college and pro. Now that players are getting paid, and they're not just getting paid, some guys are getting paid. And that changes the way that maybe you can approach that play.
Which on paper really doesn't change my entertainment value of the game.
Sure.
Player movement and the freedom of player movement makes it harder to build those ridiculous fan relationships you have with your team and your roster. And it's probably every year it's only going to get more and more. The voting went final, Gator. 76.2% thought that you would say you like burritos better than peanut butter and jelly on this National Burrito Day and National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day. You people were correct. I don't think you like it 3 times as much as peanut butter and jelly, because you called it tight.
It's tight.
Yep.
The other thing is, so now I'm considering, okay, what do I do for lunch, or what do I do for early dinner or whatever? And I have no bread in the house.
Mm-hmm.
I have peanut butter and jelly, but I have no bread.
Well, you have to bake some.
And I have the only burritos I have in the house are breakfast burritos.
Should call the bread man, get the bread man to deliver you some bread?
No, that brings the question. What am I when I drive home, do I stop off and pick up a burrito?
So do you pick up burrito or do you pick up bread?
I would pick up a burrito before I picked up bread, because I'm really trying to make a conscious effort to stop my bread intake or lower my bread intake.
So you're going to have a burrito.
A tortilla instead of bread?
That's right. If I do that. The food I have at home there's not much there right
You don't need bread for anything else ever?
Kang, I'm trying.
Oh, just a complete okay.
I'm trying to cut down on my bread intake.
He's got a problem.
I'm worried about what that leads to.
Have you ever tried it on like a leaf of lettuce? A lettuce leaf.
Peanut butter and jelly?
Yeah.
No.
I'm trying to make a healthier option.
You're onto something.
See? I knew it, Doug.
No, I've never tried that. I probably never will, but that's a funny try.
I'd rather just sit with a jar of peanut butter and a spoon. I'd rather do that than useless piece of bib lettuce, you know?
Rico Beard has made his way in studio.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
Well, today's National Burrito Day and National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day. Please tell Mike we did 4 hours on that, please.
I will.
Yeah. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, would you eat a peanut butter and jelly burrito?
People say it's a good thing to put on a tortilla.
Come up, deep fry it too.
What?
We asked for your hacks, and we did.
Wait,
get
a peanut
some.
butter and jelly deep fried?
Peanut butter and jelly in a tortilla, deep fried.
Let me know about that.
It sounds like a Texas State Fair item, but
it really does with the fried butter.
Yep.
What do we got going on? Mike has a Lions trade that he won't tell me about. Plus, other than Iserman,
Who do you blame? Who do you get angry about when you watch this Wings team?
Well, they're back at it tonight.
I know.
What a story it'll be.
They'll overtake opening day tomorrow? Yeah. We'll find out.
No.
Have a good one, Rico. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
We're off and running on a Thursday.
Well, that's
Rico,
an oldie but a goodie.
Rico, I have to tell you something.
Yes, sir.
Kenny already has attacked me. He made a joke about something that I wasn't planning on joking about, but he was just like beating me to the punch. It was like 8 Mile when Eminem takes away Papa Doc's ammunition. You know how we have a couple of ads where they play songs and we're like, oh, they definitely played that at Kenny's wedding.
Yeah.
Didn't say anything. I asked a question about something unrelated, and he goes, Kenny's wedding. F you. I'm like, all right.
It doesn't hurt to get ahead of the joke before it's made. I see the rake in front of me.
Great start.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You know, here, let me just step on it first. There you go.
Let me do the hard work about this.
At 3 o'clock, we'll get to the wings because I'm going to be a messenger of hope today. I am. I can offer you hope. What you choose to do with the hope is your prerogative. Yeah. Eddie Martone tonight, hat trick for the Flyers. The kid was playing for State 10 minutes ago. No, I'll offer you something, and it comes by way of Mr. 305, Paul Serra.
You know, maybe I should put money on that.
We will discuss, but I wanted to start with something completely stupid.
Okay.
Not the best sales pitch. Let me rephrase that. I want to start with something. It's a fruitless exercise because it's a mock trade.
Okay.
But it's a mock trade that I didn't like, I loved. And I thought for both teams, it made an incredible amount of sense.
I'm going to play this game, but you know what that means.
It'll never happen.
Because it makes too much sense.
And because I don't think the Lions have the balls.
Lions related.
Yeah, you remember we were talking the other day when Rod the Bod was cutting it loose at the league meetings? And he was talking about, wow, what if we'd gotten you, Max Crosby? We'd have to get rid of somebody. And we had talked about, this core four, the guys that they are so obsessed with signing. And I had made my selection of, no, this would be real easy for me. I just use up Sam Laporta and tell him to hit the bricks. I want to propose from NFL.com. And I understand it won't happen. But this is a rare deal where I looked at this and I went, this makes total sense for both teams.
Okay.
Complete sense at every level.
Okay.
May I present this to you?
Please.
I know you're hopped up about the Artemis launch. I know you've been tracking the pod.
Well, Godspeed to those poor people.
Listen, only part of the toilet's broken. It's only a 10-day voyage.
Not what you want to hear. Think about it. Think about a 3-hour flight. One of the toilets don't work. You're not happy.
Rico wins. So let's. I want to present. I want to present this because I think this is brilliant. I just don't know if any Lions fan would do this. So the Lions would trade with the Washington Commanders.
Okay.
The Lions give up pick number 17 and pick number 205 and Sam Laporta. The Commanders give you
a quarterback,
the 7th overall pick, a 2027 third-round pick, so some future cachet. You could use that third to get back into this draft, and tight end Ben Sinnott. Remember the H-back from K-State?
Yeah.
Fine, he had 12 catches last year, but he's depth. But I want you to think about this. We've talked about the Lions needing a legit tackle or a legit edge. You're probably not going to get that at 17. The other thing is you're probably not paying Sam Laporta a Travis Kelce nearly $20 million a year contract. The Commanders move down. What does it matter for them? They will pay Sam Laporta. They will get a guy to replace Zach Ertz and help their young quarterback, and they will pay. They go to pick 17.
You get pick 7.
You get pick 7. That could get you David Bailey. That could get you Desmond. Could get you Reuben Bain. That could get you your number one tackle on the board, like a guy you covet, the guy that's the guy, not the 4th best tackle or the 5th best tackle. The third round pick in the future, I'm not underselling it because future capital's good. And if in this draft you decide you want to, let's say you wanted to move up in this draft and you want to move up from your second round pick. You attach the third round pick next year's draft, you move up 10 spots. Maybe you get 2 first round picks. I'm just saying.
Or trade deadline.
Correct.
That's where I think that comes more valuable.
Look, I know that this isn't happening, but it's a thought exercise. And I'm basing it off of what Rod Wood was saying. Guys, would you entertain this? I absolutely would. I like Sam Laporta, but I'm never paying him. And I can move up to pick 7 and unleash Brad Holmes to take a player he truly covets. Because, guys, I got to tell you, if you talk to some people who cover the league, if you do enough of the reading, there are a lot of people who don't believe there are more than 15 players in this draft with a true first-round grade.
Yeah.
By going to 7, you're getting one.
I was ready to mock you, but actually this is really good.
So you approached me the way I approached this article.
Yeah.
Because it was like, oh, great, let me click on this. And then I'm like, no, I love this. Because you have Tesla, right?
Mm-hmm.
Laporta out, Tesla in. They don't have to play the same position. It's about target share.
Yeah.
And if you gave up what you gave up for Tesla, you know what J-Mo brings, you know what Amon-Ra brings, you know what Gibbs brings. Rico, getting a Sam Laporta gone and having a more diversified approach at tight end, and then handing Brad Holmes another top 10 pick. I dig it.
See, I dig it too, Mike, because, I like drafting the defensive players because, let's face it, let's just say Monroe Freeling is taken by the Browns and he goes to pick right before you. You'll have your choice of maybe Reuben Baines, Sonny Style, Caleb Downs. If one of those guys are there, you add that to that defense. Now you're cooking.
I'm just,
you know what? Why did you do this to me?
I know, because I know it's stupid.
It's not going to happen, but no, I would do that. Yes, in a heartbeat.
It's 40 and raining, and NFL.com put it out, and I'm like, it's actually quite sensible. But I don't know if Lion fan even wants to engage about their team. There's a lot of frustration.
And you know what? Commanders are taking the risk that is Laporta coming back off of an injury.
But they can pay him.
Right.
And they can go down the road and do things their way. For them, they're just moving down to 17. For you, you're really giving up the asset and taking on Ben Sinnott, who's a third-year player who just didn't get integrated there. But overall, yeah, I thought this was super interesting. And I'm like, damn, we just talked about getting rid of Laporta. But people, would you even consider this? Like, isn't this the type of move they probably need to do anyways? Because you're going to keep Gibbs. You're going to keep Jack Campbell. You're going to keep Brian Brandt. Like, isn't this really the move that you can't pay? Think of it this way. Jared Goff, move him to the side. You'll have the highest paid running back in the sport. You'll have a top 5 paid receiver. You'll have a top 12 paid receiver. You'll have the number 1 tight end. You'll have the number 1 tackle or number 2 tackle. Like, at a certain point, you can't have all of those things. And Laporta, to me, is by far and away the least valuable. Not that he's not good, but you lessened his need when you gave up 3 third-round picks to take a third wide receiver. Mm-hmm. And that number 7 pick, what if that's your starting right tackle? And it might be the top tackle in this draft.
Right.
Or to Rico's point, what if it's David Bailey? What if it's Bain? What if it's Caleb Downs? What if it was Sonny Styles? What if it was Mansour Delane? What if it was McCoy from Tennessee? What if you drafted another corner?
All right, think about it. Okay, you got Downs, and now you got a safety because your 2 safeties may not be there to start the beginning of the season. You bring in Sonny Styles, you got an extra linebacker like that you can bring in off the rush.
What it does is it empowers Brad Holmes to do what he's best at. Look, I think it's interesting. I wanted to start with something totally off the board. I can't start the show with Red Wings. No, guys, I understand you filled the lines for Doug and Scott and for Rieger last night. I'm not going to do Tiger baseball bats panic. It's 6 games. You got to step away from the TV. Am I happy? Was I enjoying 1-0 yesterday? No. Is it fun to watch Kerry Carpenter right now? No. Guys, it's 6 games. Can the team at least come home first? Can I get 15 games, 20 games in?
Yeah.
Please?
Yeah, you got 156 more of these.
And again, if this is a cold stretch by the offense in late June, you don't notice. They opened up on the West Coast against 2 pretty good teams, right?
Yeah.
Please just let it breathe. All right?
But yeah, I like this trade. Just resist the temptation to go get Sadiq from Oregon.
248-539-9797. Yes, we're starting out with something light, fun. NFL.com had a win-win trade scenario for the Lions. I'm just asking, would you consider it? Because on this show, we're not paying everybody. 2 to 6 doesn't pay everybody. And if I can get value for Sam Laporta and empower Brad Holmes to have the number 7 overall pick, and it's really number 6 overall, it's really number 5 overall when you think about we're not taking a quarterback and we're not taking a running back. Yet Love and Mendoza will go in the top 7. You're getting one of the 5 best football players in the draft. When we've empowered Brad to do that, he's done pretty good.
That's a really good way of putting it. Yeah, like I said, don't go up there and say Mekhi Lemon.
Oh,
Nope.
dear God. 248-539-9797. All right, we think we've turned the corner in Michigan, and then we just get kicked in the nuts by Mother Nature. But you do need to think about your outdoor setup. More and more people are turning their backyard into a second living space. That's where Paulson's comes in. We've talked about them for almost 20 years. Paulson's, they have incredible outdoor spaces, weatherproof TVs, amazing outdoor sound, lighting that completely transforms your yard, automated shades. They design it, they'll sell you the stuff, and then their crew installs. Everything's in-house, everything the highest standard. Bottom line, you're thinking about upgrading your home this spring? Start outside. See the team at Paulson's in Farmington Hills. Let them show you what's possible. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. We'll get to that later. Wings in Philly tonight, and I'm going to try to offer a message of optimism, ? Kenny, I laid out NFL.com's win-win trade for the Lions. I know it's not happening, but it's really more of an exercise in we on this day part have said between Gibbs, Campbell, Laporta, Branch, I'm not keeping all 4. And the only one I'd keep for certain right now is Jack Campbell. You know, Jahmyr Gibbs, I have 3 years, 2 on base, plus a 3rd year with the franchise tag. By the time that happens, make a decision then if I want to sign him. But if you want to say you're keeping Gibbs and Campbell, that's fine. If Brian Branch shows me he's still Brian Branch, he's infinitely more valuable than Sam Laporta. Laporta to the Commanders with pick 17, and you get back pick 7, a 3rd rounder next year, and Ben Sinnott, who's one of their backup tight ends. He was good at K-State, man. Used to line him up at fullback, run a bunch of screens, kind of an H-back more than a tight end. The point is, that premium pick for a Lions team that is closer to a Super Bowl than finishing bottom 7 in the league, yeah, I would do it because I have no interest in paying Sam. And guess what? You guys are the one who started throwing dollars around the strip club like James Harden after a Game 7. Here's all my picks to take another wide receiver. Okay, let's go.
If that trade actually goes down, I could almost forgive this whole free agent season.
Oh, my.
Because now you're coming after a piece of the puzzle that is going to be young, but yeah, it's like, especially if it's somebody on defense or
what if it's the right tackle?
I was about to say, if Freeling is still there, then yes, I'll say, you know what? No harm, no foul, Brad. We're just going to move on from here.
Okay, I'm not, but I appreciate your compassion. Kenny, what was your view of it?
My view of it was I like it. The idea that it's going to happen is one thing or the other, but I like the idea of being able to weaponize a pick like that with Brad. You have your pick of the litter in terms of whether you want to go tackle or whether if you want to go, an edge. And the fact that this offense, even without Sam Laporta, is just fine enough. Without it, you add a tackle. That's what I would do. I would take whatever tackle Brad likes the best.
And wouldn't it give Tesla more room to grow?
Yes.
More target share?
Yeah. And I like how you put it, Mike. You're really getting one of the 5 best players because, you're not getting – Mendoza's gone, and you don't need a running back. So, okay. You got a lot of holes on this team to fill. So it could be a tackle. It could be a linebacker. It could be an edge rusher. It could be a safety.
It could be the guy that Brad thinks is the best player in the draft.
Yeah. But, I mean, you have your pick of the litter that you can go and get that best guy.
It won't happen. But I thought NFL.com put out something actually interesting and viable. So, like, what's the initial on the ticket texters? Anger?
Initial on the text communications is...
I don't care.
I do this trade all day. Another one, I love that trade, Mike. We have enough weapons on offense already. We need different weapons. Oliver in a car.
Okay.
I like it. I'd prefer to trade ASB, but could see the Laporta deal work. A lot of people calling for ASB trades lately.
No, you know what that is. That's him bumping his gums about the fans on a podcast. That ain't got nothing to do with his play. They're just in their feelings.
Having Tesla makes this trade much easier to work for me.
Okay, so listen, I'll knock out a couple of calls. I wanted to start with something fun before we go into Red Wing land.
And I would say as far as Amon-Ra trade, that window's closed. Like, there was a time where all the wide receivers, like, it was a hot commodity. I think that's cooled off now, and he's going to be a Lion.
I think it would also help that they could use Tesla like the Rams use Puka Nacua, where they can move him around and have him crack down inline blocking a bit from the slot.
He's big body kid. Yeah, Paul, I think it's a very nice point. It's just the idea, if you wasted the pick, he needs target share, and unlike Laporta, I don't have to pay him.
And also, they're mocking the Commanders a lot. Downs, they could also, if trading down to 17, they could probably still get Thieneman.
Oh, the kid from Purdue. Well, not Purdue, Oregon.
Yes, who's also a first-round safety.
Yeah. Look, it's interesting. It's just something, it's very rare when you see one of these that it really does work for both teams. And I stand by it. Your best way forward would be moving one of the core 4. Well, you're not going to trade Campbell. You're not going to trade Gibbs. You can't trade Branch. He's in a wheelchair. Laporta for elevated draft capital? Yeah, I would do that.
And the Commanders would take him because they need to get weapons for Daniels.
It works, man. Yeah. That's why it won't happen. We'll go to Albert, 97.1. Hello, Al.
What's going on, Mike Rico? How are you guys?
Good. What's on your mind, buddy?
So I think, first of all, I want to know your guys' opinion on if the Lions were to re-sign Laporta, how much do you think he'd be getting per year based on getting a back surgery? It's a pretty significant surgery.
I mean, look, every report is it's not a Kirby Joseph situation. He's supposed to be just fine. I'd prefer to see it to believe it, but here's the deal. The gold standard of tight ends is the deal Trey McBride signed and the deal that Travis Kelce signed. He's in that $18 to $20 million a year range. I'm not doing it.
Right. And if that's the case, then yeah, I'm not in the business of doing that either. I love Sam Laporta, but you can find a good tight end, and especially like you guys said, with Tesla being a part of this offense now, you can replace those touches that Laporta had. Personally, I would do the trade because I think moving up to 7 in a draft that I'm not particularly high on when it comes to the later picks. I don't know if there's a whole lot of depth in this draft compared to other ones. I may be wrong, but I think if we are able to move up to that 7, like you said, we can get one of those top 5 players. And I think going after like an edge, specifically a David Bailey, a premier edge, and not settling for like that kid from Auburn, Falk or whatever his name is. I don't want to settle for, mid first round guys when we can go and trade up for Laporta, a guy that we shouldn't re-sign, and go get a top tier guy to help Hutch. And
or even think about this. What if it was, to Rico's point, what if it was a Caleb Downs? That is arguably the highest IQ guy in this draft. He's a quarterback of a defense. You're probably not going to have Kirby Joseph ever be Kirby again. Now you put Caleb Downs back there as your quarterback at a secondary. Mm-hmm. You have your quarterback at a linebacker level / front 7 and Jack Campbell. Yeah. And Albert, you get 5 years of runway before you got to pay him.
I agree, and I think – sorry, Rico. And I think also just with even Caleb Downs specifically, him and Brian Branch, I think they complement each other really well. And I think, obviously Brian Branch is that ball hawk physical presence, but I think Caleb Downs also, like you said, brings that high IQ. And even if it isn't Caleb Downs, even if it is, that Monsieur Delane kid from LSU, somebody, I'm not – I want to, address the defense because I think that is our weakest.
Well, and I brought up the corner spot for a reason. I mean, Albert, listen, the Eagles have lockdown corners, right? Quinyon Mitchell, and they had, Cooper DeJean playing the slot. And what did they still go do? They still went out and got Reek Woolen. And I know he can be a bit of a headache, but it's on a prove-it deal, 1 year, $15 million. You can't have enough corners. If I tell you right now that I'm 100% certain that, okay, Terry and Arnold, everything's just going to be honky-dory, I can't say that. That whole situation's weird to me because it isn't settled, but it's not like he's been charged. And the NFL can always do weird things with your players. You have DJ Reed, who sucked last year. Rakestraw says he's been healthy since December, but again, 2 years, no football. You lose Amik Robertson, fine. You go out and get McCreary, there's your nickel. It's not like you have a lot of answers there. The reason I say it is you could make a case that if Brad and Dan and the scouts loved a corner, I wouldn't laugh at that. Not in the least. You got Ben Johnson in this division. Mm-hmm. You got LaFleur in this division. You've got Kevin O'Connell in this division.
Well, that's what I said. There's so many holes on this team, Mike, that, just take whichever one is ranked the highest on your board. Okay, corner, safety, linebacker, edge.
They're not taking
tackle.
You got to stop with that.
What?
They're not taking an edge. You're going to keep saying it, and they're going to keep saying no.
I know.
You're setting yourself up for a fail.
But just think of the marketing.
Which topic is more tiresome? Lions should take an edge or fire Iserman? I mean, please. Potato. I'm bored.
So, Mike, what you're saying, though, is you're directly contradicting yourself then because you say the Wings are going to win tonight.
They are.
Okay.
You know what? We're going to get an edge this year.
I'm just going to keep saying it because they can't lose every game.
And you know what, Kenny? I'm going to keep saying
That's my point.
One of these days, edge.
Both these topics are effed.
It's the broken clock theory.
It is.
Eventually, we will be right.
Well, and the other teams keep giving the Wings a chance, so
that's
I don't know.
The funniest thing.
I don't know. I don't care. I don't even know if I want them to win.
It's almost like they're toying with Detroit. No. Let's toy with the Wings for a little bit. We'll lose.
Oh, my God.
Give their fans a little more.
I can't believe I'm going to dedicate 2.5 hours of my life to that tonight. All right, Kenny.
But no, I would absolutely love that because, man, you could do so many different things.
BlameNFL.com. They did the trade. Kenny, what do the texts have to say?
The text communications, it's frustrating to me knowing the idea of this trade will never happen.
I told you. I wanted to just start with something fun.
Also, somebody else texted in breaking news. Philadelphia already leads the Wings 3-0.
That's no. There's no way.
Okay, that's funny.
That can't happen tonight.
It's still funny.
Hold on.
It's still funny.
It's sad.
Me and Paul had a pre-show bet. He decided that the Wings were going to be down by 2 by the beginning of the first period.
No, are you with us tomorrow? I'll bet you lunch.
Over, under?
Under 1.5 goals down in the first period. Under. Paul's taking the over for lunch.
Yeah, I'm taking the over.
I would take the over also.
All right,
I'm in on this
fine. All three is I'll book the action.
All right. Boy, what
Mike's
a sad
the
state
house.
of affairs we're in here.
There's no way. It can't happen again.
Love the idea of this trade, boys, but it's never going to happen. I hate playing in this fantasy realm.
I know.
That's from Zach.
And Zach, I want to apologize to you personally. I don't make a habit of doing stuff like that on this show. It was just striking because I was like Rico. I approached the NFL.com piece going, oh, okay, let me see this crap. And then it was like, I was like one of my dogs staring at a tree. I'm just like,
Tell me why this couldn't happen.
I really like this. This is good.
Because they want more weapons out in Washington.
I know.
So,
I
okay,
know.
you get Laporta.
I know. I'm sorry. I won't do that again, Zach.
And they'll hope that Laporta does what Hawkinson does for the Vikings.
All right, what do you want in DC? F them. I don't care. They fine. You traded for Laporta, you can fall down the stairs for all I care.
I'm just saying, but you get the 7th pick, which
Yes,
is really the
that's
5th pick.
what I'm focused on. To hell with them. Care if they get what they need. Screw them.
You got to make sure you make the trade work.
No.
They need to say, yeah, I like this too.
We're so excited. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and they are Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to get you what you need when you need it and at great pricing. So call Northville Lumber today or stop by, see their showroom, take home some samples. It's Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. So I've just got one more housekeeping note before we get serious. We'll touch the table with some football. I have Red Wings discussion. Now, we're going to talk about the collapse, but then I'm going to offer you a reason for hope. I will try my damnedest, but I haven't done this in a few weeks, so I've got something for Rico. And I always like to call it establishing a new rock bottom. No.
The cornhole quadruple amputee guy?
Although, no, I don't know how he shot someone and drove, but it's fine. The point I'm making, I don't understand the story, and I really didn't want to dig deeper into that. So, transfer portal. Are you familiar with Dior Johnson?
Dior Johnson.
You shouldn't be. If you did, I'd be concerned. I'll explain. In 2022, he was a top 50 player. And he went to Pitt. But I want to just read this to you. He's in the portal. These are all the places Dior Johnson has played since 2018. Now, first of all, it's 2026. And you're still in college. He started out at Oak Hill Academy. Shout out Corleone Young. All right, so Oak Hill Academy. He transfers to Saugerties, New York Senior High School. That's 2.
Okay.
IMG Academy. That's 3. Finley Prep. What was that? Gavin Schilling. That's 4.
Yes.
Then he goes to Fairfax Senior High in California. So we're in 5 different states, 5 different high schools. We're going over to Mayfair High in California. That's 6. Centennial High in California. That's 7. Prolific Prep. That's 8. Not done. SoCal Prep. That's 9. Then we're going over to Clarendon College because apparently we didn't learn nothing in high school. That's 10. Then I'm going to commit to Pitt. Then he has to transfer because he got himself in some trouble. He goes to UCF. Then he leaves UCF and he goes to Tarleton State. Rico, this kid has been in 14 different places of learning since 2018. 14. It'll be
15's a charm.
It's like 2 a year. No. That's ridiculous.
How's it even legal?
I'm trying to think. Prolific Prep. I think that was that Josh Jackson?
Didn't he play in Napa Valley?
Yeah. Yeah, his mom created a school. Yeah.
That would be the veritable Apple Jackson.
Yeah, apples. I remember him vaguely because people like, oh, his kid's going to be good. But, yeah, he moved around so
14
much.
14 since 2018. Just wanted to throw it out there.
So you just go for a semester?
We have hit a new rock bottom.
See, these are the types that I wish it was football because I would want to see a sticker from every place on his
like Senior Bowl, yeah. And he's just got every logo of the ACC on there. But you know what bothers me is just at a certain level, you know, your story will not lead you to the pros. Okay, yeah. It's where are the parents? Well, where's the family structure? You know, like who's guiding this?
Right here. I was about to say, if we could be serious about this for a while, this tells me you don't have the right people in your corner. This tells me that you're the family meal ticket. You're the family lottery ticket that, okay, if Dior can go out and do this, then he'll buy mom this and he'll buy me that and we'll have all of this and we'll all live on the same block. And they're constantly just trying to push this young man forward instead of actually building some character and saying, hey, why don't we tough this out? Oh, the coach didn't play you? Oh, we're leaving. We're leaving. Matter of fact, we never unpacked your bags. They're just sitting over there in the corner. I'll meet you at the airport.
Pretty wild stuff. I mean, look, I keep saying it. No one has ever given me a good answer how these guys are playing for 5 schools in 5 years and still getting a degree. I mean, think about it out there if you're a parent. You know how hard it is for your child to change majors or for your child to transfer schools. Credits don't transfer in many cases. Yeah. But no one talks about that.
Because I forgot who it was, Cardell Jones. They're not going to go play school. An education is the last thing on his mind. This young man is trying to find out the cheat code to get to the NBA, and he's finding out there is no cheat code.
No.
The NBA is going to do a deep dive. They're going to look at all of this stuff. Oh, wait, you've been on 14 different teams? yeah, you're going to probably get passed over. I mean, you're the Dennis Schroeder, but at least he made it.
Just wanted to bring that to you. That's today's defining a new rock bottom. Kenny will hit text communications. 14.
Well, how many different high schools, though? That's the thing.
It's all of it. I mean, he's going to be, Rico, he's going to be on his 4th college, and he will have been to 10 different high schools.
Yeah, if I'm a college coach, I'm not even picking up the phone. Like,
also, what the hell is a Tarleton State?
I think it's in Texas.
It is in Texas, and I know their colors are purple, but like, you get my point. Okay.
Oh, no. So,
and they beat Army this year in double overtime in West Point.
When you've hit Tarleton State, you may want to really think about
a book.
I got to get an education.
Kenneth?
Text communications, that trade actually comes across Brad's desk, and his next call should be to U-Haul to set up Laporta's move.
It's not. Okay, it won't. I actually.
Laporta's one of his guys.
Sadly, that could be a real deal. They wouldn't do it.
I mean, Rod DeBod said that's one of their guys.
This one says, breaking news, Mike buys lunch tomorrow, and he still believes the Wings have a shot. That's from Jordan in the shop.
I am willing to back my convictions with monetary value. I just can't believe the three of you all believe they're going to be down at least 2-0 at the end of one. Have you no pride?
At least at some point in the first.
I'll book. No.
It has to be at the end.
At the end, don't do your carnival barker crap. This is. Please don't be down by 2. Oh, to hell with it. All right. I can't believe I'm going to dedicate my night to that. All right.
So it has to be at the end.
At the end.
Okay. All right.
They will not be trailing by 2 goals or more. They will not. They will not. Okay. They can't.
Can't? You're saying they can't.
They can, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't.
Mike, how many? I feel like the SpongeBob meme. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man?
I know. Kenny, you're right. It's just that I'm right. This is not a talent thing. It's insane for them to continue to get pumped every first period. It's ridiculous.
Correction. It was insane last year for this to keep happening.
Correction. It was insane the year prior.
Yeah,
Correction. It was
Kenny,
insane the year prior.
Yeah, I see Mike is that little dog in the cafe meme. This is fine. This is fine. It's burning down. This is fine.
We'll win tonight. This is fine.
This is fine. We'll win. No problem.
As
3-0.
the ceiling tiles fall down on my head.
3-0. We can come back.
No, at that point, I'm turning the TV off. That I'm not going to do. The Pittsburgh
But then
game.
Larkin will score.
Oh, please.
And it'll be 3-1.
If they get scored on in the first 2 minutes, I'm going to turn the game off.
No.
Yes.
Not,
so you think that's going to happen then?
No, I'm saying if it were to happen, you got to stick with it until they're down 3 goals. Stick with it. The most dangerous lead in sports is a 2-goal lead in hockey.
The bar is very low here.
Kenny?
3.
Okay, we're
till they're
spotting
down
cliches.
3.
Kenny, when you hit cliche, that's when you know. The most dangerous. Okay.
It is.
It is. That actually is.
I know, but I'm saying instead of, we're just a better team. It's.
Yeah, well, that ship left the dock a long time ago because they have more talent than some of these teams, and they don't bother.
And yet you still believe. You still pull yourself into this thing.
Because no one else is winning. What do you want from me? Everyone else lost.
Tucka. That's what I've been saying this whole time. That's what I want from you.
See, I think it's more the Michael Corleone. Every time he tries to leave,
they pull you back in.
I'm
pulling me back in.
Well, look. I don't know. I got nothing. I tried. I'll just book the bet and I'll buy all you guys lunch on opening day. I don't know. If they're down 2-0 at the end of one, I quit. I give up. And McClellan, honestly, if they're down 2-0 at the end of one, I'd quit. He should quit. He should quiet quit. Irish goodbye.
No. Just walk across the ice right as the game is going on. Where's he going? I'm just leaving.
I'm leaving.
Have the AI guy that works for FanDuel or whatever come down and to be the coach.
Oh, Pete Reefer or whatever his name
Logan,
is?
whatever his
Sure.
name is.
No. You know what was it Ricky Bird's song that went into the crowd? He just had enough of his team. And he just quietly quit during the hoop game. And he was in the crowd talking to fans.
I'd be good with it. If I were McClellan and I'm sitting here and it's like, guys, I'm not doing this again. If you're Todd McClellan, you got enough money in the bank. Go live your life. Be happy. You don't need this. If these jokers come out and they're down 3-0 at the end of one again tonight, I would. I'd board the Zamboni and I'd drive it out of the arena. I quit.
Take your shirt off, scream at the fans like Antonio Brown.
What'd you say, Paul?
I said take his shirt off and scream at the fans like Antonio Brown and just leave.
Yes. Todd McClellan striptease, walk off ice. Just like Antonio Brown against the Jets. Yes. If they were down 3-0, yes. All right, FanDuel. Up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days. Here's how it works. You place a bet with FanDuel using the reset token. If it doesn't win, you get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day, 10 straight days. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. You can sign up today and tomorrow only. They now have a Poker Stars thing going on here with FanDuel. It is a poker experience now available in Michigan. It's two brands everybody knows. It celebrates the launch. They're rolling out a range of promotions as well. So if you like poker, go do that. I don't know what to tell you. 21 and up, present Michigan. Bonus bets. What? What's your problem? Non-withdrawable and expire in 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, somebody talk to me about some football. Cue the music, please.
All right, boys. Mike, Rico, Paul, Sarah. We have updated win totals from the NFL. I wanted post-free agency reactions, your guys' ideas, overs, unders, the likes. Are you guys ready?
Let's go.
All right, for the 4.5s, and if you don't have any opinions on it, it's fine. I'm going to go through the interesting ones. We'll start with the very, very lowest of the low, the bottom feeder teams. We got the Cardinals and the Dolphins, both 4.5s.
Oh, my God.
And this is why I wanted to bring in Paul to start with this thing, is because Dolphins.
Paul, go ahead, buddy.
It's going to be rough. They've got about $184 million in dead cap.
That's, oh, my God.
It's
say that again.
$184 million in dead cap space. So they have $184 million going to players that aren't on the team.
Mistakes were made.
Yeah, Chris Greer made a lot of mistakes. Yeah, 4 and under. 4, I'd say, maybe.
Oh, all right.
Very putrid, very hold your nose and you know.
It's
try
really
not
difficult to only win 4 games.
I was about to say, it's hard because at the end of the year, try-hard guys go out there trying to make the roster for the next season.
Who's their quarterback, though? Malik Willis with no help. They traded Jalen Waddle. Tyreek Hill's dead. I mean, they got A-Chain, but the O-line sucks.
Though they had to trade Waddle. You can't walk away from a first and a third for a guy.
No. But
no,
what
I'm making
saying,
a point that makes winning difficult.
As bad as it is, it's all of a sudden the try-hard guys in the final week of the season will they'll win. They'll pull off that upset, and hey, they just knocked off the Seahawks.
Let's combo platter a team that we brought up earlier in the show and Mike's team, both at the same win total of 7.5. That would be the G-Men and the Commanders.
Giants are over. They're over. I'm a huge Harbaugh believer, both Jim and John at the pro level.
Okay,
over.
So you're okay. Because I thought that I was the only one that believed in your team because they were the Giants. You just automatically
and look here. I understand if Jackson Dart gets hurt, they're dead. But Jackson Dart was electric, and he had no help. And they go into places like Denver, and they are up by 3 scores in the fourth quarter with no Malik Neighbors and no weapons. He's throwing the ball to Theo Johnson. Like now, you can start to pathway like.
That's what I've been saying. Like, the Giants are a fun team to watch, and you crucified me. Oh, there you go again.
It's patronizing.
It is not.
I'll say over.
I'll say over as well. Mike, that is a young and fun team to watch. So, yes.
I'm
glad we agree on that.
I'm going to disappoint you guys and say under.
Why?
I don't trust Jackson Dart to be as good as he showed. They had no play on him. They had no film on him.
There is no film for him. He's Jesus. Paul, I understand. I do. I don't think the East is any good. I don't think the Eagles are any good. I don't know that the Cowboys are great. I don't believe in Washington and what they've put together.
Well, the problem with the Eagles, they might hate their quarterback.
Yeah, you like that? What came out yesterday? Oh, he changes too many plays at the line of scrimmage. What are we doing here? The guy's like 55 and 24 as a starting quarterback. Yeah, you got to run the football, but gee whiz, he's the problem?
And like some ridiculous stats in the playoffs where he's like 20 touchdowns and 3 picks. Like, yeah, you may want to let that one go.
Here's a couple of 8.5s I'll throw at you. We got the Vikings and David's Steelers, both 8.5s.
Oh, boy.
I don't know who's – we're assuming it's just going to be Aaron Rodgers for the Steelers.
And, yeah. But I'll hear
what? I'm going to take the over because the Steelers they find ways to make the playoffs.
Vikings over. I believe in KOC. If you can fix Sam Darnold, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Patches O'Houlihan. So I believe he will fix Kyler Murray to the tune of being mediocre. I will take the over.
See, I think that the Kyler Murray experience will work there because you're not asking him to come in there and be the leader of the team. You're really just saying, dude, don't turn the ball over. Hit one of these guys around here and we'll punt the ball. We got a great defense. Just don't turn it over. Play all the video games you want.
Sure.
Next one here, we'll go to Captain Privilege over here, 10.5 for your Niners.
Tough division. but they got the third place schedule, Kenny.
Okay, cookies.
I could see that. They find ways to win games. I would take the over.
He's right. You figure Seattle will have a Super Bowl letdown. I mean, hell, the Rams, arguably the best players in rehab right now. I got no idea what the hell is going to happen with Puka Nacua.
And apparently the Rams picked the Niners to go and play in Australia because they didn't want them in L.A. taking over their stadium.
I'll go over just because it's what I don't want to happen.
Yeah, it's probably going to be over, unfortunately.
And the last one will end on our local Detroit Lions, also 10.5. Same exact number as your Niners.
Under 10-7. I think they're a 10-win team. I think their ceiling is limited until or unless I see guys who aren't very good become very good. So 10.
I'm going to say 10-7 unless you lose the Thanksgiving Day game again, and you'll be 9-8.
I'll take the over. Their schedule's easy. They're not as bad as people think they are.
Oh,
it was coaching that cost them a lot of games last year.
Here we go with the easy schedule stuff. You lost to Bob Brosmer, Paul. You lost to Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, but Dan Campbell cost them 3 games last year.
Hey, what's going to change that?
Don't do that again.
Okay, then.
That's the best line I'm thinking of. Just stop doing that. And that is your...
I quit.
That is your In Football Today, 97.1.
The Pistons released the following update on their all-star guard, Cade Cunningham. He continues to progress in his return-to-play progress under the supervision of physicians and Pistons medical and performance staff. He'll be reevaluated in 1 week. Asar Thompson has been named the Eastern Conference Defensive Player of the Month. Detroit has the Timberwolves tonight. Over on WWJ, Marcus Sasser is questionable for the 7 o'clock tip. After his allergic reaction yesterday, Michigan guard Elliot Cadeau is back with the team and spoke to the media. He said going to the hospital was just out of precaution. Dusty May says his team in Arizona...
What about them being covered in a sheet?
No.
Okay.
And Arizona are built similar ways. The Red Wings have the Flyers here on 97-1 and 7. Both teams are tied with 86 points, chasing the last wildcard spot held by the Blue Jackets. You should have said chasing the nut drop. Tigers are idle, waiting the home opener tomorrow against the Cardinals. Their number 6 overall prospect bouncing back from a left oblique sprain, Hao-Yu Lee. Start rehab with the Flying Tigers. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Hell of a job by our intrepid update man, Jeremy Otto. Guy gets more ass than a toilet seat. All right, let's get to... He's got 7 kids, Kenny. I mean, my God, he could fill a bus. So listen. It's a day that ends in Y. You know Otto agrees. All right, so let's...
I can't look at you right now.
I can't look at you. Listen, I'm the one who booked your bet for this Red Wings game tonight. I'm excited. They're not going to be down 2 at the end of 1. Otherwise, I owe this whole crew lunch tomorrow. Now, listen. I want to offer a piece of hope while discussing what's happened. Okay. Is that fair?
Yes.
So I'm going to give you a little positive and a little negative, and it should all come out in the wash. Now, I'm going to ask you, as we sit here today, what is today's date?
It is April 2nd.
Yes, which means it's not March. So I'm going to offer you, courtesy of the Paul Serra 305 Dale Research Center, I'm going to offer you positivity about it not being March anymore. But in... Go to hell.
That's actually fitting.
That is the worst song ever recorded. Now, please.
Remix.
Oh, God. No. Now, listen. I need people to look back so that I can help you look forward, okay? I want to know who is most to blame for the latest March swoon. But there's a caveat. Non-Iserman. We all know he's to blame. We all know this is his bus. This is his kitchen. He put the spices in the rack. It's boring if I open it up to you and go, who's most to blame? Here, let me predict the first 30 calls. Iserman. Cool, because I agree. It's boring. So let's just take him. We're going to put little Stevie in a cookie jar. And we're just going to move him over here. Okay? So now, it can be, and I'm going to give you examples. I just have a couple of things for you. So it could be something like, for instance, the March swoon is who I blame most? The power play. 18% for the month.
That's actually where I was going.
The team is a pile 5-on-5, which means your special teams have got to be special. 18%, that ain't special. Perhaps you blame Dylan Larkin. Maybe you now I'm going to offer you something else.
Lucas Raymond?
Well, that goes without saying. Go look at the last 21 games. Don't get mad at me. But here, I want to offer you this. How about this as far as blame? Here's your bottom 6. Kind of hard to roll 4 lines when 2 of the lines are an empty husk. David Perron, 0 points since you acquired him. Remember the hockey nerds? Yeah, they were all out there trying to rub their sticks together to start fire because Oh, David Perron's back, the voice in the room, the man in the arena. 0 points. How about Rasmussen? This is really special. 0 points since January 5th. How about Appleton? 1 point in all of 2026. Marco Casper. I'll just wait for the kids. 2 points in 10 games. James Van Riemsdyk. All 800 years old of him. 29-point season. Real sizzler. And then JT Compher. I remember when I got made fun for Son and those guys. 24 points on the year. You could blame the bottom six because you know you don't have enough punch in the top six. The bottom six is arguably the worst in hockey. It's terrible. So who's most to blame? When you call in, what is most to blame for the latest March collapse? We know. Leave Steve to the side. It's boring. We've talked it to death.
This is going to be Steve free today.
Because we all know it's his fault. But let's use something else. Do you blame McLennan? Oh, he's mean to the players. You know what?
He's actually the one that I don't, Mike, because
I don't either.
I think that he has tried to motivate every way he possibly could. He's banging his head against the wall. He is not getting results. He doesn't know how to relate to these players. No, for me, it's the first thing that you said. It's the power play at 18%, 8 for 44 when you have the advantage and you can't score. That's the problem. That's how you end up falling down 3-0 in game.
No. And if they're down by 2 at the end of the first, I want Todd McLennan to quit. Antonio Brown style. He takes his clothes off and walks off the field. I wouldn't be able to handle it anymore. But now I want to offer you hope, positivity. It's not March anymore. The Wings last April, 5-2-2. The Wings in 2024, April, 5-2-1.
There we go.
That's all I got. That's that's the presentation. I don't know what else to say.
Okay.
They basically they
10, 2, and 3.
They assassinate
10,
their
4, and
chances
3.
in March. Then they start winning when it's too late. I don't know. Maybe it starts tonight. I want to know what is most to blame for this edition of the March swoon. And then do you buy into April in the D? This team has played good hockey each of the last 2 Aprils. Rico, it's all I've got.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else.
Yeah, 10, 4, and 3 in the last 2 Aprils.
Where's the hockey elite? Or let me guess, you've reached spite phase. Are you so angry at your team you're actually rooting against them? I wouldn't be mad at you because I got to be honest, I'm reaching that point.
Because you're frustrated.
I'm beyond frustrated because it's not enjoyable. They're not any good. And you're like, you know what? Just allow me to stop watching this. But then what happens? Islanders lose to Buffalo. Yeah. And Columbus loses to Carolina. And Florida bombs Ottawa. Yeah, and Philly loses in D.C.
No, you spent years defending. No, this team's going to be different. No, it's going to be different. And then finally you just join the other side. It's not going to be different.
So what do you blame for the March swoon? And do you buy this faint attempt at positivity? They've been good the last 2 Aprils.
Well, if we're going to talk about their March swoons, I guess we have to embrace April.
That's all I have. No, please don't. No, I'm begging you. That song is so bad.
You can if you like.
No, I'd really.
Did it?
Yeah. You know, if they win tonight, you're dooming yourself to hearing that song multiple times in the next, few days.
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, opening day, Wings coming off of
That's
a
right.
win. Oh, yeah.
Also, how have I reached spite phase before Mike has? He's supposed to be the mean radio guy, right?
I think I'm just, I'm
true.
tired. I am trying so hard because it really won't take much for them to get in. These other teams are all faltering so badly. Like, all you have to do is actually win. Kenny, the math means I can't spite root. Now, if they fall down tonight, I'm going to turn on them.
Well,
I'm going to turn on
even
them.
if everybody else loses as well.
No, I don't care at that point.
Their metrics say that if they lose tonight, they're down to like an 18% or so chance of making the playoffs. So
that's a chance.
But you could tell. Look,
remember the Tigers had what, a 2%?
Yeah, but look right here. This tells you everything. Fans checked out.
Maybe the phone lines aren't working.
No. They're working just fine. They're checked out.
It does happen around here, I've heard.
I'm just trying to help the people out.
They're checked out.
Because it's frustrating. Because it's
well,
because
they should be.
No, because there's no one thing that's gone wrong. It's like everything. It's like yes,
Right,
whatever you say.
That's what makes
yes.
my question easy to answer. Plus, hockey fans think they're the smartest people on the planet. Maybe they don't know puck.
They know.
Like turning the tables. You don't know puck, hockey fans.
Whatever, man.
Argue it.
You're the ones playing with your Lincoln Logs over there. Get involved. Tell me what you blame. We know who to blame, but give me something new. And do you buy? They're good in April.
I'll buy the April because
I don't know.
No, I'll buy that because we bought that they're bad in March, and it turned out to be a prophecy fulfilled.
Also, does everyone agree if they're down by 2 in the first period, McLennan has every right to striptease and walk? Because I'd leave.
Go full AB, just walk
Yeah,
off, pull the suit off and just walk across the ice.
Yeah, At that point, I just want to hear what he has to say at the end of the game.
I don't.
What new could he possibly have to say at the end?
I
of the
actually
game?
feel I feel pity for Todd McLennan because I think right now the way they play, he's coaching a gutless locker room. I hate saying that because this is how these guys make their money and it's their life. And hockey players are the toughest SOBs on the planet. But what other adjective can you use when they're down 3-0 to Ottawa, 3-0 to Philly? They're down 3-0 every night. I mean, it's gutless. It's gutless. It's not talent.
And that's why, to answer your question, I think my answer would be Larkin, is because when you're playing a gutless brand of hockey, you look towards your leadership, and I don't think Todd McClellan's a bad head coach.
You're blaming the captain.
I'm blaming the C.
I'm just waiting for him to say, I just hate this team. I'll take
He's
questions.
not far away. Have you heard some
I'll
of
take
his
questions,
audio?
but I hate this team.
Yeah, but how much of that is messaging to Yzerman? That's your head coach.
Messaging to Yzerman and messaging to the locker room.
But Mike, you've sat in press conferences before in your past life when that coach is so exasperated, they just, I got nothing.
I know.
Ask me questions.
That's why we want the AB striptease. Todd McClellan, done. I've had it. Just waving his shirt around like Petey Pablo and walking off the ice.
When does he have his Jim Mora moment, Mike?
Playoffs. Raise up.
Right. I want Todd McClellan reenacting Petey Pablo. That's what we need.
Take your shirt off. Just around the head like a helicopter.
Woo! Like Jeremy Otto on a Saturday night.
Or Monday.
248-539-9797. Hockey Elite, let's get with it. Come on. And I have booked the bet to Kenny, to Paul, and to Rico. This team will not be down by 2 at the end of 1.
Rico, what kind of sandwich do you want tomorrow?
Oh, man. They're not going to be trailing.
Cold sandwich, hot sandwich? What kind of sandwich you looking for
I'll
tomorrow?
buy you both. I'll cater the whole thing for opening
Maybe
day.
a pizza, some wings, maybe? What are you feeling about?
Well, let's talk about it.
Do you understand how sad it's going to be if I have to pay off that bet? That after the embarrassment of the other night, they just decide to come out and embarrass themselves more? Come on. At that point, you're talking about there's like a major flaw here.
That's just us eating our feelings away. That's what that turns into.
You guys are disgusting. All right. Can't believe I'm the positive
Be a nice
one.
Italian sandwich.
The insurance company's not your friend when you get in an accident. The paperwork is terrible. It's a complete nightmare. It's why you got to call David Femininio. Only Femininio Law has the accident response team. You need action. You need it now. Crisis counselors keep your life moving. Medical and forensic experts lock down your case before that evidence goes out the back door. It's smart, it's fast, and it is built to win. Get David, get paid. That's not just a tagline. It is your playbook. Call 855-65-CRASH or go online anytime. GetDavidGetPaid.com. All right, so we're trying our best. I've offered you the one positive news I can. After the Wings fall down a flight of stairs in March, the last 2 years in April, 5-2-1, 5-2-2. They're in Philly tonight. I also have just gained a partner in crime on this bet we're making with each other. These three negative sons of bitches, Rico Lamar Beard, Paul Christian Sarah, and Kenny Hillbilly Cott, all three have said they will be down by at least 2 at the end of the first, and I disagree. So if they're down by 2 or more, I owe everybody lunch tomorrow. Evan Jenkins is standing strong with me. They will not be down by 2 at the end of 1. Come on. It's inconceivable. I sound like the bald guy from Princess Bride. Inconceivable. It's not possible.
Is it though?
Yes. It can't happen 4 times in 5 games.
How many people have to be
as
on
that drop says, are you sure about that?
Maybe.
How many people have to be on our side of this bet, Rico, before Mike actually hears that, hey, this is a...
There's no number.
There's a correct...
There's no number. I have an iron will. I have belief. And unlike you spineless jellyfish, I'm willing to stand on business.
Who's been right this whole time and stood on business this
Not
whole time?
you.
You're looking at him.
And that's
Kenny,
why I'm
you
going with
quit
Kenny.
on him a month ago.
Because of this. When I was right.
He's right, you know.
Thank you.
They're going to make it. They're going to make it. And they're not going to be down by 2 at the end of 1 tonight. They're not. Otherwise, I demand Todd McClellan, Antonio Brown, striptease quit.
Paul's right. He just said they'll be down by 3, actually.
No way.
They won't be down by 2.
Paul. If they are down 3-0 at the end of the first tonight, not only do you guys get lunch, you get a cash prize. There's no way. Inconceivable. Get me the clip from Princess Bride. Inconceivable. There's no way. Question mark? Kenny, text communications before I go to the phone lines, please.
I blame the entire veteran core on that team for lack of leadership, except for John Gibson, who has played out of his ass all season long.
All right, so you're blaming the vets.
Yeah, that's from
fine.
Dan
No,
Van.
that's fine. I just want to shorten the...
Sure. I blame us as fans for having expectations in the first place.
Blaming the fans for this team's collapse. Come on, man. Really?
Now, this one's, I think, a bit of a stretch. Most of the second line are down and not NHL quality players. They would not play on a Stanley Cup team on any other team roster. I disagree with that. I think they would play. I just don't think it would be to the level that you would hope for. If the Flyers lead the Wings by 2 in the first, Mike should have to buy Philly cheesesteaks for lunch appropriately.
These guys can have whatever they want for lunch, okay? I will. A Lannister pays his bets. I will take care of it.
There's another one on that. Mike, can I get in on this lunch bet? That's from Bill in a truck.
Bill.
I mean, I think it's telling you where the fans are.
Bill. I don't know you, but I would buy you lunch. There's no way. I mean, it is already theater of the absurd how poorly they have played and how on the routine 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. It's inconceivable that it happens again tonight. I don't know, Bill. But I want to buy Bill lunch. There's no way.
You know what? Here, let me help you out here. Statistically speaking, the last 2 years, the first game in April, well, last year they lost in overtime 2-1, so you would still wear your bet.
Thank you.
Or 2 years ago, they actually won over Tampa 4-2 in the very first game in April. So,
look,
there you go. Don't ever say I didn't do anything for you.
They're an April hockey team, okay? They get hot in April. Kenny. Then I'm going to the people. Inconceivable.
My question to you is, though, after seeing how the last games have gone and after you just mentioned it going, they're down 3-0, they're down 3-0, they're down 3-0. What is it the reason that you believe that it's going to be different this time? You were confident enough to make a lunch bet.
Because it's like a player striking out 10 straight times. Yes, it is inconceivable.
So you don't think they could pull a Riley Green? Gotcha.
No. To the people. We go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
I've been better, man, but nice to talk to you guys. Couple legends. I feel really good about it. But listen, if it's not too petty, I would like to see Alex Tangay terminated, like not terminated, his life or anything.
I understand.
But shot out of a cannon, like you're saying, right?
All right.
Because this guy's been here for 3 straight coaches, maybe 4, I don't know. But any job they give him, the Red Wings have sucked at. Power play, suck. Penalty kills suck. He stands there and chews gum, and I gotta think that he just runs to Iserman with what the locker room
is. Tangay your version of Jonathan Smith? You just his existence bothers you.
It's getting to the point. I know it's petty. It's getting to that point.
Hey, listen, when your power play is 18%, your power play is 18% for the month. You got a right to be mad. You got a right to blame the guy who coaches it.
I mean, look at it through Blashill. Look at it through what's his name, Grew. Look at all of them.
Wait, did you just call Derek Lalonde Groot? I just want to make sure.
Grew.
Oh, our Groot's the stick who talks.
I couldn't remember his name because I'm fired up. Sorry.
Gru is the Despicable Me guy. Okay.
The stick who talks.
Right. Well, that's from the comic book movie. Listen, I get what Joe was saying. I'm sorry.
Very nuanced.
Alex Tangay got to go for me, man.
All right, Tangay. Then there's a vote there. We'll go to Paul, 97.1.
That talks.
Paul, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing just fine, Mike. Mike, I truly believe you're right. They'll be down 4-0 at the end of the
Paul,
first.
No. Paul.
Okay. And listen, McClellan has ran out of buttons to push. They're not responding. And I'm going to pose this question to you guys. I truly blame pro scouting. Okay? I really, really do. All right? And we're going to start with Rico, then you, Mike, and then we'll let Kenny finish it up.
Okay.
You name me one thing you can hold your hat on that this team is any good at. There is no chemistry. Name me one thing.
John Gibson.
That's not fair. That's a man overplayed.
I have nothing.
Rico, your turn.
I have nothing. They're terrible 5-on-5. The power play's been 18%. They're taking a bunch of stupid penalties. They have no scoring punch. I have nothing, Paul. You win.
Marketing themselves.
A cool logo. That's what they're good at. Kenny?
No, I'm with Paul on this one. I got nothing. I don't know.
Then how did we get here? What were they, Bernie Madoff the first 4 months of the season?
Mike, they better parachute into April like the 101st Airborne in World War II. Otherwise, they're doomed.
All right. It starts tonight, Paul.
They're meaningless good in games in winter and fall. That's what this team is. That's the archetype of this team, because once you get to March, once you get to springtime, once you get to April in the D, then this is what.
Do you buy the April thing? That it's a new month, new attitude. The last 2 years they've bounced back, and this year they're only 2 points out.
I buy that those stats are correct, and it ends there for me.
So who do you blame?
I said Dylan Larkin.
You're blaming Larkin.
Yes.
We've had a caller with Tangay. Rico blames the power play, which is Tangay, sort of. Who do I blame? I mean, obviously. I mean, and again, if you're just joining and you're like, how are you guys not blaming Iserman? No. We all blame Iserman. It's boring. I mean, it's what do you want me to do? It's like saying water's wet. No bleep, I blame the GM. The point is, who else? So for me, I got to be honest. When the team captain gets hurt, I need my $8 million player to play. And Lucas Raymond picked the worst time of year to just do largely nothing in a 21-game rip. You got to get the one where he's really saying, inconceivable. Like, he's got one where he's apoplectic. That's the one I need. Because that's McClellan. What? Don't look at me that way.
I was waiting for him to play it.
I ain't going to play it. They're not going to be trailing by 2 at the end of 1. They're not.
Kenny.
He says this so sure.
You know
I'm
what?
not sure where that comes from.
And you know what I hear?
Yeah. This is the Titanic. I know. Jack. I'll be frozen dead By the second period, they're down 4-0.
Mike is getting the boat. No!
Here's me talking to my dogs tonight, watching the Red Wings. Okay. Let me know how the free lunch tastes tomorrow. I'm screwed. I know it. All right. 97.1.
All right, guys. Spring is here. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They're going to hook you up. They'll get your lawn in shape, and you'll be all set for the summer. You won't be fighting weeds, but you'll actually have a thick lawn thanks to Natural Way Lawn and Tree Services. 888-GET-GREEN. Call 888-GET-GREEN. And when you do, they're going to tailor-make something specifically for your lawn because, look, if you wait too late and the weeds pop up, it's too late. Summer's over. You're going to be fighting those weeds all summer long. You should have listened to me. As a matter of fact, you need to call 888-GET-GREEN right now. And when you do, mention my name and purchase a full lawn program. You'll get free grub control as well. But you got to say Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. Look, we've all seen it before. Your neighbors are out there, and they're constantly working on their lawn. Be the envy of the block. Call 888-GET-GREEN and let Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service hook you up. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
To the people, we're asking the question, all right, the March swoon happened again. Who do you blame? Non-Iserman, because everybody blames Iserman. Give me something new. And the other thing, look, the last 2 Aprils, come on, 5-2-1, 5-2-2. Does it begin tonight? We also have our stupid side bet for opening day where these 3 negative Nancys all say the Wings will be down at least 2 at the end of the first. That is inconceivable. It will not happen again. That's the one. Inconceivable. No. And I'm going to owe everybody lunch tomorrow when they're down 3-0 or 3-1 or 2-0 or something ridiculous. No, I got to believe. Because if it happens, I want Todd McLennan to resign. Too good of a coach. Seems like a nice enough guy. Shout out Salt and Pepper Hair. The guy deserves better. It should be an Antonio Brown striptease. And he walks off the ice.
I'm actually rooting for that now.
I know you are. We'll go to Dan. 97.1. Danny, what's good, buddy?
Oh, there's nothing good about today besides tomorrow is opening day, and it's my first time there in 43 years of my life for opening day. So I'm excited for that, and I'm going to take you up on that lunch bet there, Mike. I want one of those dented turkey sandwiches.
Dude.
No, you guys read my text already on the air, so I apologize for still hanging on. But I did text in the whole core, the veteran core of this Red Wings team. It needs to be at fault.
So
for lack of leadership.
Of the veteran core, though, who's the player that's kind of got your dander up more than any other?
Well, you can't say Perron because he just joins in. I would have to go with either DeBrincat or Larkin, man. I mean, those two guys. I mean, I believe
DeBrincat's been great this year,
before, but he's been in the playoffs. So you've got to be like, all right, Larkin, let me take that C from you, bud, and just sit back and watch how the Essence done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, look, DeBrincat is one of the only guys who jumps off the ice. He's one of the only guys on a nightly basis where you feel like, okay.
But you can't blame Larkin, though. I mean, you can. I don't like him. I think he sucks as a captain. But
you're free to blame whoever you want, Danny. Look, ultimately,
the whole team.
I know. Well, we're trying to do something a little different. I mean, you realize it would be a rather short conversation if we're like, well, we blame everybody, 248. I mean, what do you want me to do here? But the Larkin thing, understand, he can be a good player, but when you're a captain and the March thing keeps happening, or even when you're back now, right? Because I don't want to hear the injury nonsense. All right.
It's a different level of expectation.
Yeah, and your team is still getting dusted every night. At some point, maybe it's change of scenery time. I'm not mad if people blame Larkin. I'm not. Let's go over to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good, Mike. I got to tell you, I don't normally always agree with you, but today you're spot on. It's the bottom 6. It's been the bottom 6 since Christmas time. They just aren't producing.
No, and
what are we doing?
The stats are unbelievable when you look at it. Perron, scoreless since acquired. Rasmussen, scoreless since January 5th. Appleton, 1 point since New Year's. Casper, 2 points in 10 games. JVR, 29 on the year. Comfort, 24. You could say pretty accurately that's the worst bottom 6 in hockey, production-wise.
I think you're absolutely right. And I got to tell you, I'm going to be watching tonight. And I agree with you. I don't think they're going to go down 2-0 in the first. I think they're going to come out and actually show us a little something tonight for their last flash in the pan. And I'm a diehard Red Wings fan. I mean, I watch them no matter what. But I got to tell you, I think they win tonight. But I'm uneasy about them making the playoffs. And I know they don't have to do much, but they haven't done much.
I know.
I'll tell you what, if the other guys there in the studio are right tonight and they're down 3-0 after the first period, I will turn them off. I'll turn on ladies golf or whatever I can find, and I'm done with them. I'm done. I'm going to start watching Montreal. That's it.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I asked Kenny, look, for instance, I mean, Jimmy, Kenny, you don't even want him to win. Is that where you're at?
I'm at full spite phase of just put me out of my misery as a fan. I don't expect this team to make the playoffs, and I've already given up that ship, so at least let's move past it entirely.
McClellan. Striptease quit. End of the first period.
That would be electric.
What do you think's going through his mind? Because you've coached good teams.
He's also coached bad teams, so this is nothing new to him.
Right, but he's had a level of success where I think we can all say he's respected. You are pushing every button you can, and this team is non-responsive.
See, I think that he's frustrating because he's doing that because he sees the talent there. He just can't get them to buy in, believe in themselves, and go out on the ice and win.
Like there's so many buttons as a head coach you can press before you start looking at team leaders in the locker room. And that's where you have to have those Lucas Raymond discussions. He wears an A. Let's not lose that fact either.
Let's go to Eric. He wants to talk Lucas Raymond, 97.1. Hi, Eric. How you doing, buddy?
Not bad. How are you guys today?
Hey. Good, man.
So before I get to Lucas Raymond, I actually took my daughter to the Ottawa game on for her 18th birthday, and what a disaster.
So down 5 defensemen.
Yes, it was pathetic. For me, besides Lucas Raymond, before I talk about him, the pro scouting is atrocious. Outside of Gibson and DeBrincat, who have we brought in that's been any good? And then tied with that is Appleton's dead body. It seems like every time he's on the ice, there's a penalty. He ends up causing a penalty, putting us short. Why aren't we bringing Danielson up to replace him? Give the kid a chance to
Well, Danielson was hurt. He was hurt for a while, and I don't know what his status is this minute, but he got hurt. Look, okay, Eric. The other problem is look at the top 6 right now. We talked about this. They don't have top 6 scoring punch. We've talked about how bad the bottom 6 is. It's comprehensive, but even with the production problem, Eric, when you look around, it's not a talent issue. Being down 3-0 in multiple first periods of crunch time against Pittsburgh on a back-to-back, against Ottawa on a back-to-back, down 5 defensemen, at home against Philly on a Saturday night. That's not talent. That's nonsense. That's my problem in this.
It's effort, and that's where my Lucas Raymond point comes in. Where has he gone? Besides even the first half of the season where he played very well, and he's got plus, over 70 points this year. But where is the Lucas Raymond that played in the Olympics? He was phenomenal in the Olympics, and he's gone. He's nowhere to be found. And that's where, to me, if I had to pick one, it would definitely be Raymond.
That's where I'm at, but I got attacked the other day. Well, he's a point a game. What has he been in the last 21 games? I'm with Kenny on this. Yeah, great. He's lightning in December. That doesn't help me now. And when the captain was hurt and when Kopp was hurt, I need Lucas Raymond to be a superstar. He hasn't been. And then here's Kenny to go, oh, but I know it's in there.
I do know it's in there, but you paid him like a superstar. So you got to play like a superstar in the moments that it matters the most. And this is when it matters the most.
And we knew we were going to need him going into this season to be another top scorer besides DeBrincat and Larkin, and it's just not there.
No. And look, again, another one. Patrick Kane. Should we put an APB out? What?
I actually have the least amount of problem with because my expectations going into the season for him were relatively low.
Oh, good. So we just lower the bar to the point where you're not angry.
That's not a realistic bar.
Wait, is he still a top 6 forward?
He's like 100 with a resurfaced hip.
I'm not the one who brought him back. I told you I didn't want him back.
I didn't want him back either.
I said send him to the Villages in near Ocala, Florida. Send him to a retirement home. Oh, no, you got to bring him back. Fine.
Don't worry. He'll be the guy that wins you the bet, Mike. Well, I'll owe you lunch.
There's a lot of pride in those skates, all right? I don't care who does it. I just do not want to have to buy everybody lunch tomorrow. It's ridiculous. Do you understand how
Raymond with the game winner?
Fine. The point is they're not going to be down 2 at the end of 1. They can't be. Come on. Do you realize I win the bet if they're still losing? That's where we've arrived at. Their first periods have been so bad the last 10 games.
They're losing 1-0. You win the bet.
That's pathetic.
Wait, could he worm his way out of it by them being down 3-0? Because technically that is not 2-0.
No, it's 2 or more.
2 or more. Okay.
Just but it has to be at the end of the period.
But they're not going to be.
But 1-0, and he wins.
They're going to be down 3 or maybe 4.
You don't believe that. You're just protecting your feelings. Okay, that's all this is. You just don't want to get hurt again.
Do you want the sad bowl? What do you want? If it's 1-0, that sounds like sad bowl to me.
I want peace and quiet. That's what I want.
We could have the best of both worlds. They could be down 2-0 at the first period and come back and win.
But that doesn't help me. I still owe you lunch.
But we're all happy.
I'm not happy. I haven't been happy in months,
They
Rico.
won. If they win, you're not happy.
No.
Kenny's reached a very weird place emotionally. That's all I'm saying. He's reached a very weird place.
We've all been there, Kenny.
All right. Yeah, we're not turning the corner. Spring's a myth and the weather blows. But look, eventually the weather will. April and the weather will eventually turn. And when it does, call Paulson's Audio Video, redo your backyard with some outdoor speakers or an outdoor TV or lighting, which is a big thing now. I don't know, where was that in the 90s? Like, nobody lit their backyards. Now it's like everyone's got a rock concert going on back there.
Instagram.
Okay. The point is, Paulson's can help you with all these things. Go there. Check out the showroom. Bottom line, if you're upgrading your home, you could start outside. Go see the team at Paulson's in Farmington Hills. Let them show you what's possible. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. All right. We'll get to a little baseball in the 4 o'clock. We'll get some football. Right now we're talking wings. Who do you blame? We all blame Yzerman. But beyond that, a player, a stat, a thing. I mean, Rico, the power play, 18%. Some people calling in, blaming the captain, Dylan Larkin. That's fine, too. I think everybody's to blame. I gave you some of the bottom 6 statistics, which are incredibly gnarly.
Yeah, just not the easy button of Steve Yzerman.
No, because we've talked it to death, and I'm with you. Like, what do you want me to say? Yes?
Yeah.
Here, call in. Here's my answer. Yes, I agree. I could basically be John. The point is just I've had enough. And I've made a bet tonight, and I don't know why people think I'm crazy. All I need the Wings to do is not be down by 2 at the end of 1. Or I owe the entire crew here lunch tomorrow for opening day.
It does sound funny when you put it that way.
It's pathetic.
You not be down by 2. You can be down by 1, just not 2.
Correct. I got to believe they're going to win tonight. Otherwise, what are we doing?
We do have an update on the bet, by the way.
Yes.
Oh, we've had several people call in placing their lunch orders already.
No. Now, it'd be different.
You got a pastrami and a turkey on rye waiting for you whenever you want to place it.
No, listen.
Somebody was asking for a spicy Italian on the text here.
Listen, it would be different. You got to understand, it's an impossible thing. I don't have a problem buying people lunch, but I cannot take on the burden of the entire listening audience. Now, if it was something fun and I got into it with a caller, and let's say it was a firehouse, okay, you send over a bunch of pizzas and we call it good. We can't do this.
We did also have people, me and Paul were talking back here during the break about the Tigers. They do that giveaway or whatever. I don't know if it's curly fries or nuggets anymore.
It's curly fries, yeah.
Who's going to buy more product of lunch? The Tigers for their curly fries or Mike for his lunch?
My bet is with my coworkers. I can't do this.
Mike is pulling a Kwame Kilpatrick. The beer is on me.
Okay. Oh, man. The fact that he was real with those pizza slice ties. Remember how big the tie knots were? It's ridiculous.
That's fashion.
Okay. Now, Kenny, text communications, please. Non-pastrami.
Okay, well, that eliminates half the text I was going to read. A lot of people want you to buy them lunch. Consistency is the name of the game with the Red Wings, and they have been anything but consistent.
So you blame consistency. All right, I'll live with that. It's new.
But what causes the consistency problems?
Look, a lot of this looks like effort. That's the problem. You don't know puck. Okay. The point is, when you're down 3-0 and you look lifeless, you're not skating, you're not winning 50-50s, you're not doing anything physical, you're getting outshot, you're not getting quality chances. Like, at a certain point, that's effort. Guys, you're not playing Colorado every night. So you just look at it and watch the game. Like, tell me that Pittsburgh game was talent. It was effort. Mm-hmm. They were comatose.
It was the effort that they had, and the Wings didn't.
You know, nothing says consistency more like a good sourdough bread, though, Mike.
Okay.
That's a great point.
Paul, I'm buying you whatever you want. We can't do this for it would be an impossibility.
Paul with the logo 3. I like that.
It is. It is. Paul, we'll take care of you tomorrow. You know this.
But no. But if they're not down 2-0, Mike, what do you want?
Nothing.
What makes Mike happy?
No, nothing.
No. Because we'll buy you lunch.
I want the Tigers to hit baseballs.
We'll buy you lunch.
That would make me happy.
No. So, we're laughing and yucking it up. Look, the first game in April, the Wings have won or went to overtime.
5-2-2, 5-2-1. Last 2 Aprils.
Right. So
they're an April team.
What do you want?
I don't know.
Kenny.
Why that one?
Yeah, we'll all get in a sad bowl for Mike.
I don't want it. Leave me alone. I just want to be right. I want the nonsense to stop. I want to be able to watch this game and not want to just quit. Watching these games is soul-sucking. It's atrocious. Can you imagine being Cookies and you pay to watch this? Or any of our good listeners, you pay to watch this?
Didn't he pay for playoff tickets too?
Yeah.
Did he get that back? Does he get that back?
No, he took a chair to back. That's about it. Kenny, any others? What do you got?
Arguably, they collapsed after Rasmussen got hurt. Rasmussen could have been so much better for this team, but he's been a ghost. That's from Phil.
Let's go to Ryan and A Squared, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
Good, guys. How you guys been?
Good. What's on your mind?
I got 2 quick points. So I guess just the first one is, I think the Elmer Soderblom trade has just proven that this team has a huge mentality problem. Under Crosby, Malkin, like Eric Carlson, and the rest of that leadership group, like he's showing playoff mentality and like an edge with his play. He even got into a fight, which we never saw with the Wings. And Kenny, I also just want to say this really quick because it's just a genuine thought that I had thinking about it. But Cam Talbot not being healthy has been an issue because obviously Gibson, it just looks like he's been overworked.
He has. He started like 12 of 13. You're running him into the dirt.
Right. And what I wanted to say, though, about it that's even more concerning for me is, and I know that goalies are really voodoo, but Sebastian Cossa, and I don't give a rip about Grand Rapids. I know they've been unbelievable, but at some point, those players need to come up here and make an impact. And Cossa not being up here is just, you're losing me with that, especially because you signed Augustine to that ELC and you got goalies down there. You got 3. Now it's time to bring one up. Like, it doesn't make any sense leaving your first-round goalie down there when Talbot's a 30.
No, because you know what you are. And Ryan, look, and it's not an insult. You're not wrong for thinking it. We talked about it near Christmas where you're like, you know what? What if we gave the kid a little extended look? Ryan, if we're bringing up, hey, you should have give Cossa some run because Talbot's not 100% and Gibson can't play every night. We've reached desperation phase. We're trying to catch lightning in a bottle.
Right. And don't get me wrong. I think the glaring point is the team just simply lacks, good hockey players. So you either laugh or you cry,
they do.
right?
They do, but they lack effort. You're not down 3-0 on talent alone. That's a cop-out. Of course Wojo had that opinion. Cop-out. You're letting them off the hook. 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Door. Mike wouldn't intro me the way he thought he would here. Coming on the break, Pistons announced that Cade Cunningham continues to progress from his collapsed lung. They'll reevaluate him in a week. Asar Thompson was named the Eastern Conference Defensive Player of the Week today. Detroit has the Timberwolves. Their leading scorer, Anthony Edwards, is questionable to play. Marcus Sasser is as well for Detroit. It's the 6:45 pregame over on WWJ News Radio 950. The Red Wings are tied with Philly in the standings, 2 points behind the Blue Jackets for the last wild card spot. The two teams meet again tonight. That's head coach Tom McClellan. You can hear the 6:45 pregame right here on 97.1. Face off just after 7. The Tigers are off until tomorrow. It could be the warmest opening day in the last 20 years, potentially. There is rain in the forecast. I'm great right now, actually. Western Michigan Hockey announced they'll host Michigan in an outdoor game at their football stadium in 2027. Golfer Phil Mickelson says he will not play in the Masters next week due to a family personal health matter. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Get back to the phones momentarily. Just we'll wet our beak a little bit with some football. Kenny, music, please.
Yes, we are back in the game. All right.
What do you want from me?
I got a little football for you, NFL, and some college mixed in as well. But I thought about this one for you, Mike. Have you been following this whole flag football thing that's been going around?
By following it, you mean mocking it?
Watching.
Yeah, sure. No.
Did you watch any of the game?
No, hell no.
Okay, well, apparently you should have.
Why?
Because your next wide receiver for the Giants may have been playing in that flag football game. Apparently, because of the game and the results of it, Odell Beckham Jr.
Oh, yeah, he's back. He's a Giant.
He wants to come back.
He's back.
The Giants are one of the 5 teams
He
he's
signed,
looking at.
didn't he? Didn't he sign yesterday?
Oh, did he?
My dad was all amped up.
Okay.
Hold on. Did OBJ officially sign?
When you realize yesterday
Or was
That may have been April Fool's, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then my dad got fooled. All right. Poor G. All right, carry on.
Giants, Rams, Chiefs, Pittsburgh, Atlanta.
It's zero cost. That's the whole point. You pay the guy the veteran minimum. He comes back. He performs. He stays. He doesn't. He's cut in training camp. So sure. Yes, I would do it.
Okay. On a more serious matter, we found out yesterday, it seemed like it was like an April Fool's Day joke, but Puka Nacua in rehab. How do you think this affects the Rams?
Doesn't. I mean, Dante Stallworth killed a guy and came back to play. I don't think it affects them. It's because we don't have standards. As long as you're not incarcerated, these teams are going to play you. So, yeah, there's a scandal going on with him right now, and it's a weird one. But do I imagine he'll be in training camp? Yeah, I do. Now, will the NFL – this is the same thing, though, the Terry Arnold thing. Like, are there charges? Are there not? Can the NFL still suspend you for bringing embarrassment upon the league?
Right, because from what I read, allegedly looks like it was some domestic assault mixed in there.
There was he bit somebody. Just bizarro stuff.
Well, then you kind of wonder what's going on because remember his brother stole a car, and it's like, what the heck's going on with this family?
So
Something's wrong here.
The bar is so low in the NFL, it doesn't really matter what anybody does at this point. I would still feel like that they could have a productive career.
Paul?
Sorry, distracted. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do either. It's going to be interesting.
They're going to play him, Paul.
Well, yeah,
that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, he's going to get paid, and he's going to get a huge extension, and It is what it is.
Happened earlier this morning, but was this a smart move by the Las Vegas Raiders?
Yes.
Kirk Cousins
Yes.
will go to mentor Fernando Mendoza.
We talk about strength on strength. This is weird on weird. Your quarterback room. Now Kirk Cousins gets to coach his son, Fernando Mendoza. These are the two weirdest goofballs in the league.
Is this like LeBron and Bronny?
Yes, except weird version. Yes, I think it's brilliant because the only quarterback willing to mentor that weirdo Mendoza would be weirdo Cousins. It's a match made in heaven. Plus, neither of them are going to bother with anything Vegas has to offer. They're walking down the street in corduroys. Hi, diddly-do, neighbor.
So you don't think there's a chance that he fills up that little shelf in his closet or whatever he has?
None.
Oh, okay.
None.
You think there's a chance?
Hey there,
Kirk's
partner.
wife-
See you in Sin City.
You think there's-
I just, real quick, Paul.
What?
I told Kenny pre-show, I never would have thought Kirk Cousins would milk the NFL for so many hundreds of millions of dollars when he came out of Michigan State. And he gets another $20 million for going to the Raiders.
Talk about the weirdest match not made in heaven is Kirk Cousins going to the Raiders. That doesn't make any sense.
No. Mendoza going to the Raiders didn't. But now both of those guys,
I don't understand any of it.
They're going to be holding Bible study at Caesars.
It's perfection.
Kirk Cousins is a genius. Like his agent, I don't know why he doesn't have more clients. He should have all the clients.
Always bet on Kirk Cousins
And
because he
also,
always wins.
I think his Kirk's wife's going to be able to help dress Mendoza now too.
And see, Mike, that's how you know. That's how you know he's real. Wherever this man goes, he wins. He makes money.
No, he
Time
doesn't
to go
win.
to the Sphere, gentlemen.
Money-wise, he keeps getting jobs.
That's because teams are stupid.
Or maybe he's just a great person.
No. Fake. It's all fake.
It's not fake.
There's a dark side there. I'm
no
telling you.
dark side.
Hey, Gator wants some walk-around money, and he wants some shoes. There's a darkness. There's something with Cousins and Mendoza. There's something there. They're just too nice.
You do realize that it's okay to be nice in this world.
Gator don't play no. There's something. It's that scene with Will Ferrell. There's something wrong. I'm telling you.
Who did that to you?
Or just genuinely nice people.
No, you don't lose a home playoff game to Daniel Jones, and then you're all whiz-bang pals, skippity-doo-dah, and reading your kid a Bible story.
It's family first.
No.
I can see Big G coming home reading you a story.
Like hell, if the Giants lost, he didn't talk to me on Sunday nights. Get out of here. The guy lost a home playoff game again, and then he's over there sitting in his fire pit reading a story.
Hey, man, he
I
believes
would
in
have
his
cut
kid.
his ass that night.
Really? Why? And the reason why, you're going to walk into the GM's office and, why are you cutting him? Well, he read to his kid. Come on.
Too nice. I watched quarterback. Too weird. Cut.
Do you think they forced the Gators to have warm milk and cookies on the sideline instead of Gatorade?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yes. Hey, guys, I know we just lost 38-0. I'd like to tell you about Corinthians. Too nice. He's too nice.
So
There's something wrong.
Okay.
There's something wrong, and you know it.
So
you
we
just won't admit
we
it.
swapped that with the Puka Nakua stuff, and you're okay. Because then he has some dirt on him.
No, I don't need dirt. I just don't need this fakeness.
How is
No one's that nice. Just like Mendoza. That's not real.
It is
that
real,
can't be
Mike.
real.
It is.
I disagree.
There are people out there that are like that.
And
everybody ain't cynical.
No, and I have a name for them. Weirdos.
Do you?
No.
You know, they probably think you're weird.
No, I'm not.
I said they probably think you're weird.
I don't care what they think. They're weirdos.
This guy can't be angry at everything.
I'm not angry at everything. I'm angry at that.
Mike?
That's a show that Cousins and Mendoza put on. He knew right where the cameras were in the playoff run. That kid, are you kidding me? Those interviews when he's playing for Indiana, you thought that was legit?
Yes.
That's nonsense.
Yes.
That felt more rehearsed than a presidential speech. Get the hell out of here. What else you need from me?
If they were horses, would you like them?
No.
How did we get here?
No.
Kitty, I don't know. All right.
Besides, horses can't wear flannel and corduroys and grill their steaks on foil. Lost all respect for Cousins.
Ooh, what about the nay bands?
That's not real. Next. Just please, God.
We also found out that the Browns
Suck. Yes, I know.
Looks like Deshaun Watson could be starting at quarterback for them.
And I'm Winnebago, man.
Okay.
What?
I'm going to talk to you two.
What?
Cousins has hurt you.
Hey,
I'm
don't.
gonna talk to
Hey,
you
don't
guys.
have any other options.
Oh, the funny one is the one I have next for you.
Oh, great.
I don't know why he'd be their starting quarterback. I did see Shador change his number from 12 to 2, which is, I guess, great. I don't know why he'd be their starting quarterback. And also, the owner really has to stop interfering with what the GM wants to do. He's never going to get their team good if he keeps doing that.
I mean, it's video out there of Deshaun, practicing throwing the ball around, and they feel like he could have a fresh start with the Browns. I mean, heck, they're paying him a lot of money. You might as well try to get something for it.
I think I'm somewhere between where Paul and Mike is on the situation. Is the Browns going Browns, and that's going to be what it is.
It's just a hopeless waste of time.
Okay. This is for you, Mike.
Okay.
I want you to laugh because I think I upset you with the Cousins thing. I promise
you. Didn't upset me. I just can't believe you are defending. It is brazen weirdness. It's not real.
It's not weirdness. That's just the man's personality.
Well, I don't like it. Go ahead.
Aaron Glenn has come out and said Geno Smith will lead the Jets to the promised land. I'm just going to leave it right there for you.
2 words. Drug testing. Aaron, we're going to need a urine sample immediately. I can't believe he said it. I have said this to you. I know how this is going to end, and it's sad because I like AG. He desperately needs to change his approach with the New York media. It's not Detroit. You're not going to be able to do that. You're not Bill Parcells.
You can't yuck it up with the media and get the fanboy websites and stuff.
No. He came in acting like Bill Parcells, and he lost everybody. That's wow. Well, the white jet helmets were better than these. I mean, that's true.
Wow,
unbelievable.
Didn't know you felt that way.
I would agree with him if he meant the promise saying like they're both going to go to Disney World together next year when they're both fired.
When they're both neighbors paying the same HOA in Pompano Beach.
Yeah, because they're not going to be on the Jets in 2027.
No, it feels like he's a dead man walking, sadly.
All right, now also, I got one college thing for you guys.
Sure.
Come out with a rule that basically they're going to stop tampering when it comes to college. If you get caught tampering, coach
he thinks there's
done.
Rules. You're adorable.
Coach is done for half a year, and you lose 20% of your budget.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. You know
sure.
what?
Rico,
Why do I bother?
Did you
with
feel
these?
on your head you getting patted on the head like that?
Because he thinks there's rules.
Mike, they just came out. The NCAA came out with these rules.
Okay, NCAA, ready? NCAA enforcement. Wet paper towel. It's the same thing. Who's enforcing it?
Mike, I'm just giving you the news.
I'm giving you my opinion of the news.
Saying, with the punishment, it seems like you may want to think about tampering half the season and you lose 20% of your budget.
Okay, hey,
once again,
this
is for you too.
If it's enforceable, it sounds great. They can't enforce anything. They're garbage.
I guess enough coaches got angry over the poaching of players. This may get enforced because I think the coaches are going to try to govern themselves.
They're so angry about it they forgot to stop poaching players on their end.
Uh-oh. You like getting hit by a chair by Paul? Can't blame me.
No, it's believe it when you see it with the NCAA, is it not? When is the last time they actually had a hard and fast enforcement of any policy?
And also, until they start actually vacating wins from teams that do this, it doesn't matter.
It's not the vacating of wins. It's the, hey, we're going to take money out your football budget. So,
and then guess what? Some scumbag donor will replace it.
You know what? I'm doing this next one with Cousins and Mendoza. They're nice.
You do that.
They're nice. You're mean.
You know what? Those two should have a podcast called Weird and Weirder. One's in a blue suit and one's in orange. It'll be great.
You do realize there are just people out there that are nice.
No. Gator wants some walk-around money. There's a darkness within them. There's something wrong. I'm telling you. They scare me. They're too nice. Can't trust them.
Maybe that's a reflection of you.
Too nice.
Okay. That's it. I'm done. I quit.
Paul,
97.1.
you know I'm right.
I'm done. Kenny, hit the music. 97.1.
Shut up, Wojo. All right, listen. It's very simple. Spring is a myth. The weather's a mess. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They're offering a deal right now. You buy a new furnace or AC, you get half off installation. The guys at Mastercraft, 24/7 emergency service. They back their work with a 5-year warranty, and they got financing options too. You call them today. They're the pros for plumbing, electrical, and generators. Got you covered. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, I want to bring up some breaking news, but before we do that, let's just get some text communications. I really lost my patience with Rico's caping up for Mendoza and Cousins. But
sorry,
Kenny on the text, and then I have a little bit of breaking news, and I'm going to localize it to your Detroit Tigers.
It's not really caping up, but go ahead.
Oh, you were defending your boys.
Because they just do the right thing. They don't do anything wrong. They just are nice people. Wow.
Kenny.
They give to charity. These horrible people.
Rico Karsh-Beard came in on the text.
That's right.
Respectfully speaking.
Oh, be respectful. Kale.
With Cousins and Mendoza in town, Coles and Great Clips opening mega stores in Vegas. That's from Chris and Howell. Does too weird get added to Mike's can't win with list?
Truth.
Yeah.
You have to lead an entire 53-man roster and you're Ned Flanders. It's never going to work.
Guys, I think Mike is very nice. He's buying everyone in Detroit lunch in the Detroit area. Awesome guy.
I can't. That's not happening.
I'm with Mike with Kirk Cousins. He's a weirdo.
Thank you. And Mendoza's right there. He went to the Kirk Cousins school for kids that are weird and want to be weirder. So I'm telling you.
Weird because
it's fake. It's over the top fake. It's fake. Okay. No one walks around that way.
So that's why they're weird, because you feel like it's over the top fake.
It's very Invasion of the Body Snatchers stuff, Rico.
But what if it's real? What if it's just them?
Buddy, you're the same guy who believes in aliens. So your perception of real, there's nowhere to go here.
I'm sorry. So think like Mike or you're weird.
No.
Be like Mike or you're weird.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
I got it.
No, you're straw mans. Don't do that. Yes. I'm saying you do believe in aliens.
Made a career of it.
Who?
Wojo.
Oh, no. Wojo just made a career of being lazy and drunk. The point is, you can't. I don't believe you can lead a locker room being that fake. No one walks around that way. No one. I'm with Paul. It's body snatcher stuff. It's Will Ferrell and the other guys. There's something there.
He led a locker room in multiple places.
Did they? Yeah, great. They were Spender of the Year at Indiana. What has Cousins won in his life? That's right.
Big Ten championship.
Yeah, lost. Yeah, got sexed up by Danny Jones in a home playoff
They've totally dated a woman named Christina.
Okay. Oh, Christina! You got my wife's name. Paul from the clouds. Tremendous.
This from an unnamed texter. With this news, the Raider fan base is aiming for the bushes.
Okay. Now listen, I have breaking news, and I want to.
Are you proud of yourself?
I am. Because that means the people are having fun. It can't be all sad about the Red Wings. Damn it, I want people to be in a decent mood. All right. There is breaking news, and I'm going to localize it. So before you're like, what the hell is Guido up to? Just let me land the plane. So yesterday, Colt Emerson, Mariners, prospect, signed a $95 million contract. All right? He's supposed to be a superstar. Now, we've heard this before. There's a risk to this. Today, the number one overall prospect in baseball, the Pirates' Connor Griffin, it's supposed to just be an intergalactic shortstop prospect, all right? He's been called up for the home opener, and they're debuting him. He also is now $140 million richer, has just signed a 9-year, $140 million deal before ever having a major league at bat. I bring this up because you and I had this conversation about McGonigal and how the service time doesn't mean anything. If the player's good, you're going to attempt to sign
You just sign him anyway.
So here's my question. I know with the looming lockout and we don't know the financial future of baseball, we can presume there's going to be a level of cap, some form of cap. Here's my question. You're seeing Seattle do it. The Pirates have done it. I know a lot of people will look at that and bristle and go, that's insane. But think about this for a second. Whatever the salary cap might be, let's say the cap came in at $250 and the floor was $1.25. Connor Griffin at $9 and $140. We'll do the math on that. All right, you're paying a guy about $15 million, right? That's such a small amount of the total outlay. And if Connor Griffin is at least...
It sounds worse until you
break it down.
Over the 9 years,
now,
it's
listen,
not as bad.
You're betting on what the kid's going to become. Now, if the kid becomes an all-star, you're stealing. Now, but here's the other part. Well, we have arbitration, and we don't owe him money for 7 years, and all this different stuff. I just want to remind you here in Detroit what you're dealing with Tarek Skubal. If you lock up McGonigal, you ain't ever got to deal with it. You'll sign him for 8 or 9 years. And by the time he's 30, you don't care. 28, you don't care. We may not even be alive in 9 years. So I wanted to ask the questions, like, we've seen the hit tool. We know he's going to be long-term, probably a second or third baseman. I don't believe he's going to be a shortstop. My point is, he's going to be here.
So what are you thinking, like 8 at 150?
No, I don't. I just don't see that. I'm saying, do you make the approach on a contract that's somewhere around $100 million and try to sign him? And before you bring up Colt Keith, and it's been up and down, guys, you're not paying him anything. Colt Keith for $5 million a year, that's a rounding error.
Yeah, once again, it's when you add the years in, then the contract doesn't look as daunting. So, yeah, I mean, I would because...
The kid can hit.
No, he can. And I guess if you're the Tigers, how do you look at next year? Do you want to have him on your books?
Yeah, but you're not going to have to pay him. There's a work stoppage. It doesn't matter. It's a weasel. It's a wazzle. It's in the wind. Doesn't mean anything. I'm making a point. The strategy being employed by these teams, it's a bit risk biscuit. It is. We saw it years ago with Wander Franco. I know he got in trouble, but the deal wasn't crazy and he was an excellent player, and then he lost his mind. The point I'm making is, if McGonigal is that, and you know the hit tool's real, and you know, all right, it's not a player that's reliant on like Ellie De La Cruz has a wicked strikeout profile, but he could steal 70 bags. Well, here's your problem. The strikeouts, and if the speed goes, what am I left with? That's scary.
Right.
This is not scary. Would you attempt to get McGonigal signed?
I would attempt to do that, but I guess I'm thinking if I'm McGonigal, do you bet on yourself and say, nah, I'm going to wait a little bit longer?
All right, but hold on. Wait a little bit longer. You mean 2033? Want to be dirt poor? Versus I can make $100 million now, and if I'm any good by age 28 when my deal is up, I sign the BOGO deal.
So what
then.
what do you think the deal? Just spitball.
8 at 100.
Okay.
I'm throwing.
No, Mike. I said we're just spitballing right now.
Okay? 8
just
at 100.
Two guys talking in a barbershop.
I wonder if the teams you're seeing a little more. Last year the Sox did it, and admittedly it didn't work. They signed Christian Campbell, who was probably their second best prospect to Roman Anthony, and they signed him to a long-term deal.
So basically $12.5 million a year. You're 8 at 100.
Right. And again, I'm not mad if they don't. This isn't yelling and asking.
I mean, because even if you have a cap, it's $12.5 million a year. And you're not even close to midway of the cap.
And now he's signed. I don't have to worry about arbitration battles. I don't have to worry about any of that crap. I locked him in. He's my guy. He's a face of the franchise player.
Piece.
And he's going to be here. I just wanted to throw it out there. And again, look, maybe 3 months from now, Connor Griffin's back in the minors and he bombed. Because that does happen, guys. Like, it's real. And maybe McGonigal bombs. I mean, we've seen this. We saw it with Jackson Holliday. We see it with Jason Dominguez with the Yankees. We saw it took Joe Adell 5 years to be Joe Adell and finally have a 37 home run season. Like, I mean, I can keep going. There's no point belaboring it. But the strategy is sound. I don't mind it.
No, it does.
I believe in the hit tool. I do.
No, I like what I see. It makes sense. I'm just thinking, is this something that the Tigers would do?
I can't speak to. I know they did it with Keith, albeit it was a Micro Machines version, but I wouldn't mind it. Kenny, you're looking at me like I'm on crack.
No, I don't disagree with you. I think the winning ticket text text communication that just came in was, hell, we paid Alex Cobb $15 million to not play.
Oh boy. Oh dear.
So that guy wins Text of the Day award.
He does. But yeah, it just broke.
It's kind of like that NFL trade you had to start the show off. You ambushed me with it, but it's a good ambush. It's like, wow.
Yeah. But the news just broke with Connor Griffin while we were at break, and it just got me thinking. I mean, I think, like, it's not like a pitcher, Rico, where you know they're going to blow out. I mean, Scooble's had 2 catastrophes. Jackson Job's already had 1. Troy Melton is already hurt long-term again. Like, when you're a positional player, and it's just the hit tool, okay? It's not speed. It's not, hey, maybe someday you're like James Wood with Washington. Everybody projected him. This guy's got 50 home run power. He's an Aaron Judge type guy. One problem. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Strike 4, strike 5, strike 6. And all of a sudden you're going, uh-oh. That's not in McGonigal's profile. If you can hit, if you can have a high OBP, I can project enough power that if he never becomes a 25 home run hitter, never, I can still see the value in paying that kid $12 million a year.
You know what? And I would probably say this. I would meet you in the middle around the All-Star break.
Okay.
You're still doing this?
Not mad.
You got it.
Yeah.
I need to see you go through lineups a second time around.
Totally fair. It was a question, not a demand. I just think it's interesting. And yeah, I mean, look, for the Pirates,
what else they got? I mean, they got Skeens.
Well, listen, if they have Skeens and Connor Griffin, if Connor Griffin is what scouts believe him to be, which we just went over how that can go wrong, Rico, you're talking about the 2 faces of your franchise. You've got your 2-hole hitter and you got your ace. I mean,
and it is a low bar, but it's nice to see a team like the Pirates actually trying.
Yeah,
because
and again,
that's very anti-Pirates.
And the Mariners threw $95 million at Cole Emerson. So it just last 2 days, 2 huge deals. It got me thinking about McGonigal a little bit. Wanted to throw it out there. All right, I'll shut up. Here's Rico to tell you about basements.
No. I'm going to tell you about your lawn, though. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. You call 888-GET-GREEN, and they'll come out to your house. Why? Because they got a full menu of services that will accomplish your dream lawn, from fertilization to aeration to weed control, disease control, and many more things, all to get you the greener grass and fewer weeds. You got to have early treatment. That is the key, and that is why you need to call 888-GET-GREEN and get on board with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, because they're going to come up with a plan for your lawn, and you're going to have the best lawn on the block, because quite simple, when you see the weeds, it is too late. They'll design a program to strengthen your turf, improve the color, and control the weeds. That is what they do. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now, or go online at naturalwaylawn.com. As by the way, if you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control, but you got to tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. Call 888-GET-GREEN.
Kenny, some of the texts. We'll check in on football, top of the hour. Tiger bats and why I can't do what the other shows have done. I can't panic after 6 games, guys. Come on. I can't do it. But we'll talk about it. Like, what would your panic point be? And then Red Wings. I've made a bet with the whole crew here, and we're going to talk about it. I got a stat that might provide a level of positivity. That's all I got, fellas. I don't know what to tell you. Kenny, go ahead.
I'd rather go the risk it biscuit route. Maybe that's just me. That's from Kevin.
I don't know what that means.
I think McGonigal.
With McGonigal, I think he's referring to.
You let it. Basically,
what's
you
riskier?
let it play.
Letting it play out or giving the kid the money and saving money?
Because if he goes out there and all of a sudden he's the next Chris Shelton, now you saved yourself $100 million.
Wow, that would be a bitter disappointment.
Well, it's funny you say that because there was a texter that texted in earlier during the topic and basically said, I'm worried that he's going to turn into the next Brandon Bosch or Chris Shelton or because you see a lot more of those than you see otherwise.
I am the
and
guy.
That's why I said I'm splitting the difference. I'm going to wait till the All-Star break. You
and
still
that's
doing
fine,
this?
But I'm making a point. Those are faulty comps. Those guys had no pedigree. Those guys had absolutely nothing in their profile to suggest they were going to be high-level players. Versus a guy like this that you did draft high, that has ripped up the minor leagues, and whose the pedigree and skill set, if you can hit baseball at a high contact rate, that doesn't go away. Like it's not like an O'Neal Cruz or an Ellie Dela Cruz where do they have these wild profiles that, oh my God, the exit velo was 180 million miles an hour. Right, one problem. They strike out 32% of the time, or ground ball rate of 51%. This is different. This is baked in a little bit that there's a baseline.
Yeah.
But I'm with Rico. You could totally wait. It was just the last 2 days I go, wow, kids haven't even played, and they're just like, boom, pay them.
And it's funny that you say that is because somebody said he looks like a professional hitter and he's not even fully developed yet. This is year one, only a week in.
Yeah.
And I think I agree with that. I mean, like when you use words like professional to describe a kid who's fresh out of the minors and he's taking pitches, he's fouling off pitches, he's going into full count situations, he's able to do those things. Those are things that even like seasoned vets can't do.
Yeah. And that's like, if you've got a guy, I could envision a day, maybe he's not your leadoff hitter, but he's hitting in the 2-hole. It's like a Bobby Abreu type guy. When Bobby Abreu was notorious for seeing 7-8 pitches per at bat and being a real professional hitter. And again, he had some wonderful seasons too. I'm making a point is if you've got that guy in your lineup and you're sending him up to the plate 4 times and he's going to eat 20, 22, 23 pitches over the aggregate of the 4 at bats, there's a lot of value there. Then factor in an OBP near 400. Like all of a sudden, that's, hey, if any power comes with that, now you're talking about a guy that's real. I'm more than willing to pay for that. But again, I think Rico's got the more pragmatic approach. I'm fine. I just thought it was fun the last 2 days seeing these deals go out.
I want to see how he makes the adjustments when the other teams say, okay, don't pitch him that, don't pitch him here, throw it low or throw it right here.
You don't adjust to Batman.
But it's funny you say that, though, is because I think he's a good enough just pure hitter where he has good plate vision, I guess is my point. So if they do adjust, which they will, they always do, it's the pros, I think he's going to be able to adapt and adjust.
Right. And that's why I say at that point, you hit the All-Star break. He's still doing that. Then I'm going to go with what Mike said. Come up with a number, see where you're at, talk to his agent. Maybe you end up at 110 for 8 years for 110.
So you just want more data on the screen in front of you. You want to collect as much as you can before you.
Wrong with it.
So therefore, it won't be the Brennan Bosch. It was like, okay, no. We saw what happened. He made the next adjustment because that's where the real hitters are. You don't have to send him back down to the minors for a couple of months because he's got to work on some stuff. He made it through that time.
And in fairness to Rico's point, and he was a top 10 prospect. Like the Red Sox paid Christian Campbell. It didn't work. He bombed last year. So it's not risk-free.
But you also got to get real comfortable with the idea too, though, that if he's going to have a bad week. He's going to have a bad,
he may have a bad month.
It's baseball.
100%. But that's the point, though, is you can't overreact to it the way that we might.
That's why I'm not overreacting to 6 games where the other shows are acting like this team is 3-38 and they're never going to score a run again. It's 6 games and they opened up on the West Coast. It's not easy.
2-4, Mike. The world's coming to an end.
No, it's not.
I'm with you. Call me Sparky. Call me at 40 games. I'll be concerned.
It's different if all of a sudden they open up and they're 5-16 and you go, all right, Houston, we got a little problem here.
Right.
But I mean, my God, can they come home tomorrow, please?
And that's it too. And I feel like we talked about this, me and you, Rico, pre-show, is that a lot of these games have been 10, 9, 40 starts. So we really haven't seen the time. A lot of these fans haven't actually took the time to watch these games.
Or you fell asleep in part of the game and you just won't admit it. It's almost like it was a soft opening. Like the season didn't start Yet. It starts tomorrow.
I mean, when they had the 5-run lead the other night, that was me.
You know what? Kirk Cousins wouldn't have did that.
Because he's fake. Ridiculous.
I've seen all I need to with McGonagall right now. Time to make a deal.
All right, listen.
And you know what? You can buy early. That's fine. It comes with a greater risk.
Sure, but I think at the end of the day, I think I'm on Rico's side with this, is you want to see a little bit more data before you start shelling out money. But at the end of the day, I'm not anti the idea of paying a guy like that for a long term. Who says no at that point?
It's how I felt with the Lions with Hutchinson last year, coming off the broken leg. You're going to get your money. Let me just make sure you're going to be worth this money.
You're consistent. Totally respectable.
Tigers get a potential future piece, and McGonagall has more money than he will ever need to spend in his life. I don't see what the issue is there.
Now, I will say this. I would never, ever, under any circumstance, and I'm serious, I treat them like running backs. I'm never paying a young pitcher, ever. I don't care if it's Skeens, ever. And you go, how can you say that?
You're consistent there.
Look at the arm injuries. Look at the blowouts. It's not worth it.
On average, what do you suppose percentage-wise each like major high-level pitcher in the MLB is good for an arm blowout or an arm injury, a shoulder, an elbow?
75%.
Right, exactly right. And that's why I think you're bang on with that, Tate.
I just can't do it. And I mean, it's just not worth it.
But it's funny, Mike, because, I'm just looking up some other contracts in the Ronald Acuna Jr., 8 years, $100 million.
Yeah, Wander Franco was one of the first of its kind. Ronald Acuna, Christian Campbell.
Yeah.
Again, different teams do it different ways. I just thought it was real interesting. The last 2 days, you saw over $200 million handed out to two guys who were yet to take an AB. And look, you'd like to think we have one of those guys. I don't know, but I mean, I tried to not nerd out. The hit tool's the hit tool.
Yeah, it is.
That's something that's non-negotiable. Like if you've got that, if you've got an advanced approach at the plate, I don't have to worry about you being a Riley Green striking out 200 times. I might want to invest in that. See you at the All-Star break.
Won't be up and down like Torque was.
Oh, boy. Okay. You know what? I'm keeping it positive. I thought we were turning a corner here, but maybe not. But maybe it'll be 70 like in 2 days. Look, bottom line, just if you're looking to do something to your outdoor living space and backyard, Paulson's Audio Video, give them some consideration. They're more than just TVs and speakers. Paulson's designs incredible outdoor spaces, weatherproof TVs, outdoor sound, lighting. Guys, they have it all. And they'll connect it all. You can have Wi-Fi that stretches through the whole damn neighborhood. They're next level, man. They're freaks, and I mean that in a good way. Paulson's Audio Video, I've used them for over 20 years. They're the best in class. Check them out in Farmington Hills. Let them show you what's possible, because you probably don't even realize what's possible. It's Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner.
All right, boys. Mike, Rico, Paul, Sarah. We have updated win totals from the NFL. I wanted post-free agency reactions, your guys' ideas, overs, unders, the likes. Are you guys ready?
Let's go.
All right, for the 4.5s, and if you don't have any opinions on it, it's fine. I'm going to go through the interesting ones. We'll start with the very, very lowest of the low, the bottom feeder teams. We got the Cardinals and the Dolphins, both 4.5s.
Oh, my God.
And this is why I wanted to bring in Paul to start with this thing, is because Dolphins.
Paul, go ahead, buddy.
It's going to be rough. They've got about $184 million in dead cap.
That's, oh, my God.
It's
say that again.
$184 million in dead cap space. So they have $184 million going to players that aren't on the team.
Mistakes were made.
Yeah, Chris Greer made a lot of mistakes. Yeah, 4 and under. 4, I'd say, maybe.
Oh, all right.
Very putrid, very hold your nose and you know.
It's really difficult to only win 4 games.
I was about to say, it's hard because at the end of the year, try-hard guys go out there trying to make the roster for the next season.
Who's their quarterback, though? Malik Willis with no help. They traded Jalen Waddle. Tyreek Hill's dead. I mean, they got A-Chain, but the O-line sucks.
Though they had to trade Waddle. You can't walk away from a first and a third for a guy.
No. But
no,
what
I'm making
saying,
a point that makes winning difficult.
As bad as it is, it's all of a sudden the try-hard guys in the final week of the season will just they'll win. They'll pull off that upset, and hey, they just knocked off the Seahawks.
Let's combo platter a team that we brought up earlier in the show and Mike's team, both at the same win total of 7.5. That would be the G-Men and the Commanders.
Giants are over. They're over. I'm a huge Harbaugh believer, both Jim and John at the pro level.
Okay,
over.
So you're okay. Because I thought that I was the only one that believed in your team because they were the Giants. You just automatically
and look here. I understand if Jackson Dart gets hurt, they're dead. But Jackson Dart was electric, and he had no help. And they go into places like Denver, and they are up by 3 scores in the fourth quarter with no Malik Neighbors and no weapons. He's throwing the ball to Theo Johnson. Like now, you can start to pathway like.
That's what I've been saying. Like, the Giants are a fun team to watch, and you crucified me. Oh, there you go again.
It's patronizing.
It is not.
I'll say over.
I'll say over as well. Mike, that is a young and fun team to watch. So, yes.
I'm
glad we agree on that.
I'm going to disappoint you guys and say under.
Why?
I don't trust Jackson Dart to be as good as he showed. They had no play on him. They had no film on him.
There is no film for him. He's Jesus. Paul, I understand. I do. I don't think the East is any good. I don't think the Eagles are any good. I don't know that the Cowboys are great. I don't believe in Washington and what they've put together.
Well, the problem with the Eagles, they might hate their quarterback.
Yeah, you like that? What came out yesterday? Oh, he changes too many plays at the line of scrimmage. What are we doing here? The guy's like 55 and 24 as a starting quarterback. Yeah, you got to run the football, but gee whiz, he's the problem?
And like some ridiculous stats in the playoffs where he's like 20 touchdowns and 3 picks. Like, yeah, you may want to let that one go.
Here's a couple of 8.5s I'll throw at you. We got the Vikings and David's Steelers, both 8.5s.
Oh, boy.
I don't know who's – we're assuming it's just going to be Aaron Rodgers for the Steelers.
And, yeah. But I'll
you know what? I'm going to take the over because the Steelers just they find ways to make the playoffs.
Vikings over. I believe in KOC. If you can fix Sam Darnold, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Patches O'Houlihan. So I believe he will fix Kyler Murray to the tune of being mediocre. I will take the over.
See, I think that the Kyler Murray experience will work there because you're not asking him to come in there and be the leader of the team. You're really just saying, dude, don't turn the ball over. Hit one of these guys around here and we'll punt the ball. We got a great defense. Just don't turn it over. Play all the video games you want.
Sure.
Next one here, we'll go to Captain Privilege over here, 10.5 for your Niners.
Tough division. But they got the third place schedule, Kenny.
Okay, cookies.
I could see that. They find ways to win games. I would take the over.
He's right. You figure Seattle will have a Super Bowl letdown. I mean, hell, the Rams arguably the best players in rehab right now. I got no idea what the hell is going to happen with Puka Nacua.
And apparently the Rams picked the Niners to go and play in Australia because they didn't want them in L.A. taking over their stadium.
I'll go over just because it's what I don't want to happen.
Yeah, it's probably going to be over, unfortunately.
And the last one will end on our local Detroit Lions, also 10.5. Same exact number as your Niners.
Under 10-7. I think they're a 10-win team. I think their ceiling is limited until or unless I see guys who aren't very good become very good. So 10.
I'm going to say 10-7 unless you lose the Thanksgiving Day game again, and you'll be 9-8.
I'll take the over. Their schedule's easy. They're not as bad as people think they are. It was coaching that cost them a lot of games last year.
Here we go with the easy schedule stuff. You lost to Bob Brosmer, Paul. You lost to Aaron Rodgers.
But Dan Campbell cost them 3 games last year.
Hey, what's going to change that?
Don't do that again.
Okay, then.
That's the best line I'm thinking of. Just stop doing that. And that is your...
I quit.
That is your In Football Today, 97.1.
It's 5 o'clock, brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Pistons released the following update on their all-star guard, Cade Cunningham. He continues to progress in his return to play. They'll reevaluate him in another week at this point. That makes 3 weeks full by the end of that. Asar Thompson has been named the Eastern Conference Defensive Player of the Month. Detroit has the Timberwolves tonight on WWJ News Radio 950. Anthony Edwards is questionable for Minnesota. Sasser questionable as well for Detroit. 7 o'clock tip. Michigan guard Elliot Cadeau is back with the team. He said he was taken to the hospital out of precaution after eating a cashew when he was a kid. He had a severe reaction there. Dusty May says his team in Arizona are built similar ways. CBS announced they'll have an alternate broadcast of the Michigan-Arizona game Saturday featuring all the members of the Fab Five. Mike will watch that one. The Red Wings have the Flyers here on 97.1 at 7. Both teams are tied with 86 points, chasing the last wild card spot held by the Blue Jackets as well. Tigers could have their warmest opening day in the last 20 years. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, good to have you aboard. I'm going to try to offer positivity while living in reality, which is another dog water march for the Red Wings. However, it's April now. Last 2 years, the Wings are 5-2-2 and 5-2-1 in the month of April. They're in Philly tonight. Do I want to watch tonight? Absolutely not. No, I do not. But will I? Mm-hmm. You betcha. Because they're only 2 points out. But here's my question. Do you put any stock into the April performance now that March is in the rear view? But now that we've lived another March, here's your challenge. We all blame Yzerman. I blame Yzerman. Rico blames Yzerman. Kenny blames Yzerman. My mother blames Yzerman. We're bored of it. It's pointless. Like we're going to say it till we're blue in the face. It's pointless. So let's do this. Put Stevie in the corner. Give me the other thing you blame. Example, your power play 18% in the month of March. Pathetic. Your bottom 6 forwards, I have stats for it. It's ghastly. Remember all the people that were priming their fiddlestick when David Perron was brought here? 0 points. But he's the voice of the Rube. 0. The bottom 6 has been terrible. You can blame anything you want. People have gone after Larkin. I've brought up Lucas Raymond. Oh, he's a point a game. Last 21 games, he's largely been in the tank, guys. So I want to know the cause for the March swoon. We know, Yzerman. I get it. What else? But also, do you put any stock that it's April in the D? 5-2-1, 5-2-2. Last 2 years in the month of April. I also was forced to make a bet because Kenny, Rico, and Paul Serra were so exceedingly negative, I felt a need to stand up for things. Please don't be down by 2. Look.
Mike's blowing the horn.
I just, listen. The bet is this. I know they were down 3-0 to Ottawa after 1. I know they were down 3-0 to Philly after 1. I know they were down 3-0 to Pittsburgh after 1. I know. They will not be down by 2 goals tonight at the end of 1. That's how bad it's become, is that Rico, Paul, and Kenny. Kenny is spite watching. Period. They all believe the Wings are going to get their bones jumped in the first period. They'll be down at least by 2. I say Boulder Dash. If they are down by 2 at the end of 1, Todd McClellan should Antonio Brown striptease and quit. Because I wouldn't be able to continue coaching this. It's not talent. I thought Wojo's opinion the other night was more ridiculous than his coverage of Michigan scandals. It was absurd. saying it's talent is completely letting this team off the hook for effort. If you come out comatose, I don't care who you are in this league. You could be Dallas. You could be Colorado. You could be Tampa Bay. Dude, you don't get to do that in this league. They are coming out. It's not talent. It's effort. There's something. You know what? Here. So that's my point. There's no way. Because if it happens again tonight, I got to buy a whole crew lunch tomorrow, including Evan and Jimmy and everybody. Fine. I'll do it. Because it is inconceivable they will have another first period like that. It's inconceivable.
Well, here it is. You do have the month of April on your side, buddy. Their first 2 games out the gate for the last 2 years. Last year, they had an overtime loss, but it was 2-1. So unless it was 2-0 early, and then no, it couldn't be because it went to overtime. So it would have been 1. You would have won that bet. And last year, they beat Tampa 4-2. So April's on your side.
Who do you blame? Inconceivable. Who do you blame? And do you buy the April thing? Guys, they're 2 points out. If any of these other teams hadn't fallen off a cliff in the last week, mercifully, it would have been over. We would have all, from a fan perspective, we would have been given the lethal emotional injection and gone to sleep. But we can't. Look at the other night. Columbus, Islanders, Florida beating Ottawa. I mean, it was you got to be kidding me. Philly and DC. Everything went your way. So where are we now? Right back at it tonight, locked in. They can still do this.
They can.
248-539-9797. Less than 2 hours, we're dropping the puck in Philly. And Philly, by the way, they're young. They're not supposed to be anywhere near the playoffs. And here they are. And they just dusted you. Oh, but what about the comeback? Hey, here's your comeback. I don't want to hear it. You're down 4-0. Here's your comeback. Shut up. You lost. Try not falling down 4-0.
And yet you're betting them to not do that again.
Because you guys are so negative and you're just, damn it, you're not living in reality. What the odds of a team being down multiple goals at the end of a first period while in a playoff chase 4 times out of 5 games, it's inconceivable. It's math.
The odds of this happening last year was inconceivable.
That's immaterial to what we're doing right now.
Okay, but it's not immaterial because it keeps happening. If this wasn't a trend with this team, if they didn't show up gutless in the March-April seasons, and I know April, they've had better numbers, they've looked better, they've decided to clean their room up after the big party they threw when their parents are coming home in April, which is what that feels like.
Who do you blame, and do you buy the April in the D magic that they're going to get this done? Because Kenny right now, people, is spite watching. I truly believe in my heart Kenny is rooting against them. Let me give you that stat about the bottom 6, by the way, from the Paul Serra Research Institute. It's depressing. David Perron, he's the voice of the room, scoreless since coming here. Rasmussen, scoreless since January 5th. Appleton, 1 point the entire calendar year. Casper, 2 points in 10 games. Van Riemsdyk, 29 points on the season. And then the atrocious JT Compher, 24 points. That bottom 6, mind you, we are the same fan base who United said, man, we need top 6 help. Look, it's not all talent. You got to play. So where do you want to go with it? Rico blames the power play. He ain't wrong. Your dog crap 5-on-5. Yeah, your special teams have to be elite. Kenny blames Dylan Larkin. We all blame him.
I mean, if you're but that's just it. If you can't do it on the 5-on-5, you at least when you got a man advantage, can you do it then?
The David Perron thing's crazy because he scored the exact amount of points as if you just pretended you traded for him.
Kenny,
Paul's on fire.
Kenny, what? Why are you allowing this?
Hey, Paulie has an opinion. I love Paulie.
We do too. It's hurtful. 248-539-9797. What are the early text returns on this? Who's getting the blame beyond Yzerman? Because we all know. Lauren, please, I'm tired of it. I'm exhausted. Yzerman and Scooble shows launch both topics to space. But this is a player issue. And Todd McClellan, I'm sorry. Like, he's a good coach. I'm not sitting here telling you he's going to go to the Hall of Fame, but he's not some bum. All right, he's coached a lot of good hockey. This guy's pushed every button. So either the team doesn't respect him or I don't know what it is, because when you get called out and then you get dump trucked by Pittsburgh on a back-to-back, once again, now you've had some rest. You've had time to let the words sink in. If they go out tonight and it happens again, you could say it's radio hyperbole. It's not. This summer, everybody's gone. I'd blow the whole damn thing up.
Oh, I'm with you. I don't think you'll get a lot of people saying no.
Now, you don't know Puck, all right? I've had enough of you.
You're right.
Had enough of you.
I don't.
Neither does Kenny. He doesn't know. He decidedly doesn't know Puck.
I ignore Puck. I don't know anything about Puck.
You've never watched it. Go ahead.
Kenny is my Puck by proxy.
Don't forget one of the Twin Towers on defense, Edvinson.
Hasn't done crap since getting hurt from a defensive standpoint. He's not physical right now. And Lord knows he has no offense. So all you are is a defensive stalwart. You're the big-bodied defenseman. Oh, we can't get rid of him. We can't get rid of him. Everybody grabbing their twig and berries. Can't get rid of him for Quinn Hughes. Oh, no. He's the only big defenseman we have. How's that working out?
And you know what's funny is talking about size and playing with edge as you watch Soderblom go to Pittsburgh and get into fights.
He's getting in fights. He's throwing his body around. The guy was basically a Tempur-Pedic mattress here. Same thing. Dude, I can't believe the Anthony Mantha we saw. Mantha floated his way through his Red Wings career. He was out there like Keith Primo in his prime.
I think you won a cup in Washington. Now he looks good in Pittsburgh. Like, what are we doing here?
I can't wait until we trade Larkin. He has 118 points.
100%. Or if you end up body bagging Raymond and say, all right, here you go.
It won't
St.
happen
Louis.
because they don't have the chops. It won't happen.
I don't think you're wrong, but tell me those guys you just mentioned aren't change of scenery guys.
No, there's only one player on this team I would have absolutely no interest in moving ever. It'd be Mo Seider.
Correct.
I'd put the captaincy with him. He's going to be a top 5 defenseman in the league the next 5 to 7 years. That's the only guy. Everybody else would be up for grabs. There's no point to any of this.
He's play by example guy, but everybody else, Larkin, I've seen floating. I've seen Raymond floating. I've seen even when DeBrincat sometimes gets out there, he floats a little bit. Speaking of floating, let's take a text or a text communication. I agree with.
That's the 4th time today.
I know I'm bad. Mike Kane is the biggest problem. He floats, avoid contact, and doesn't play defense. He also gets too much ice time.
Oh, don't worry. Kenny apologized for him by saying, but he's old. Didn't want him back.
I agree with you. I didn't defend him. I'm just saying he's only there out of necessity.
Oh, but he's got a shaved hip. I didn't want him back.
I didn't either. I thought he was too old and he was not going to be very effective. And now he's not going to be in the playoffs this year.
No, they can still make it. It starts tonight. It's April in the D.
Just keep hanging on to it.
Listen, worst case, what? Okay, if they lose, you get free lunch. What do you want from me?
It's a win-win. It's a good emotional hedge.
He just wants you to say he was right.
I said it to him all day. I know he was right about the Pittsburgh game. There's nothing I can do. I just can't believe they're going to keep rolling the puck out on the ice, and this team's just going to skate with their head up their ass every first period and be down multiple goals. That's ridiculous.
No, you have April statistics and probability on your side, Mike.
And I'd like to think this team's got enough self-respect. They'll
I didn't say you have that.
I quit.
See, that's where I wonder, though, about you, Mike, is you said you can't believe this could possibly happen again. Why? Because I can very believe it, because I've seen it. It's happening again.
I'll tell you why, but I need a little bit more time, and I know we're up against it because of these stupid breaks.
Oh, I thought you were going to give me a Karshian team.
Ah, to hell with that. Moran Buick GMC, Sterling Heights. I don't know. If the wings are bad, go buy a truck. I quit. GM employees and immediate family members. Lease a 26 GMC Elevation Crew Cab, $199 a month, or a 26 Buick Encore GX, $219 a month. Both deals 24 months, $999. And Moran, premier Buick GMC dealer in the area. They're focused on your experience. No games, no pressure, real value. It's Moran Buick GMC. Visit them on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime. MoranExpress.com. It's It's Ram Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, straight to the people. Who do you blame? Non-Iserman edition, because everyone blames him. And also, do you buy this April stat deal? 5-2-2, 5-2-1 the last 2 years. Can the Wings please turn this around? Please. It is so bad that Kenny Cott is spite watching, which is disgusting. But I'm guilty of it. But I just, again, I've made a bet with the crew. There's no way they come out and get dump trucked in the first period again. There's no way. If that happens, Todd McClellan should quit. Like Antonio Brown against the Jets. Full striptease, ride the Zamboni right out of the arena. I just wouldn't be partisan to it. It's an absurdity. Let's go to Harrison. Hockey Elite is in the house. Hello there, Harrison. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, long time no talk, guys. I feel bad for Todd because all Todd has done, Todd's a you and me kind of guy, Mike. He's just real with them. He's done nothing unfair. All he's done is held a mirror up to these guys and showed them who they are and asked, are you guys okay with this? And largely their response has been, yeah, sure, we're getting paid. No problem for me. Mm-hmm. And if I were him, I would have walked out on the job a few weeks ago. In fact, I'm not even in Kenny's spite watching stage anymore. I took my subscription out back and I gave it the old Yeller treatment 2 weeks ago. Done. Yeah, wow. No, I'm not watching this anymore. I'm not wasting my time on this anymore. It's a waste of time and emotional energy.
But Harrison, here's the problem. Here's your problem. I'm not mad at all at hey, you made a choice, and you're right. You're respecting your time. But Harrison, they're still 2 points out. These other teams don't want it. I mean, when you look up, well, look, dude. I mean, Columbus is in a free fall. Ottawa's in a free fall. Sure, Boston has separated themselves. If these other teams would have done their job, Harrison, we'd all be serenity now. But as long as the other teams keep losing, I keep looking at the standings and I'm going, all they have to do is actually win, wait for it, 2 games in a row? 2? I can't, Harrison.
That's a tall task for guys that go out often and don't look like they care. And that leads me to, that kind of falls on Dylan Larkin. If you can't shake your team up and motivate them to get up and play an important game, 4 years in a row now, I don't care that he hasn't been healthy. The healthy, it's always something with him. And I'm tired of it always being something with him. I don't have time or patience to wait for him to be perfectly healthy or to have the perfect roster around him.
Well, the other guy, and Harrison, go ahead. I mean, because the thing I face when I've brought this up is, well, all right, you don't know puck. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, but you are paying Lucas Raymond a lot of money. And sure, you're sweet in November and December. Where have you been the last 21 games? Would it kill you to step up?
I don't want to make excuses for him.
You can. It's okay.
You can siren me on this. I worked in college hockey for 10 years. He looks to me, sorry.
That's okay, buddy.
It's okay. Now let Harrison finish. Go ahead.
He looks to me like a guy with a torn labrum because he doesn't shoot. He's easy to knock off the puck. And those are characteristics of guys that I've worked with in the past, that when their labrum goes, they don't have the strength to shoot the puck. They're easily pushed off the puck. They play less physically. He looks like that's going on with him.
All right, hold on. Kenny, Harrison, what do you think of Harrison's theory? Because he was in college hockey for 10 years.
Well, I mean, if you're in college hockey.
Oh, Harrison, I got to bust your chops. Relax.
No,
I love Harrison. Go ahead.
I'm starting to lose favor with, first of all, I agree with what he said about Dylan Larkin. That to me, at the very top is 100% true. But when it comes to Lucas Raymond, I mean, me and Paul were just talking about it back here, is when they were in the 91-point season, he was a dog at the end of the year. And then he got a little bit better the year after that. And I think he's been a major letdown. And I don't think you're a bad person or you don't know puck.
No, but Harrison's got a theory. I have no way to verify it. I think it's fascinating. The bottom line is, Harrison, I think here's how we'll leave it. I can't make excuses for every player on the team. At a certain point, the collective has to be better. Like, these first periods are ridiculous. It's not talent or labrums. Like, you can't be down 3-0 on the routine. Like, McClellan called them out, and their response was to quiet quit. That's crazy.
Yeah, you know what, Rico? Enjoy your free lunch tomorrow.
No,
I really hope so. They're not going to be down 2-0. They might be down 4-0.
No,
I have zero faith in these guys. Mike, save yourself the trouble. Turn it off. Hang out with the dogs tonight.
I can't, Harrison. I can't. I'm stuck. I gotta do it. I got to do it.
He's a man that makes a lot of sense, Harrison.
He is, and he's very savvy. I got it. I can't. If they lose tonight, I'll take Easter Sunday off. Leave me alone. Plus, it's Hughes, and it's going to bother me watching him. Flying up and down that'll really.
But I think at that point, if they lose tonight, Mike, it's like the car wreck. You won't be able to look away.
On Easter Sunday? No, I can look away.
Okay.
No,
Can I look away? Can I just not watch tonight? You guys tell me what happens in the game?
No, because you know what? You don't know puck. You're not a real hockey fan. Dang it. You gave up on your team. I got to sit here. You waste our life watching that dog water network every day outside of the studio. NHL Network, that ridiculous studio. You got guys in shirts that don't fit, and you watch it every day, and then I got to listen how you're not going to watch the Wings.
Doing a show in somebody's backyard.
Right. Hey, we're at the NHL GM meetings, and it's some guy walking around in a nudist colony in Kissimmee, Florida.
You seem to have a certain amount of feelings towards that network.
It's garbage, but you always have it on, and then I got to believe you're not going to be locked in tonight.
I'll be locked in.
You're damn right you are.
I'm not going to be happy about it.
Neither am I, but this is the life we chose. You will watch this tonight. Go to Mark. Had enough of you. 97.1. Mark, what's good, buddy?
Well, not much, apparently. Look, I've been a fan from the 70s, and it was really bad back then. It feels worse now because we're supposed to be a lot better, but you guys are setting the bar really low. Do you really think we'll get past the first round? Making the playoffs ain't good enough. We have our sights on the cup every year. We're hockey town. So you guys talking about making the playoffs is a joke.
I agree.
Because
no, Mark, I agree with you. Understand something. There's no scenario now that I'm going to be happy unless they do exactly what you're talking about, which is, all right, maybe they don't get out of the first round, but can they play a dogfight of a series? Mark, I'm with you. Making the playoffs in year 7 is like...
The Grand Rapids Griffins would give them a better fight.
Wow. All right. Hey, Mark, don't think I've changed my tune, buddy. I'm just telling you, in year 7, I'd much prefer making the playoffs than not, because I hate to break it to you, I don't think they're going to change a damn thing if they miss the playoffs.
And that's funny that he says that, because there's texts coming in saying that they hope they lose to learn a lesson from this, just like that. And I don't think that's a realistic expectation.
I didn't say learn a lesson. I say clean house.
Well, I mean, do something in response to the losing in March and April and not making the playoffs.
Well, it's better than not doing nothing.
Right. Well, hey, Mark, you have every right to be angry. I'm angry, believe me. And I'm with you. I want to start having a serious product that takes us deep into April and May, but we got to start something. If they miss the playoffs this year, Mark, they will have the longest playoff drought in the sport. Okay? You got to start somewhere. It's kind of like potty training. Stop going on the floor. Need you to sit on the bowl, little Bobby. Like you got to start somewhere, man.
Rico, since we're going to be watching the ball game tomorrow, maybe we get like ballpark food from Mike. What do you think about that? Not bad. Like hot dogs, popcorn, maybe some nachos?
No, I'm not the nachos.
I'd like some nachos, but you don't have to have any. We can kind of
nachos got like a 20-minute shelf life. Okay, we'll figure it out.
Evan said we should put some salsa in the hot dog roller. I thought we were going to avoid that.
They're not going to be down multiple goals at the end of one. They're not. Because if they are, I want McClellan to quit. It would be the story in sports. Takes his necktie, throws it, walks up the tunnel, never to be seen again. Yes. Any texts? Because I'll get to more callers momentarily.
Somebody said, can we get a Zoom feed of Mike hate watching for the Wings tonight? That's from BC.
It's not hate watching. I want them to make the playoffs. I'm just tired of this. Because every game I watch, I don't enjoy. But here we are. They're only 2 points out. I can't do what Kenny's doing because he's so delicate. He's so afraid to get hurt again that he does this routine about hating his own team when he's probably home pantsless watching them.
There's no fake. Mike, there's no fear. It's just numbness.
You're the Fernando Mendoza of this show.
You're fake. Kenny, it's almost like how I used to feel about him with MSU.
Somebody
I know you're watching it.
No, I am, but I hate watch them.
Well,
pantsless.
We did get a text saying spicy Italian, hold the tomato. So you owe that guy a spicy Italian sandwich with no tomato.
I don't owe anybody anything yet. They're not going to do this. And I owe you guys, and I will provide.
Kenny, should we offer a buyout right now?
No, I don't want your damn buyout. Blow it out your ass.
That'd be the quickest buyout ever.
No.
The start of the show, he makes the bet. End of the show, the buyout.
I wouldn't even buy out if they were down 1-0. I'm not buying out.
What if they were down 2-0 with like 10 minutes left?
No.
Would you buy out?
I stay the course. Okay. No.
We got a text for a plain white bread with the crust cut off from a K Cousins.
Hi diddly do, Paul.
Okay, people, this is the Paul Sarah we get to see in meetings. He's showing up today.
There's so much untapped potential, but Paul doesn't want to share his gift with the world.
This is what we laugh at, and then he comes on the show and he's quiet.
He's the opposite of Otto. Otto shares it all over town. Paul just does not want to share his gift. Can you play that during Otto's update, possibly?
Sure.
Guy's got 17 kids.
I got you.
He's like the Antonio Cromartie of White Update guys. Do you think Otto knows the names of all his kids?
I think so, but then again, he may get to yelling at you.
Okay,
girl.
Hey, child.
Come here.
We'll get more of your phone calls momentarily. 97.1.
All right, guys, you've heard me talk about my basement. And look, if you've been thinking about it, you've been teetering, you've been talking it over with the wife. Hey, I think I want to do it in the paralysis, okay? Go to matrixbasements.com. Let them hook you up. They'll come up with a free design for you. I mean, a consultation. They'll give you a design. And the next thing you know, you'll be enjoying your basement. If you've been procrastinating, just stop it. Give Matrix Basements a look. And trust me, you will not regret it. And if you're wondering, well, it's some money that I can spend. Will I get a return on it? Yes, it's a strong return on investment when it comes to finishing your basement. On average, about 15%. So what's your next excuse? Just get it done. And trust me, you will love it. You start it now, you'll be watching the tigers in your basement. But you got to start now. Go to matrixbasements.com to get started. Matrix Basements, design that pays off. Yes, we are back in the game. All right.
What do you want from me?
I got a little football for you, NFL and some college mixed in as well. But I thought about this one for you, Mike. Have you been following this whole flag football thing that's been going around?
By following it, you mean mocking it?
Watching.
Yeah, sure. No,
Did you watch
not
any of the game?
No, hell no.
Okay, well, apparently you should have.
Why?
Because your next wide receiver for the Giants may have been playing in that flag football game. Apparently, because of the game and the results of it, Odell Beckham Jr.
Oh, yeah, he's back. He's a Giant.
He wants to come back.
He's back.
The Giants are one of the 5 teams
He
he's
signed,
looking at.
didn't he? Didn't he sign yesterday?
Oh, did he?
My dad was all amped up.
Okay.
Hold on. Did OBJ officially sign?
When you realize yesterday
Or was
That may have been April
Day.
Fool's, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then my dad got fooled. All right. Poor G. All right, carry on.
Giants, Rams, Chiefs, Pittsburgh, Atlanta.
It's zero cost. That's the whole point. You pay the guy the veteran minimum. He comes back. He performs. He stays. He doesn't. He's cut in training camp. So sure, yes, I would do it.
Okay. On a more serious matter, we found out yesterday, it seemed like it was like an April Fool's Day joke, but Puka Nacua in rehab. How do you think this affects the Rams?
Doesn't. I mean, Dante Stallworth killed a guy and came back to play. I don't think it affects them. It's because we don't have standards. As long as you're not incarcerated, these teams are going to play you. So, yeah, there's a scandal going on with him right now, and it's a weird one. But do I imagine he'll be in training camp? Yeah, I do. Now, will the NFL – this is the same thing, though, the Terry Arnold thing. Like, are there charges? Are there not? Can the NFL still suspend you for bringing embarrassment upon the league?
Right, because from what I read, allegedly looks like it was some domestic assault mixed in there.
There was he bit somebody. Just bizarro stuff.
Well, then you kind of wonder what's going on because remember his brother stole a car, and it's like, what the heck's going on with this family?
Something's wrong here.
The bar is so low in the NFL, it doesn't really matter what anybody does at this point. I would still feel like that they could have a productive career.
Paul?
Sorry, distracted. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do either. It's going to be interesting.
They're going to play him, Paul.
Well, yeah,
that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, he's going to get paid, and he's going to get a huge extension, and It is what it is.
Happened earlier this morning, but was this a smart move by the Las Vegas Raiders?
Yes.
Kirk Cousins will go to mentor Fernando Mendoza.
We talk about strength on strength. This is weird on weird. Your quarterback room. Now Kirk Cousins gets to coach his son, Fernando Mendoza. These are the two weirdest goofballs in the league.
Is this like LeBron and Bronny?
Yes, except weird version. Yes, I think it's brilliant because the only quarterback willing to mentor that weirdo Mendoza would be weirdo Cousins. It's a match made in heaven. Plus, neither of them are going to bother with anything Vegas has to offer. They're walking down the street in corduroys. Hi, diddly do, neighbor.
So you don't think there's a chance that he fills up that little shelf in his closet or whatever he has?
None.
Oh, okay.
None.
You think there's a chance?
Hey there,
Kirk's
partner.
wife-
See you in Sin City.
I just, real quick, Paul.
What?
I told Kenny pre-show, I never would have thought Kirk Cousins would milk the NFL for so many hundreds of millions of dollars when he came out of Michigan State. And he gets another $20 million for going to the Raiders.
Talk about the weirdest match not made in heaven is Kirk Cousins going to the Raiders. That doesn't make any sense.
No. Mendoza going to the Raiders didn't. But now both of those guys,
I don't understand any of it.
They're going to be holding Bible study at Caesars.
It's perfection.
Kirk Cousins is a genius. Like his agent, I don't know why he doesn't have more clients. He should have all the clients.
Always bet on Kirk Cousins because he
also,
always wins.
I think his Kirk's wife's going to be able to help dress Mendoza now too.
And see, Mike, that's how you know. That's how you know he's real. Wherever this man goes, he wins. He makes money.
No, he
Time
doesn't
to go
win.
to the Sphere, gentlemen.
Money-wise, he keeps getting jobs.
That's because teams are stupid.
Or maybe he's just a great person.
No. Fake. It's all fake.
It's not fake.
There's a dark side there. I'm telling you. Hey, Gator wants some walk-around money, and he wants some shoes. There's a darkness. There's something with Cousins and Mendoza. There's something there. They're just too nice.
You do realize that it's okay to be nice in this world.
Gator don't play no. There's something. It's that scene with Will Ferrell. There's something wrong. I'm telling you.
Who did that to you?
Or
no,
nice people.
No, you don't lose a home playoff game to Daniel Jones, and then you're all whiz-bang pals, skippity-doo-dah, and reading your kid a Bible story.
It's family first.
No.
I can see Big G coming home reading you a story.
Like hell, if the Giants lost, he didn't talk to me on Sunday nights. Get out of here. The guy lost a home playoff game again, and then he's over there sitting in his fire pit reading a story.
Hey, man, he
I would
believes
have
in his
cut
kid.
his ass that night.
Really? Why? And the reason why, you're going to walk into the GM's office and, why are you cutting him? Well, he read to his kid. Come on. Man.
Too nice. I watched quarterback. Too weird. Cut.
Do you think they forced the Gators to have warm milk and cookies on the sideline instead of Gatorade?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yes. Hey, guys, I know we just lost 38-0. I'd like to tell you about Corinthians. Too nice. He's too nice.
So
there's something wrong.
Okay.
There's something wrong, and you know it.
So
you just won't admit
we
it.
swapped that with the Puka Nakua stuff, and you're okay. Because then he has some dirt on him.
No, I don't need dirt. I just don't need this fakeness.
How is
no one's that nice? Just like Mendoza. That's not real.
It is
that
real,
can't be
Mike.
real.
It is.
I disagree.
There are people out there that are like that.
And
everybody ain't cynical.
No, and I have a name for them. Weirdos.
Do you?
No.
You know, they probably think you're weird.
No, I'm not.
I said they probably think you're weird.
I don't care what they think. They're weirdos.
This guy can't be angry at everything.
I'm not angry at everything. I'm angry at that.
Mike?
That's a show that Cousins and Mendoza put on. He knew right where the cameras were in the playoff run. That kid, are you kidding me? Those interviews when he's playing for Indiana, you thought that was legit?
Yes.
That's nonsense.
Yes.
That felt more rehearsed than a presidential speech. Get the hell out of here. What else you need from me?
If they were horses, would you like them?
No.
How did we get here?
No.
Kitty, I don't know. All right.
Besides, horses can't wear flannel and corduroys and grill their steaks on foil. Lost all respect for Cousins.
Ooh, what about the nay bands?
That's not real. Next. Just please, God.
We also found out that the Browns
suck. Yes, I know.
Looks like Deshaun Watson could be starting a quarterback for them.
And I'm Winnebago, man.
Okay.
What?
I'm going to talk to you two.
What?
Cousins has hurt you.
Hey,
I'm
don't.
gonna talk to
Hey,
you
don't
guys.
have any other. Go ahead, Paul,
the funny one is the one I have next for you.
Oh, great.
I don't know why he'd be their starting quarterback. I did see Shador change his number from 12 to 2, which is, I guess, great. I don't know why he'd be their starting quarterback. And also, the owner really has to stop interfering with what the GM wants to do. He's never going to get their team good if he keeps doing that.
I mean, it's video out there of Deshaun, practicing throwing the ball around, and they feel like he could have a fresh start with the Browns. I mean, heck, they're paying him a lot of money. You might as well try to get something for it.
I think I'm somewhere between where Paul and Mike is on the situation. Is the Browns going Browns, and that's going to be what it is.
It's just a hopeless waste of time.
Okay. This is for you, Mike.
Okay.
I want you to laugh because I think I upset you with the Cousins thing. I promise
you didn't upset me. I just can't believe you are defending. It is brazen weirdness. It's not real.
It's not weirdness. That's just the man's personality.
Well, I don't like it. Go ahead.
Aaron Glenn has come out and said Geno Smith will lead the Jets to the promised land. I'm just going to leave it right there for you.
2 words. Drug testing. Aaron, we're going to need a urine sample immediately. I can't believe he said it. I have said this to you. I know how this is going to end, and it's sad because I like AG. He desperately needs to change his approach with the New York media. It's not Detroit. You're not going to be able to do that. You're not Bill Parcells.
You can't yuck it up with the media and get the fanboy websites and stuff.
No. He came in acting like Bill Parcells, and he lost everybody. That's
wow.
Well, the white jet helmets were better than these. I mean, that's true.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Didn't know you felt that way.
I would agree with him if he meant the promise saying like they're both going to go to Disney World together next year when they're both fired.
When they're both neighbors paying the same HOA in Pompano Beach.
Yeah, because they're not going to be on the Jets in 2027.
No, it feels like he's a dead man walking, sadly.
All right. Now, also, I got one college thing for you guys.
Sure.
Come out with a rule that basically they're going to stop tampering when it comes to college. If you get caught tampering, coach
he thinks there's
done.
Rules. You're adorable.
Coach is done for half a year, and you lose 20% of your budget.
Okay. Sure. Sure.
Okay. You know
Sure.
what?
Rico, did you
Why
feel,
do I bother?
Did you
with
feel
these?
on your head you getting patted on the head like that?
Because he
told me
he thinks there's rules.
Mike, they just came out. The NCAA came out with these rules.
Okay, NCAA ready? NCAA enforcement. Wet paper towel. It's the same thing. Who's enforcing it?
Mike, I'm just giving you the news.
I'm giving you my opinion
well,
of the news.
Saying, with the punishment, it seems like you may want to think about tampering half the season and you lose 20% of your budget.
Okay, hey,
once again,
if it's
this is for you too.
If it's enforceable, it sounds great. They can't enforce anything. They're garbage.
I guess enough coaches got angry over the poaching of players. This may get enforced because I think the coaches are going to try to govern themselves.
They're so angry about it they forgot to stop poaching players on their end.
Uh-oh. You like getting hit by a chair by Paul? Can't blame me.
No, it's believe it when you see it with the NCAA, is it not? When is the last time they actually had a hard and fast enforcement of any policy?
And also, until they start actually vacating wins from teams that do this, it doesn't matter.
Well, see, it's not the vacating of wins. It's the, hey, we're going to take money out your football budget. So,
and then guess what? Some scumbag donor will replace it.
You know what? I'm doing this next one with Cousins and Mendoza. They're nice.
You do that.
They're nice. You're
Hey,
mean.
You know what? Those two should have a podcast called Weird and Weirder. One's in a blue suit and one's in orange. It'll be great.
You do realize there are just people out there that are nice.
No. Gator wants some walk-around money. There's a darkness within them. There's something wrong. I'm telling you. They scare me. They're too nice. Can't trust them.
Maybe that's a reflection of you.
Too nice.
Okay. That's it. I'm done. I quit.
Paul,
97.1.
you know I'm right.
I'm done. Kenny, hit the music. 97.1.
Every step of the way, no outsourcing. Go see him in Farmington Hills and let him show you what's possible. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. All right, Kenny. Couple of texts. Not even going to tell you what Rico's talking about, but he's right.
I'm right, you know.
You are right. Bunch of nonsense. Kenny, go ahead.
This one in reference to Kirk Cousins just says warm milk.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, I'm sorry. Nobody's that nice. Him and Mendoza are meant for each other.
He is that nice.
They're freak shows. They're too weird. They're too nice. I'm telling you.
Great young man.
No, you can have it.
I have 4 tickets to Sunday's game right next to cookies. I will send them to you all for free if Mike goes as a punishment after he loses his bet.
No, because then you got to watch Hughes flying up and down the ice, and you didn't want to trade him. Ooh, because I don't want to trade Bobby Orr. I mean Simon Edvinson.
I thought your issue would have been sitting by cookies.
No, I like Jim. He's a pain in the ass, and he's overly sarcastic, and he's a bit of a homer. But the bottom line is I like Jim.
But have you sat next to paying customer cost?
No, it's probably even worse because then the entitlement goes way up. He's already entitled because he's barely 30. Then you add the fact he actually paid for something, and then it's, whoa, buddy.
He's trying to get them playoff tickets.
Oh, please.
This one says tuna on toast, Mike. That's from Bill.
Okay, we're not doing this. They're not going to be down by you know what? Here. Tell you what.
Well, Kenny, you know what the funny thing was?
No. Here's what we'll do. This is wait. The perfect barometer is sitting right here. Okay? Optimism
It's the first time I've ever been called perfect at anything.
Well, listen, wait for the rest before you get all happy about it. His optimism is off the charts. So, hold on. If he takes your side, then I know I'm screwed. I have made a bet. Kenny and Paul and Rico were all being complete bastards about the Wings, saying they're all going to be out. I'll be down 3-0. I go, guys, there's no way they're down 2 goals after the end of the first period. So I'm booking all their bets, and I'll owe everybody in the damn building lunch tomorrow. And I'm like, guys, there's no way. Mark, I ask you, do you want to be on my side where they'll trail by less than 2, or you are on their side, they will trail by 2 or more?
I want to be on your side. What is your optimism based on?
Nothing. It's just it can't keep happening.
His optimism is based on the same thing that people are walking around the casinos.
No, it's not.
It's gonna happen.
No, because those are rigged games. This is not rigged unless you've got info I don't have.
All right. Here's the thing. History says you're right on the Wings.
April.
How about that?
It's April.
History
5-2-2, 5-2-1. The last 2 years.
And there have been 6 teams the last 3 years that had 86 points on this day. 5 of the 6 of them made the playoffs. Okay? 5 of the 6 of them. All right? Do you know what the odds are in a league where half the entire league makes the playoffs of missing the playoffs 7 years in a row?
It's impossible.
99.8% chance against missing the playoffs 7 years in a row in a league where half the league makes the playoffs.
If they miss the playoffs, they'll have the longest drought in the sport, Mark.
It'll be 10 years.
All I said to them is, I understand why they're doing what they're doing. But at a certain point, if you have any pride in that locker room, it is not talent that has you down 3-0 in all these games. It's effort. They're in a coma.
It's balls. It is.
Oh, go to hell, Kenny.
Why is this team such a chore to watch? I feel like I'm doing homework when I'm watching them.
It's awful. Like, I would so much prefer to watch New York Homicide on Netflix tonight than the Red Wings.
That's a good show, isn't it?
It is, and it's all about death. And it beats this. Now, I swear to God, if Frank Martone, the kid from State, scores tonight when he was in college a week ago, my head's going to explode. What do you got next? I'm sorry.
I'm working the game tonight. God bless us all. What are the worst things sports does to us as a city? Well, here's another one. Real or imagined Tigers concerns, and as we said, history says the man to my left, Mike Valeni, is right on the Wings. We will see.
Oh, God. All right. Enjoy your... Yeah. Uh-huh. We'll see you tomorrow. 97.1.
Hey, imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Job.